with folded hands. Good morning. Namaskar. It is really a tough time for a person when his field explained here in few words is different, conference topic is different, and the topic of talk is different. You see the dilemma of the person who is standing here. So-called expert in welding joining and conference on biomaterials, and topic is third direction, right? And that's why I need your prayers so that I justify the topic. Prayer always helps both the parties. The person who is saying something, he should be humble enough so that he gives whatever he wants to say with being down to earth. And the same is expected from the audience as well. Only then some topic of this level can be justified. Let's see what we mean by science. We live in a physical world, physical realities are around us. Science helps us to understand that reality. And technology helps us to find out the ways how our life becomes more convenient. But conscience, inner voice, science word is common, but looking wise, but it is a different domain. One is talking about more of hardware side, other is software side. Inner sense, what is right or wrong in one's conduct. It guides us in our actions and motives. I think when we are a kid, this voice is very clear. If you keep on listening the voice, it strengthens. It becomes more and more powerful. If you start ignoring it, then slowly it becomes dim. I think all of us are interested to remain happy in life. Happiness is the main goal. Our goals are different or same? I think if we interact, it will be better. We all wish or aim same thing or different aims and wishes are different. What do you say? Different? One of the participants has changed the thought process. He says all we aim same means maybe different. We whatever you want to say, I want to get married, I want children, I want house, I want vehicle, I want promotion, I want a startup, whatever 10, 50, 20 things usually people want. Ultimately, why they want? To become happy. This thing different after marrying. You may remain happy or not. That is a different question. But aim was not to become unhappy. Now the aim of all of us is to become happy. And what type of happiness? Temporary or continuous? Again a question. Everything related to physical reality gives happiness, but the problem is it gives temporary happiness. Whatever you eat, the best food you want, you can get it, but you will be happy for the time being, not continuous. Continuous happiness comes through self, real self. That the software we have. You can call it inner voice, inner sense. We can also call it moral compass. That can feel you guilty when you do wrong, or you feel bad for someone, not you doing right thing. I think this inner voice always speaks. For some people, it speaks after they have done something. Once you have said something, later on you see, oh, this should not have been done or said. Next level comes when while you're saying something, in between you can hear the voice and you stop sometime. You say half line and then you stop. Why? Because you heard the inner voice, okay, not, this is not to be said. This is wrong. This will harm the harmony and relation. And the best timing can be called that when you hear the inner voice, when only a thought is coming. Because first the thought comes, then you act or speak later on. If your thought process is so efficient that before doing, saying, you can hear the inner voice, it is wrong, then you're in the safe zone. Now, this comes through practice. One question to you. What is the meaning of life? Please don't give some depressing answers. It's a good morning. I don't want to spoil anyone's morning because my students do something. I usually ask this question common, meaning of life. 200 students were sitting and the front student said the answer. I give you the answer. That answer I don't want. He said, sir, there is no meaning of life. Later or sooner, we all are to die. Oh, I have motivated or transformed thousands of students all over India, inspiring them to be living good life and positive life. But I'm getting depressed after listening this because I'm more close to that. He was just 20 years kid, you can call, or a young boy, but I'm around reaching next year 60. So I'm very close to that point where he's pointing out. He's saying there is no meaning of life because ultimately we are to die. Okay, let's don't ignore this answer. If someone is coming with that answer, give me the right answer. Meaning of life. No answer is wrong. Even if you agree with that answer only, you can repeat, no problem. Right? Meaning of life? Yes. Passing off? Passing on to the next generation or peers or good? Any other answer? I think all of us have answer, but we are not sharing. We are leading some life in some way. We do have some meaning in our mind. If not, one should have. It means without having destination, if we are moving, we will not reach nowhere. We should have some target. This is the meaning of life. I'm to attain it. Okay. The same question was asked to a great thinker. What is the meaning of life? He replied, what? Again a chance. 1 second, 2 seconds more. If you want to reply, I'll give the reply. Life itself has no meaning. Life is an opportunity to create meaning. Life will pass on. If you don't want to create meaning in it, it will go like simply. You'll have to create meaning. I asked the students in my class, 200 students were there. Okay, how many could get it? Only 20, 30 students. Oh, what type of poor teacher I am. I'm not able to explain it to you. Can some student being friend of mine can help me to answer this in a more better way, slightly better way? One student applied a very nice answer. Because life is just like a canvas. You have to paint it in your own way. I think you got the answer. Life will become meaningless if you don't want to create meaning in it. It is your efforts, your thoughts, your actions which can create meaning. We should remember, if you want to give meaning to life, we have to understand, we have to know the needs of two things. One is body, other is self. Just like my name, if you may recall my name. What's my name? Navneet. Okay. This hand, this head, this body, which you're looking, this is not Navneet. This is my body. I am Navneet. Because if a simple example, as I was expected to come here, and some senior official or some senior professor or dean comes here to attend the talk, and he was aware that Navneet is to give the talk, and before he comes, I have a cardiac arrest. I lay down here. Khatam. Finished. And he enters and asks, where is Professor Navneet? What will answer? He is no more. Yes or no? He is no more. But he will see my body lying here, and he is here. What will you reply? Sir, he is not here. He was here few minutes ago. This is just his, what is this? His body. Good answer. In my class, I asked the same question. The students reply, ye unki lash hai. Horrible to listen when the person is alive and listening this answer. At least my body is there. It means my personality has two things. One is physical, other is software. Software is the real self. I'm in two parts. One body, other my software. Both have needs. And I should know the needs of both separately and don't mix them. For my body, I need clothes, food, vehicle, AC, mobile, other home, other facilities, physical things which I can see. But for my real self, I don't know need the things. I need sahi samajh, right understanding. Without that, I'll not able to attain continuous happiness which I target. So far, where we stand, people have identified two things: peaceful existence, coexistence at level of humanity or human society. There is another problem coming up, that we need peaceful society through arms. Everyone is running after arms. Budget is increasing everywhere, almost all the countries, top countries. And what you ask, why are you increasing the budget? So that we can maintain peace. Surprising. This is a problem of educated person actually, not illiterate persons. They plan in this way that to maintain peace, we need more and more arms. Zyada se zyada khatarnak tayar chahiye, hai na? Second thing we have come across is education. I hope and I'm confirmed that all of us are educated. Yes or no? Yes. When I graduated from NIT Kushetra, say about 40 years back, this was only one engineering college in whole state of Haryana. Now, today, 100 plus colleges, only one college, no state college, no private college in the whole state. Now there are 100 plus colleges, and this is true in all the states of India. Number of engineers produced are multiplied. Yes or no? Is it only medical or engineering or medical or commerce, other branches also? CAs have increased. Yes or no? At our time when I was a kid, very rare person was CA. Now number of CAs are there. Lawyers were very rare. Now number of lawyers are there. Now justice has become easy or cheap or difficult? Corruption level has gone down or increased? Whenever I ask this question to students, always the students give the same answer. Yes, sir, the graph of the problems worldwide is decreasing or increasing in general? Increasing. That's why we are not satisfied with the state of here. Reason? We have a lot of unlimited problems at 4 levels. The very first problem comes with me only. Lack of clarity of goal. Meaning of life is not aware. Contradictions are there. And most of us are under stress. Even students are under stress. We need a wellness center, 8 counselors. For what? To increase stress or reduce stress? At family level, lack of understanding, mistrust, insecurity, generation gap. Society level, conflict, exploitation, terrorism. At the nature level, also we are facing problem that human race will exist or not. It means only education is not going to help. We need something else. Only science is not going to help. We need something plus in that. And that is your real inner self, its voice, with right understanding. Paul Brunton rightly said, we always blame the reason for any problem. It is political problem or economic problem or ecological problem. But actually, every problem has the base in morality and metaphysical. That is software, human software. That's why science can help us, technology can help us to achieve what we say is valuable, what we consider is valuable. But what is really valuable to human being is not within the scope of science and technology. That comes under the purview of conscience and the real spiritualism, scientific spiritualism, which deals with right and wrong, what is really valuable to human being. We need right understanding at all four levels as a human being, family, society, and part of nature. Remember, we are two things, just I mentioned earlier. One is real self, important, first one. If you ignore real self, you are not aware about it, then you cannot attain continuous happiness in life because it has own needs. Only physical needs, physical things, conveniences can help bodily, but not inner self. Both are different. If I become friend of the person scientist from ISMR, and he asked me to come to his place, he gives me a lot of food, very good vehicle to pick up from airport and all that. But when I reach his house, he's not respecting me. He's not recognizing me properly. I cannot become happy with simply with food. But on the other hand, if he gives me a lot of respect, recognition, everything, but he's not offering me food and comfort, stay at home, I'll not like to come again. I need both. I need happiness through respect, recognition, and physical facility as well. One is continuously required, bodily needs are temporarily required. I can't say he has given respect of 5 kg because that respect cannot be quantified. The food can be quantified. We have to remember that we are two things. Always remember, real self, software plus hardware. I need two types of needs, for both of them. And give priority and time to first one more. That will give you real happiness. Einstein has said a very wonderful line that we are prisoners. We consider our family, our scope, very limited one. Actually, we are part of whole universe, which is limited in time and space. We experience our thoughts and feelings by considering ourselves separate from the rest. It is a delusion. We are not separated. We are all one. The whole world is one. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And we are not to restrict to our personal desires only or affection for very few people. My son, daughter, wife, that's all. Not that limited. Our task must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. This will give you real happiness when your scope is bigger. I am usually blessing my students not to become rich. Because when I ask who want to become rich, everyone say yes. But no. A rich person has three things. Money, second, money, and third, money. He's made for money. I bless my students to become prosperous. Prosperous person is, prosperity comes through very first point, sound health. Whatever amount you have, if you don't have the health, sound health, you can't enjoy. Second is peace of mind, coolness here. That's very important. You can enjoy better with less money even if here is the peace is there. Then positive attitude, self-confident, working, either speaking or listening, driving or cooking, whatever you do, with full energy and love and sufficient wealth. That's all. To cater the need of your needs. That's all. This will give you real happiness. In the family, we need, in bracket is a Hindi font actually, and that's why it is looking some suspense. 4 arts. In family, if we want harmony, then 4 arts which we will learn. One is art of listening. Usually children complain about father or mother. Sunte nahi hai meri. Art of listening is very important. That's why in the family, in Indian family, we call sunti ho, wife ko. So she's not listening actually. Or wife says sunte ho. It means doubt hai ki sunte ki nahi sunte. And second question comes when you are sure that one is listening. There's a slang. Samjhe? Samjhe? He is or she is not confirmed. You are listening, it is okay. But you are understanding or not? That's why you use this slang. Samjhe? Samjhe. Understanding is important after listening. So sometime I come across the children, they complain about the parents. कि सर मैं कह सुनते नहीं आपने कहा नहीं सुनते तो हैं बस मेरी बात को समझते नहीं है. It's been not the art of listening only. As a parents, as a teacher, as a mentor, I am to understand. As a boss, art of understanding other person. For the peers even, for students also. And third comes art of saying. Many person come, sir, you please advise something to my daughter or son. Why? Why can't you advise the same advice? Because you have better art of saying. They understand this thing. And sometimes we say something. कहते भी हैं मैं आज गया मैं उसको सुना के आ गया. भाई सुना तो दिया समझा पाए. That's more important. Art of saying is good. You are confident of saying something. You are able to convince the other person. Art of persuasion. These 4 arts helps us to maintain harmony in family. And this family can be extended to society then. Society is a bigger family, that's all. And the last one is the nature. It has 4 orders. Very first order is physical order. In the process of evolution, we come through this process. Physical, then bio, then animals. I have come 5 minutes ago. Not in this room, in the world, as a human being. In the clock of 24 hours, 5 minutes before humanity has entered. Before that, animals, bio, and physical world was existing. All 3 are mutually fulfilling each other. Physical order, bio with animals, animal physical order. Only question comes, you see the question mark is with me. I'm in harmony with these 3 or not? They are helping me a lot. I am helping them. This gives the understanding of understanding all the orders together. This is the order of coming into nature, evolution process, physical, plant, animal, human. This is the quantity. Biggest one is physical, then plant, animals, and last is human. And dependency. Human order depends on 3, animal on 2, plant on 1 only. Okay. Around. Whenever I want to improve some metal or composition I want to work, constitution, composition you talk about, even materials you talk about the composition. If you want to improve bio, you want to improve the seed, quality of seed. If you want to improve animals, you will have to work on breed. And if you want to improve or you want to get better human beings, you will have to work education not only, but education which is based on sanskar, values. This is the only way to solve the problem which I was saying. The problems are continuously increasing because education is missing the sanskar. This is a state of position. If we have a right understanding, yellow one. If don't have the right understanding about the things, then second one, black. The overall purpose of education should be, whatever research conferences we are doing, we have to make human being to live fulfilling life with harmony with all existences, family, society, nature, and oneself. Tagore said rightly, the highest education should give not only the information, but to let us live in harmony with all other existences. Importance of spirituality or value education and listening your inner voice. Otherwise, these problems will come. Initially, whenever you do something of this, your inner voice will say, no, this is wrong. When you stop listening, it will stop saying and will indulge into it. Lastly, I'll say, concluding remark, Professor Huxley has rightly said, we are in this world, me and you, for delta T time. I am here for delta T. You are here for infinite time or delta T? I think all of us for delta T time, very small time. Yes. Professor says, the world was full of misery and ignorance when we entered, and the plain duty of each and every one of us is to make every corner of the world where I can influence, you can influence, to become less miserable, less ignorant than it was when we entered the world. We are to contribute on positive side. This is the purpose of life. If you contribute on negative side, it is loss of life. It is the blaming or cursing the very right given to you to become a human being. I think we are to listen of inner voice so that it gets strengthened. Otherwise, stop giving you guidance. May I do the same what I am saying, and you people also think in the direction, in dimension. Thank you all. Any question, I will try to answer.
Hello, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation. Sir, you told that you have divided the personality into two parts, basically. The one is physical, one is software. So being a science student, I want to know that is there any scientific evidence of that software?
Yes. 100% it is there. Without energy and matter, no part is there in the world. Even this has energy and matter. The full nature is made of matter energy, right? We want to sometimes confuse this Paramatma or all those things. Don't confuse with that. Retain only the basics. Basics says the whole nature is made of two things, matter and energy. Energy is of two types, living and non-living, right? Living energy, non-living energy. The plants and the animals and humans have living energy. Okay, that's why they grow. This doesn't grow because this energy doesn't grow. Plants, animals, and we grow with that energy, right? Because the energy has been involved through in this evolution process through plants, then more sensitive or more alert is animals, and human beings is still at higher level. That's why you're given a different name, a better name, soul. You don't want to give, don't give it. Let it be energy. It is there. And that's why the thoughts are coming. That's why the behavior is there. The feelings are there. They are part of that energy. They're part of some total of different type of feelings. They are all energies actually. Actually, this is a big topic. I have a book with me of 400 pages explaining only on this software, the science of soul. But that time constraint is there.
सर पहली बात तो बड़ा मजा आया। सवाल ये है कि अब जो है साइंटिस्ट जो है बायोमेडिकल इंजीनियर्स जो है लाइफ को भी सो कॉल्ड लाइफ को रिक्रिएट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जो फिजिकल मैटर्स को हम बना के जैसे अपने सुना भी होगा कि बैक्टीरियल लेवल पे और अमीबा लेवल पे हो गया। जब हम वैसा कर लेंगे तब क्या होगा?
नहीं, वो भी तो एनर्जी तो है ही ना। इवन बैक्टीरिया और सम अमीबा हैज एनर्जी, दैट्स व्हाई इट्स मल्टीप्लाइंग। मल्टीप्लिकेशन वही है जहां एनर्जी है। एनर्जी लिविंग वाली, आई मीन, व्हिच आई अंडरस्टैंड।
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ, पूछ रहा हूँ कि जो है जब साइंटिस्ट जब लिविंग क्रिएचर्स क्रिएट करना शुरू कर दें,
वो तो रोबोट टाइप हो जाएगा ना फिर। उसमें feelings शायद नहीं रहेंगी, मुझे लगता है. Time will tell. We can't predict right now. At least I can't predict what will happen. But it will become more robot. Even robot can give you serve in the restaurants right away, food and menu. Ask him. That personal touch, human touch is missing in that. That become mechanical. We are trying to become more mechanical systems and all that. The basic difference in robot and me is the feelings. Yes, please.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Very.
Actually, you talk about the four arts of living.
Yes.
That is art of listening, art of understanding, art of saying, and art of persuasion. So in this 21st century, when everyone is talking about liberty only and freedom only, so when it comes to a girl child, how can she, that means how can she implant the art of persuasion in other people's in the family so that they can be more ambitious?
You'll have to attend my workshop on parenting actually. And need time actually. We do workshop on full day basis. है ना? You can take my number, be in touch, listen my talks on parenting. This can be answered so fastly, but you have to live by a model. Sometimes we are saying those things to our children which we are not practicing. That moral courage should we have. If I stop someone, okay, don't do it, so then it doesn't match. I think the naitik bal bolte hain, that is moral power you should have, and connection with your children to convey what you want to say. We miss connection sometimes. है ना? A child or my daughter or son is not able to tolerate me when there is no connection. They should feel connected. Then they can listen you better, and they will listen you without saying even. उनको लगता है कि इनको निराश नहीं करना है. ये बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है. बच्चे को ये दिमाग में रहेगा ना कि मुझे इनको निराश नहीं करना है, इनको इनके पीस को हार्म नहीं करना है. दे विल बिकम सेंसिटिव. तो दे नीड नॉट टू से एनीथिंग. समझाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, बच्चा खुद समझ से चलेगा. तो इसको कैसे करना है, टेक टाइम. You can take my number and be connected. I'll share you the videos for this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It was a bit very here, sir.
Yes.
This side. So you are from the field of materials mechanical engineering. So my question will be related to that way only, related to this topic also. So the crystal growth is there. So what do you consider the crystal growth is a living energy or non-living energy? Because that crystal growth ultimately gain different shapes, right? Different varieties of shapes they get. And ultimately it is also forced by some kind of energy. So you consider this living or non-living?
This is, I think, crystal growth, if I understand rightly, recrystallization and all that, it is rearrangement of things. It's not growing actually. We say growth, it's not growth. It is reorientation of things.
So we can consider wherever energy is there, it is always a living. If it is systematic way, exactly it is
Yes.
having some...
just like this one crystal, then I heat it and then cool it at certain rate, cooling rate, and it will give finer grains. But the total amount and system remains same. It is only the orientation of grain boundaries where it is coming in between.
Yes.
Nothing is coming, adding or extracting from that.
So it is always contributing for the living things. The
Yes.
thing is that when it is organized, that effect is visible, otherwise it's not.
Yes. आप मुझे घुमा के ले ये क्या मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में, मैं तो अवॉइड कर रहा था. ग्रेन ग्रोथ पे ले आया, कूलिंग रेट पे ले आया ना.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome. Yes.
Sir, I want to ask that, like, currently all the inventions that we are doing through science are mostly are for our body only, like
Physical reality and body.
physical
Yes.
reality and
Yes.
body. How can we involve science so that it will help us understanding our inner self, which can lead to the eternal happiness? Because as a overall, the result is we all want that happiness only.
At least I'm lucky that I'm in this field and doing work on that. I could identify 150 feelings or virtues in a human being which can be enhanced with time. है ना? So how that can be enhanced? Only on one value is called reverence, Shraddha, bhav hai. This is one feeling. I have given 50 lectures, recorded on YouTube. So आपको थोड़ा सा, you will have to enter actually this field, just like bioscience or biotechnology field, which I don't know, being mechanical engineer. But you cannot explain me 4 hours what you are taught, and then MS program, then PhD and research. Everything domain is there. Like same way in the feelings side, on the software side of human beings, lot of work has been done systematically. But there are so many methodologies and other beliefs are there which don't allow you to work scientifically in this dimension. They are so overpowered that the scientific research is दब जाती है उसमें, है ना? लेकिन those who are interested, they can listen and learn lot of things. I have written a book in which I have given 150 positive things a human soul can have and 75 negative things which are rooted out. A list of 225 tasks. In one of them, I have given 50 lectures. Now the second one is gratitude I'm talking about. My lecture series started again on YouTube. I'm giving lectures 1 hour on only this one feeling. तो सिस्टमेटिकली काम करेंगे तो इन चीजों को ग्रो करेंगे और उसका आनंद भी आएगा, मतलब इतना आनंद आएगा, मतलब यू कांट इमेजिन इवन कि यार कितनी खुशी मिलती है. Simply अगर you are grateful only for each and everything, you remain so contented, so happy that a person who has not that feeling, he cannot imagine even कि gratitude की feeling भी कितनी खुशी देती है. You feel grateful for each and everything, starting from lift to stairs to mic, whatever physical things and animals, plants, human beings. चारों तरफ आपको लगता है मेरे उपकारी हैं, मेरे लिए हेल्प कर रही दुनिया, सब मेरे लिए कर रहे हैं, मैं भी इनके लिए कुछ करूं. फीलिंग ही चेंज हो जाती है. तो एक एक भाव, एक एक फीलिंग्स गिव यू सो मच पॉजिटिविटी. नीड टू वर्क ऑन दैट डायमेंशन, है ना?
Thank you, sir.
बी कनेक्टेड विद सम गुड सोल हु कैन हेल्प इन दिस. जो इसमें एंटर हुए हैं ना, वही आपको, जिसको बायोटेक्नोलॉजी का बायोमटेरियल पता है वही बायोमटेरियल बता पाएगा ना. मैथमेटिशियन ही मैथमेटिक्स बता पाएगा. जिसने इसमें काम किया वही आपको बता पाएगा इसमें क्या हो सकता है और क्या मिल सकता है. You'll have to be attached. My YouTube channel is there. Most of lectures are Hindi. This limitation may be there. Shubh Ho Better Life. By chance you're asking, madam, you can note Shubh Ho, SHUBH, Shubh Ho, HO, then Better Life. You'll find 400, 500 lectures on that.
So, sir has a lot of YouTube talks. You can get in different ways. So you can prove, and you can get connected also directly if you want. Okay, I have number, so I can share. And let us give a clap of.
I again request the speakers to please look out for the time here in the front, and also in the 10 minutes, one bell will be ringing, and in the 5 minutes, another bell. So total you have 15 minutes.
Now, I would like to invite our second speaker, Dr. Prasanta Kumar Sahu. Dr. Sahu is a scientist D from the National Institute of Hydrogel Roorkee. His research skills and expertise lies in nanomaterials, material characterization, nanomaterial synthesis, and advanced materials.
A very good morning to everyone. Yeah, this first of all, I would like to thank you, Professor Mishra and Professor Chow and the whole organizing team for inviting me and to share my work. Yes, this topic actually a little bit different from bio. This is completely related to the water. Okay. So today topic is multifunctional nanomaterials for electrochemical sensing of inorganic and organic pollutants and for sustainable water remediation application. Water everybody wants, isn't it? Whether it should be clear and fresh, isn't it? And it is also like most precious natural resources. But nowadays, what is happening, like most of this, in many cases, many areas, the water is getting polluted by various pollutants, whether it is a dyes, or it is a heavy metals, or some like pharmaceuticals or herbicides, so many things. So we want a sophisticated or like more reliable, more sensitive technique to detect these pollutants accurately. And second one, detection is will not solve. Then again, you have to move for the removal part. or remediation part. So how these multifunctional nanomaterials that will solve this problem that we'll discuss today. So basically, I'm working in the little bit wide applications, electrochemicals, sensors and biosensors, and some are like catalysis, photocatalysis, and energy storage applications. Many materials, nanomaterials, 2D material, as well as other metal oxide polymers also I am using for these applications. So they said that there are water pollutants. So there are many, and there are like many detection techniques, like most of them spectroscopy techniques, like atomic absorption or ICP-MS or UV visible. But these instruments, every instrument has some limitation. Okay, these instrumentation, like you can do whatever the water sample you can collect and do the analysis in the lab. But we don't know that, like somewhere is the water, that water is polluted. And you are taking the water to the lab and then you do the analysis. But something in between that period, something will happen. Okay, so it is very challenging how to detect this contaminant in a real time. Okay, so the next technique is like sensing techniques. How to solve this problem. So it is a little bit different from the whatever I discussed, that spectroscopy techniques. Electrochemical sensor is basically is a cost effective, and most important is a field applicability. Like here you can see the picture of like a screen printed electrode. So you can see. So this is a small electrode. You can put the wherever the contamination is there, then you can quantify that how much, what quantify as well as the qualitatively you can determine that pollutant. So this technique is basically a three electrode system: a working electrode, a reference electrode, and a counter electrode. And this will be like any analyte that will be dipped in any electrolyte. So what you will do, like this is working electrode, is basically working electrode by name is what? Whatever the analyte, whether basically it is a like redox reaction will happen at the vicinity of the working electrode. So you apply the potential between the reference electrode and the working electrode, and to see that what type of redox reaction will happen. Then you measure the current between the counter electrode and the working electrode. And that current is quantify the how much of that analyte is present. Whether it is a arsenic or a mercury or some pesticides or herbicides or pharmaceuticals. And nowadays is very emerging like a microplastic. Okay, so this is basically the technique, and there are various sensing methods like EIS, electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, CB, cyclovoltammetry, and SWE, square of voltammetry, and DPB, differential pulse voltammetry. So there are various ways you can measure, you can scan the potential and measure the current, and to know or to quantify that analyte. So then you'll move to that, what are the materials used as an electrode material? And recently is nanomaterials, how it is solving the problem. As you know that nanomaterials is like, yes, it has a very beautiful properties like high surface area, conductivity. As you move to the, like when you move to the sizes up to 1 to 100 nanometers. So there are various types of nanomaterials like carbon-based and non-carbon-based. But my focus is the graphene and graphene-based materials. So graphene, as we know, that is a 2D materials. So it is derived from the simple graphite. And there are various forms of the graphene, like graphene, single layer graphene, or graphene oxide, or reduced graphene oxide, or graphene quantum dot, or graphene aerosols. So they have various interesting properties, high surface area, conductivity, as well as thermal conductivity. So they are using for various purposes, like biomedical application, energy application, environmental application. And again, that also limit the properties of the graphene. Again, we have to incorporate some foreign materials like other materials like metal oxide, or polymers to improve the properties and to make the composite materials. So the first part is detection of heavy metals, organic and inorganic pollutants by electroanalytical techniques. So here I have synthesized this reduced graphene oxide with bismuth nanoparticles as well as the gold nanoparticle to solve the problem to detect the these heavy metals, cadmium, lead, zinc, copper, and arsenic at the ppb level, microgram per liter. So this is basically heavy metals, as you know that they are very toxic, okay? So how to detect in that ppb level? So this is the technique I adopted, that is, or I used. This is the anodic stripping cyclovoltammetry. So this anodic stripping cyclovoltammetry is nothing but like you have to deposit that metal ions or any analyte you want to measure. Then by applying some potential on the electrode surface, then like in the pre-concentration process, then the second step, what you are stripping back to the solution by applying some oxidation potential. Then at the stripping time, you are measuring the current, and that current quantify how much of that analyte is present in that solution. So here, this on the right-hand side, you can see that RGO bismuth nanoparticles. So the dark spots are bismuth nanoparticles of sizes around 50 nanometer. And this is the RGO sheet. And the another part is the gold nanoparticles in the RGO sheets. So here is basically, I have used the standard addition method to detect these various heavy metals like cadmium, lead, zinc, copper, and arsenic. So we are able to measure these different heavy metals up to ppb level, like microgram per liter, and all these, whatever that quantification, all this, the measurement is like below the permissible limit of that heavy elements, according to the WHO standard. So again, this is not the end. Again, I have used the same, adapted that same electrode material for real sample, because we are basically looking for the how to detect the real sample. Then this electrode material successfully detect this heavy metal at the ppb level. Then second, in this work, I have synthesized this reduced graphene oxide with the gold nanoparticle and used to detect the mercury and the phenolic compound. We know that mercury is very toxic, and it is like some disease like pink disease that is caused by the mercury, and phenolic compound also, they are very toxic to aquatic system. So similarly, I use this material to detect this mercury by the standard addition method. And in this method, we are able to detect the mercury into like 0.25 ppb. And we use this material to detect the real sample as well. Then in the phenolic compound also you have measured, but here I used the different method, like DPB method. So DPB method is nothing but you are applying, in terms of like scanning the potential, we are applying some pulses of voltage. Then you difference whatever the current difference, that will give you the quantify the how much amount of analyte is present in that solution. So this that is a paramethoxyphenol, we are able to measure around 0.65 micromolar per liter. Then in this work, we have synthesized this RGO manganese ferrite polyaniline fibrous, okay, and that is used to detect the nitrite. Because whenever like nearby Roorkee, there people are like extensively use the fertilizer, okay, and the fertilizer most important is ammonia based, and this nitrite is very toxic, and nitrite is the in between stage like ammonia to nitrite. Then it will go to the nitrate, and it is highly soluble. So in this case, how to detect this nitrite? So you have synthesis this material, like ternary materials. Here in the TM image, you can see that this is a polyaniline nanofiber, and this is the RGO sheet, and this is manganese ferrite of size around below 10 nanometers. So similar, I use the addition method, the simple addition methods. We are able to measure this nitrite up to 0.015 micromolar, and we use this electrode to detect the real sample, like flood samples or some like bore sample, bore oil sample. They are like from various parts of the India. The next part is like hydrogen peroxide detection. Hydrogen peroxide is important biological parameter in our body. So the imbalance of hydrogen peroxide, that will give like various diseases, Parkinson or Alzheimer diseases. And again, if hydrogen peroxide is greater than 3%, then it is all toxic to animals or human beings. So how to detect? There are various sources. So how to detect? So similar electrochemical technique I used to detect this hydrogen peroxide by using like Prussian blue nanocubes, then SNO2 quantum dots and graphene oxides. So, but here the process is different. Like there is another electroanalytical technique. Here is a chronoamperometry I have used. Like this method is like you are applying like a constant voltage that is related to the oxidation and reduction potential of that analyte. Then you measure the current in the span of the time. Okay. Then in the standard addition method, we can measure the concentration or lowest concentration you can measure, that is up to like 71 nanomolar. Then I use this material also for the real applications. Then next to the arsenic, like arsenic contamination, and arsenic is very toxic. So there are different like species of arsenic. One is 3 and second one is 5. So same element, but the oxidation state is, if it is different, their toxicity is different. So arsenic 3 is more toxic, around 26 or 25 or such times toxier than that of the arsenic 5. So whatever the previous instruments, the spectroscopy technique is very difficult to detect the speciation, okay, to solve the speciation problem. So and you can see that this is the scenario for India, arsenic contamination. So most of these places that are contaminated with arsenic. And this is the recent instrument I just purchased. So this, by using this instrument, this is nothing but a portable voltammetric analyzer. So you can use this instrument and to study the whatever the analyte on real time on field. That is very important and very challenging. So this is like display unit, and here is the same potential unit, and this is the whole cell. And this whole cell is basically this working electrode is contained a screen printed gold electrode. Gold is, it has a very affinity towards the like arsenic. And these are the conditions, electrolyte and the like steeping, the potential, the scanning potential. And here we have detected this arsenic like nearby the place, like the Haridwar, Luxor area. Like you can see our team, they're detecting this arsenic, and this is the display unit. And the most thing is like here you can differentiate the arsenic concentration means arsenic 3 concentration as well as the arsenic 5 concentration. Okay. So that is very challenging. The next is removal part of the organic, inorganic, and biological pollutant. So the detection that will not complete the like problem, that will not solve the problem. Then we'll move to the how to remove this contaminant, whether it is a inorganic or organic contaminants. So there are various processes like either catalytic process or photocatalytic process or adsorption process. So this is the same like another multifunctional material I have synthesized by like a graphene aerosol with different noble nanomaterials like platinum, palladium, silver, and gold. And I have used this material to degrade this like paranitrophenol and the dyes. So I adopted or I used this simple freeze casting method to make this hydrogel or aerosol that is embedded with various noble nanoparticles. So here you can see that there's a porosity, like there are very like is a porous materials, and this is very elastic material. Whenever you see the like the mechanical properties like this is working. Yeah, yeah. Yes, thank you. Sorry. First. This video is not working. Okay. It's very elastic material, like spongy material. Okay, so we can use this material for like any application, not only this pollutant, as well as we can use for the bio application as a scaffold. Okay, if the conductivity is good and mechanical like is very tough and is very elastic, then I've used to remove this like two contaminant. One is paranitrophenol, second is dyes. You can see that different noble nanoparticles, they are like they are responding differently. Like in case of platinum, in this case, I'm getting the higher reduction as compared to other materials. So here also I have used I did the column experiment to remove these dyes. Like this is the MB, the methylene blue, and when it is passing through this material, then what is happening, like the color is changing from the blue to the white. Oh, this is stop now. I don't know. This is stop hand or what? The video is not working.
एक second.
Video is not working.
Time
Okay.
is over, sir. Time over.
I'm
Auto.
sorry, 1 second.
The question.
Just last slide.
Slide, 19. How many slides? ये
हम ही नहीं कर रहा।
बाकी लोगों को भी
कोई तो काम नहीं कर रहा है.
God of Madam, please my
Blast. Okay, anyway, due to this time limit, I would like to acknowledge my collaborators. They are by different institute as well from the different from different countries. So without them is very difficult to work actually. These are my collaborators, and thank you for the listening. Yeah, if you have any question, I will happy to answer.
Hello. Good morning, sir.
Yes.
Sir, as you have mentioned that the scaffold will absorb the heavy metals in case
Yes.
of heavy metals.
Yep.
So how to degrade that heavy metals? Means it's still in the environment.
Yes.
It's still as a pollutant to the environment. How to completely remove that heavy metal?
Completely remove the heavy metal.
Yes.
Means yes. Like degradation and removal is different. Adsorption is different. Adsorptions, if you are doing the same material will be written on your adsorbent. But in case of like degradation, that means completely it will lose its physical properties. Then it will form one form to another form. Maybe more toxic to the less toxic. Is it okay for your answer?
Sir, are there any methods how we can degrade these heavy metals?
Yes. Heavy metal degradation, you can say that heavy metal adsorption. You can remove those by through adsorption process. Then if you want to like recover that heavy metals, then you have to leach out, or there are various methods. You can leach out that, then you can recollect, like in case of uranium removal. Like people are what doing, first they are adsorbing the adsorbing material, then they are recovering that uranium. Okay. Whatever they are deposited on the adsorbent, they are recovering again by some leaching process.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, the synthesis of reduced graphene oxide is costly. So why you cannot use graphene oxide instead of reduced graphene oxide?
Yes, like it depends like what application you want. Like if you are graphene oxide, that means more functional groups. Okay.
Yes.
Then if you are looking for like for the application of sensor, electrochemical sensor, then that is like you need more conductivity. Okay. And if it's a geo, that means more functional groups. Okay. Their conductivity is less as compared to the RGO. RGO is like a less functional group. So it depends the what application you want for.
Sir, if in our sample, graphene oxide has more conductive, then the sample is impure or something others?
Impurities depends upon the process. Okay. Like whether it is you are synthesizing GO or RGO, it depends upon how you are doing the process. So during the process, if you are like impurities in terms of what additional material, isn't it?
Okay.
Any foreign materials. So the most important is how the process is very important. While you are doing any synthesis, the process is very important. So as I said that whether it is GO or RGO, any nanomaterials you are synthesizing, the process is very important. So you should very take care about this during the synthesis process.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Shah,
Yep.
it's very nice talk. Here,
Yep.
here.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the need of the hour because we need such kind of portable things to check the heavy metal things. Now, the instrument what you are talking about, did you buy that one or did you make that one?
Yeah, I bought it actually. For Metrom company,
From
I bought
Metrom
that
you have
instrument.
taken. Okay, so they are giving you the quantified result,
Yes,
not only
quantify it.
peaks, right?
Yeah.
And say multi heavy metals are there, they can also give you the individual
Yes, if
quantification.
you are measuring the multi-element, because there are like specific, okay, then you have to change the conditions, the electrolyte as well as the potential. Okay, so it's like you have to, because our interest is very selective to a particular element, like whether you are measuring the arsenic or mercury or like cadmium lead. So based on that, you can choose the electrode material as well as you can choose the conditions. So multi-element like also you can measure.
So multiple electrodes
Yes.
required for that.
Because as I said, this electrochemical technique, like whatever the analyte, they have a specific or fingerprint of their potential,
Got it.
redox potential.
Thank you.
So, a very insightful talk. So, my first question is like when we use this electrochemical sensing in the real world application, there might be certain bacteria or some biological components that might be interfering during the electrochemical sensing. And secondly, sir, were those scaffolds that you created, they were firstly dipped in the heavy metal containing water and then the electrochemical sensing was done, or the heavy metal containing water was flowed through the electrochemical
Yeah.
sensor?
So whenever we do the sensing, like sensing studies, first you have to fabricate the electrode. Okay. Then after we like whatever the analyte you want to measure, you have to dissolve in that any, or you can disperse in that electrolyte. Okay. Then you can apply some potential. Then you apply some potential that is related to what is depends upon your the analyte, oxidation and reduction potential, and you measure the current, and that current will quantify the how much of that heavy element is present in that analyte or in that solution.
And what about the biological components that might encounter in the real world application?
Yes. So for that, you have to like, if like you are talking about the interference test, okay, we have done the interference test. It is not like you have to check that how selective your electrode is measuring that analyte like with a high accuracy. That is also we are doing some interference test. It is not like only that element. In presence, there are, because whenever you are detecting any heavy elements or any organic elements in the solution, that means there are various metrics. Okay, so there are various interfering agents. So in that presence, how your method is very selective to that particular analyte is very, very important.
Thank you, sir.
Oh.
Now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Varinder Singh Rena. Dr. Rena is a scientist C from ICMR National Resource Facility for Biomedical Research. His main area of research is in animal genetics, breeding, and molecular biology.
A very good morning, everyone. So first of all, I'd like to thank Professor Narayan Mishra and the whole organizing team for inviting me to BioHeal 2025 and to such a vibrant IIT Roorkee campus. It's the first time I have been to this place, and it feels so amazing. So I'll give you a break from the nanomaterials and the other speakers' talks which have been going from the yesterday, and I'll speak about the large animals. And presently I have been working on the pig, sheep, and goats, and I have been carrying out the medical device testing, as well as I am developing the models for the non-communicable diseases like ulcerative colitis, osteoporosis in the large animals. So as all of you know that the king of jungle is lion, but still I say that king in biomedical research is rat. all the testing, everything is being done on the rat, rabbits. It is the requirement of the regulatory requirement also and the ethical requirement also. But if you consider, if you see the classification of the medical devices, the class 3 and class 4 medical devices, which are mainly the invasive medical devices, they require the large animal testing also before going to the market. So keeping that in view, my study, my experiment has two parts. First is that we have established goat as a preclinical model for congestive heart failure implants. And second is that we have tested one congestive heart failure device, which we have made in collaboration with the Rajasthan University of Health Sciences. And I think you will relate that device with the with our, so right now, which is a scenario in our country, that there are a lot of heart failures, hypertension patients, which are susceptible for the heart attacks. So this device is just one step in that direction. So first of all, to establish any animal or any species as a preclinical model, like if you say that pig is a good model for the orthopedic implants, or why goat can be used as a good implant for the cardiovascular studies, there are few major things which we have to consider. And the first and foremost is the human anatomy, which is the basic thing. The anatomy of that organ should be same. And in this case, we have specifically considered 2 3 points. The first one is the hemodynamics. That means the blood flow. As we know that normally the blood is coming to the right atrium, right ventricle, then to the lungs, then it comes back to the left atrium, left ventricle, and from aorta it goes to the whole body. So the blood flow is exactly same in the humans as well as in the goats. Then coming to the pressure differences. Here I'm speaking about the superior and the inferior vena cava. Our heart has a superior vena cava which brings the blood from the brain, neck to the this right atrium, and inferior vena cava which brings blood from the down parts, legs, abdomen to the right atrium. And the pressure, that pressure is very important. With that what pressure the blood comes back to the right atrium, because that only is the major reason for the stroke or the heart attack in the humans. That I'll explain in the next few slides also. Then comes the valves, tricuspid valve, mitral valves. That valves anatomy is also, I'll not say completely same, but comparable in humans and goats. Then coming to the jugular vein, here I've written the diameter of jugular vein because our device we will be placing in the jugular vein. So the diameter we have considered, and that is almost same in the both humans and caprines. Then coming to the physiology, heart, blood pressure, these all parameters are very much similar. So these are few of the vital signs. Like I was saying, that heart, blood pressure. So you can see here also that the heart rate is very much same. Respiration rate is completely similar, 12 to 30, 12 to 20. And the blood pressure is also similar, which makes it a good model for testing the cardiovascular devices. So keeping all this in view, we have targeted congestive heart failure. So what happens in congestive heart failure, I'll just tell you in brief that the blood which is coming from the superior vena cava, which is coming from our brain and neck to the right atrium. So what happens that sometimes the muscles of the right atrium becomes little weak. So when the blood comes, they are not pumping it at a particular pressure, due to which there is blockage, or they are not receiving at the same pace. And sometimes what happens that right atrium is working at a faster pace. So it is just pumping the blood into the right ventricle, and blood is going out. That rhythm is not maintained. In both cases, our CVP, our venous pressure, it goes up. So when the blood from the superior vena cava is coming quickly and the right atrium is pumping slowly, that means that the fluid in our body will accumulate, venous pressure will accumulate. And when it is going to the right ventricle at a fast pace, the opposite will happen. CVP will go down. So this is one study also. Normally in these cases, when the fluid accumulates, the diuretics are used. Whenever there is a heart failure, whenever there is a case of congestive heart failure, when you go to the hospital, the first thing a doctor will do is he will give a diuretic, which will release the fluid from your body. But here you can see in this graph also, it is a door to diuretic time. One study is there that the time from where, like 0 minute to 120 minute till 2 hours, the patients who are given the diuretics at 120 minutes, at 2 hours time, the mortality is high. When the diuretics are given at a earlier time, like at 30 minutes or 60 minutes, mortality is low. So the main thing is that with the diuretics should be given at that time also, or if we can make some device which releases the diuretics, sensing the increase in the central venous pressure. So we have designed one study, like right now we have established the proof of concept for jugular venous pressure. Uh, what this device does is that this is the basic principle. Right now we have established proof of concept. Basic principle is that these jugular veins are coming, and we will place this device in the jugular vein. When the pressure in the body, when the pressure, normal pressure is 3 to 8 centimeter H2O. When the pressure crosses 8 centimeter H2O, then the person is likely to have a cardiac arrest, or he can have a stroke also. So this device has been set at a threshold level of 8 centimeter H2O. It will be in jugular vein. So when the pressure in the, and it is having a reservoir of furosemide, which is a diuretic. When the pressure in the body will cross 8 centimeter H2O, the device will sense that high rise in the pressure, and it will release that diuretic. That diuretic furosemide, which I was saying that when we go to the hospital, the doctor will give you a furosemide, but the time lapse leads to a lot of mortality. So this device is a real-time sensing device. It will just sense the rise in the pressure. When it crosses 8 centimeter H2O, that will be released in the blood, and it will bring down your JVP. It will give you the time to reach the hospital. Plus, it will be having a sensor which will give the signal to your mobile or any of the electronic devices, and then you will also note that your furosemide has been released in the body. So with this concept, this device has been designed. Still it is being miniaturized, and we are coming to the final device. It has been developed with as I'll again say, in collaboration with Dr. Raja Babu Panwar, who is retired vice chancellor of Rajasthan University of Health Sciences. What we have done, we have made a prototype in which we have seen that the furosemide, as it's the normal dose rate is 1 mg per kg body weight in humans. So we have just checked that the same amount of furosemide is being released in the blood. So this was our study design. We have, so I'm looking after the small ruminant and the porcine division, sheep, goat, and pigs I'm mostly working on. So we have taken the 6 goats aged between 1 to 2 years, and we had 2 groups. So both groups, we have done the catheterization, a 3-way lumen catheter we have used. And in one group, we have raised the pressure, just to create a similar model to human beings. We have raised the pressure by giving the HETA starch. HETA starch is a plasma volume expander. And in one group, we have given the HETA starch, but no device is connected. In this one, device is connected, which will release furosemide. So in this way, we have established our proof of concept. So this is what we have done. So we have done the intubation in goats, as you can see in the first step, and we have maintained them on the general anesthesia. 2% isoflurane we mostly use. Isoflurane or sevoflurane is also being used. Induction was done with the ketamine. Then in the second way, we have used the triple 3-way catheter. So 3-way means it is having 3 connections. One is pressure transducer, which is connected to a manometer, which will continuously monitor the pressure. The second was in afferent to device. Afferent to device is like which device is sensing the pressure, how much pressure is being raised. And the third one
So
is
you have
efferent
5
to,
minutes more left.
just 2 minutes. Third one is efferent to device, that when the pressure will rise, the furosemide will be released. We have monitored all the vitals side by side, and HETA starch was given. When the pressure was rise, this is our prototype. The furosemide was released from this side upon the signal of the light. So this was JVP, jugular venous pressure. In the control group, in both the groups, we have given the HETA starch at the 45 minutes. In this group, furosemide release, we have connected devices 105 minutes, because mostly at 105 minutes, our venous pressure limit has crossed 8 centimeter H2O, and the furosemide was released. So this is what I was saying, that same drug is being released, 111. Before trigger, 3 ml drug furosemide was there in the syringe, and after trigger, every time it was released with the same amount in all the animals. In the statistical analysis, we have not seen the significance value of CVP, but you can see at the 120 and 135 minutes after the release of the furosemide, CVP has come down significantly in the treatment group. Similarly, we have done the statistical analysis where we have seen that after 105 minutes, when the device is connecting, the CVP comes down significantly. So coming to my conclusion, what we have established is that after sensing the rise in the jugular venous pressure, which have been set to a preset threshold of 8 centimeter H2O, our functional model triggered a rapid release of the drug, which has resulted in the elevated JVP. And this proof of concept has been established for this particular device. And now what is being done is that this device is being miniaturized for the biocompatibility and safety studies, after which it will go for the clinical trials. Thank you.
Hello, sir. It was a nice talk. I just wanted to know what kind of sensors did you use? Was it like pressure only, or is it for flow and biochemical as well?
So right now we have used only pressure sensors. Now our engineers, they are designing the other sensors, but right now only pressure sensor was used, which was just detecting the rise in the pressure in our venous system.
Okay, so leads to my next question. Like, are you considering to incorporate the biochemical one also?
Yeah, we have done the. You are saying about the biochemical
Sensors.
that at
Or
present
maybe
I
flow sensors.
look, we have not planned for the biochemical or other sensors still, because we are in the miniaturized version. We are looking at how we can fit the sensors and what kinds of sensors can be placed in that one. So that are not here, because right now the only objective is that the sensor which will detect the high pressure and diuretic will be released, and the person will get the time to reach the hospital.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, the device is made only on the base of pressure, not on the basis of that chemical one. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Your talk was really nice and very impressive. I just have one basic question. Like, we prefer mice or rat or a primate that are nearby to human and having the immune system which are very much similar to us. But why goat as a preclinical model?
Yeah, so this was my first slide only, in which I have told that while going for the any preclinical model, we look at the organ. So here the organ was heart. So we have taken three consideration: hemodynamics, blood circulation, which was similar. And one of the things you were speaking about, pig and other animals, rats, the superior vena cava, when it drains into the right atrium, it is state in the humans. It will directly go with the gravitational force. But in case of pigs and one more lab animals, if we see, it just makes a bend like its state, and when it is entering the right atrium, it just makes a bend, due to which the pressure difference is cannot be raised up to this much level, and then it does not reflect the same values as in the humans. So this was one of the considerations that we took goat as a preclinical model. Yeah, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Will it be suitable for?
Portal vein pressure. Pressure in the portal vein.
So,
Whether
sir,
it will be suitable.
So right now we have set it at a threshold of 8 centimeter, but it will be suitable for portable vein also. So
But the dimension and other
the dimensions and those things, it will be
different.
suitable, sir.
Oh, okay. And one more thing, how this sensor was left in the animal, or it was
No,
continuously
sir.
monitored?
No, sir. Right now, I'll show you that slide. Yes, sir. This you see, sir. Right now, what we have done, that we have just established the proof of concept. The final model is not ready. So this is external device right now.
Yeah.
These are the three connections. One is connected to the device. One is connected to the manometer, and one is connected with the furosemide, like this side. It is having two sides. One is detecting pressure, and one is for the release of furosemide. So and this what we have done, like we have raised the pressure by giving the heta starch. When the pressure has crossed that limit of 8 centimeter H2O, there you can see the syringes. Pic is not that clear. This one is having furosemide. So there is one sensor which has detected that high rise, and then the furosemide has released. We have set the limit of 1 ml, that it is released 1 ml at every time. So right now we have just established that proof of concept. The final model, when we'll miniaturize that device, and when it will go for biocompatibility
Yeah, I
testing.
got it. That is implantable model.
Yes, yes.
Now, I was my question was, if it is to detect the portal vein, so that will be useful for this transplantation surgeries, right? Because most of the arteries they clamp or clamp, partially to control the blood flow when an organ transplantation is done. But these are all like done with experience, I think, other than a certain level of monitoring. But this device, if it is there, because we are also going for a large animal transplantation with tissue engineered contract. But this kind of analysis would be very helpful for the surgery.
Yes, yes. In future, like the main goal is like everyone is going for the xenotransplantation, and that is the ultimate aim.
Oh.
So at present, many works are also going on, but we can develop this kind of device which can
sensors,
support that also.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Nice talk, sir. Sir, I have a very basic question, like related to ethical approval. So, is it very easy to get clinical approval for goat? Because when we go for rats and all, so they ask for some preliminary studies, right? So, how difficult was it to go in goat? And did you guys do any preliminary studies on any rodents or
Yes,
something?
it has been done in the rats also. The same has been done in the rats also. And the other thing is that regarding the ethical requirements, there is one national body, CCSCA. For the lab animals, you just need the approval of IAC, Institutional Animal Ethical Committee. But for the large animals, there is one more committee in place, CCSCA. After the approval of the IAC, we go for the CCSCA approval committee for the supervision of experiment on animals. And they look into all these considerations. So regularly they are conducting the meetings, and only after their approval we can go for the large animal testing. The second thing is that it is also based on the requirement of the device. If you see the classification of medical devices, especially the class 3 and class 4 medical devices, which are the high risk devices, and the invasive medical devices I'm speaking about, they require the large animal testing. These are the regulatory guidelines also. So and sometimes the like if I give you an example of an orthopedic implant. So if I talk about the bone screw, the size of the bone screw is very important. Like if the size of the bone screw, if you take the size of around 40 mm, 4 mm diameter, so that size will fit into the femur of the large animal only. So the type of medical device is also important in choosing the right model, its shape, dimensions, and other things.
So, what was the shape and dimensions of this device that you
So
used?
this is proof of concept. So
Okay.
final device is still not ready.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the next talk.
Thank you very much.
On.
Give her the mic. It's not working.
Sir, कौन सा है, please?
Dr. Vivek Singh is the senior scientist and head at Center for Ocular and Regenerative Medicine, LVPI, Hyderabad. His research interest lies in ocular regeneration therapy, MSCs, cornea bioprinting, dry eye, FDS, and biomaterials.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks to the organizer and all the participants over here to be here to listen to my talk. So now I'm going to switch the topic today. My team basically work on the eye, the cornea, what you can see here. It's basically the transparent part of the eye, where the light goes. If there's any damage to that region, you will become a visual impairment, or it can lead to the blindness. I'm talking about that today and how it is protected and what has been done till now across the world. So people who don't know about the eye, so this is the small thing you can see over there. So this is the full eye, and this area is called the cornea. And around that, there is a region called limbus. It is over there. That keep replacing the outer layer of the cornea. Like we have skin, and the cells always get set off from the epithelium. Same way in the cornea. If that region get damaged, then you get vascularization, you get a haze, there is a fibrosis, and then the vision get impaired. You see some people have the whitish eye and all those things. That's what happens when there's a fibrosis or the vascularization. Along with that, there is a tear layers above the cornea that is also damaged due to multiple reasons, environment, damage in the lacrimal gland, or due to other reasons that also can affect the corneal vision, and you can have all the itching and dry eye diseases. There are lots of gap between the demand and the supply of the corneal tissue. People say that we do the corneal transplantation, but still there's a gap of 1 to 70. There's a big demand to make artificial cornea or the natural cornea, which you can make in the lab. And then many people don't have a good prognosis post clinical transplantation due to some immune response, due to some MSC non-matching thing, and then they have no option but to go for other options. So our group has already done a limbal transplantation a long back, 10 years back when I came back to India. It was done by Dr. Sangwan and Dr. Sayan Basu. They are the clinicians. But they have never shown how it was working. We have done that therapy called SLED. It's called simple limbal epithelial transplantation. This is a tissue around the cornea, as I told you, that replicate the corneal epithelium. And then we are also trying to make the artificial cornea both by bioprinting or by molding method using the various biomaterials. And then we are trying to replicate in our lab is to make the artificial cornea and also for diagnostic of various dry eye conditions in the lab and to how to regenerate the lacrimal gland to get the normal tears. So you don't have to use the eye drop throughout your life. So this was the patient you can see. When he came to our clinic, his eye was like this. This was a big tuna injury. And now this child is up this 14 years, you can see the eye is almost clear. So there we did the transplantation of limbal stem cells and the cornea become totally clear, as you can see over there. This is how the child looked like. What we have shown, my student Avino, right now who is in Finland doing postdoc over there, we have shown that after the transplantation of these limbal stem cells, the limbus get regenerated, which is shown by the stem cell markers over there, along with the epithelial marker you can see over there. And this is the stem cell like ABCD2 and 3 marker that was regenerated. So our study has shown that this tissue transplantation is regenerating the limbal stem cells, thus making the cornea clear and person can see. So this therapy worked very well. Otherwise, there is no other way out to treat this burns and scar due to the damage in the stem cell of the cornea. Doing that, then I came like 14. I'm going to talk about one story of 12 years where I started a clinical trial. So first, my student Mukesh, who was in US right now, he did some culture of stromal stem cells from the cadaveric cornea. This is the cornea what we donate, we get from eye bank. About 50% of cornea don't go really for transplantation in the clinic because of the various reasons. There's a delay in the recovery of the cornea. The tissue has some infection. Those cornea we have used to culture the limbal stem cells. This process takes around 2 months time. And then we are the first to make a GMP facility, clean room facility, do clinical transplantation in Aligarh Institute. This is our facility, as you can see over here. We culture these cells and we characterize these cells using the IF with all these markers like ABCD2, P63. These are the markers for the stem cells. And then, of course, MSC markers of CD105, 90, 70 positive and negative markers. It has to be HLA-DR negative to make sure that there is no immune response. It is further confirmed by facts, and then we also make sure that these cells have all the 3 lineage differentiation, as you can see over there. It means we've got a pure stem cells, and we also get some karyotyping to make sure there is no abnormalities in the cells post-culturing. Once we got these cells, we also did some RNA-seq, what we call NGS, and we make sure that there is no change in the tumor formation. This is the one done by my student Fatima. She's an Iranian girl, but right now she is doing postdoc in NIH, US. And we have shown that our cells are totally pure as per the guideline of FDA as well as guideline of Indian FDA, what we call as CDSCO. And then we start applying for various approvals like CT4, CD10, F9. The other, so what happens if people don't know for clinical trial? So once you make the cells, then you apply for CT10. That is to again make the cells in a GMP facility. Once you get that, then you make the cells again in GMP, then again do an animal trial other than your efficacy study. Use the cells which are made in GMP. Once you get that all the animal studies pass the test, but mainly the tumorigenicity studies, the toxicity studies, where you have to do all the organ testing, and also some irritation skin test studies. Once you get that, then you apply for CT4, that is for clinical trial. Along with that, you have to apply a state license that is called F29, F30. It took us around 10 years to get all these approvals. That is, all you have to have patience. If you want to try for any clinical trial, you have to have the patience of minimum 5 to 10 years. Don't think that I can make the cells, I can treat the cancer, I can treat whatever you want to treat. You have we had that patience, we make the facility, and then see what the magic came. This patient, this is a human, they have the scar in the cornea, and we give the cells. Within 3 months' time, it was almost clear without any transplantation. Our MSCs can treat these corneal scars and prevent the blindness and make the person see 100% normal. This is other patient which was got scar due to infection. We followed them for 2 years, and you can see cornea was almost clear. So this study was done in 40%, and overall we got, they have the age of 75 percentile, now it's in the 20 percentile. I mean to say that 80% of the patient was recovered from this scarring or haze in the cornea, and they become normal. We are going to publish this data very soon. So after doing this, but this can happen only when there is a superficial or a small scar. If there is a big scar, then we need to have some material to replace in the cornea. But cornea is not very thick, it's just 500 micron. And the epithelial layer is just 50 micron. To replace the stromal, then we were discussing with the colleagues from CCMB and IT Hyderabad. Then we met Dr. Falguni and Dr. Kiran. They are my collaborators. Then we make a hydrogel. So there also we use the discarded cornea. People are using Pegma, silk, and other things. We started this with the DCM hydrogel from the corneal tissue. A very simple solution. We take the cadaveric cornea, decellularize them. This is already patented. And then we are able to make a bio ink. That bio ink we used in our scar model, where we created these models of various scar models in the CCMB. And then we give this hydrogel to the rabbit model, as you can see over there. And then what we have shown that this is the 200 micron deep depth, and 6 mm define was used to make the depth in the scar in the cornea. And you can see corneal scar was almost clear, both using the human DCM as well as the bovine DCM. You can see cornea was almost clear. In the control and collagen group, there was a scar still there. This also helped in the regeneration of collagens, epithelium, as well as the nerves. So our hydrogel support the growth of nerves, epithelium, as well as clear the scar. And then we published this paper in Biomaterials and the ACS. And then, sorry. So we have shown that this hydrogel can treat and remove the part of scar in the cornea. Now we have applied for clinical trial for this, and hopefully we'll get this approval by this year. Then we're going to do a clinical trial for this also using hydrogel in the human patient. And we'll be the first to do in the world. So, okay, now you can treat the cornea, make the cornea clear. But what about the tears, which is above the cornea, which is very important? If that is not normal, then you can get the corneal damage every second day due to irritation, due to itching, and due to multiple reasons. So my student Diksha, what she has done, she has collected tears from the normal patient as well as from the patient with a dry eye. She has done this in around 100%, 100 controls and 100 normal. What we have shown that protein called citrulline and the various stones, stone 1, stone 2b, they are all elevated compared to the normal things. So now we are working on making some diagnostic kit where we can have both early detection of the dry eye to prevent it, and also if you can reverse the process by stopping the signaling pathway where citrulline and histone is going up. So we can have a normal function and prevent a dry eye condition. As time is less, I'll not go deep into these projects. This is my other student, Jilu. We work with Dr. Sayan Basu and Dr. Javed Ali, who is a Bhatnagar awardee and JC Bose fellow. He told, why don't you try secretome to regenerate the lacrimal gland? Because lacrimal gland is one of the organ which help in making the tears, aqueous part of the tears. So first, what she did is she created she used a pig model where she damaged the lacrimal gland, and then by using the ethanol, We culture the cells also, and then what he has shown that the ethanol can help in generating the in vitro model of lacrimal gland. We tested this spread culture, then we give them with the conditioned media of the MSCs, both with the induced and non-induced secretome, and what we have seen that, sorry, before that we have also tested that this secretome has exosomes by doing all the 4 markers for exosomes, and this is the NTA analysis and the SEM, which show that they fall in the range of 100 nanometers. We got a pure exosomes from the secretome and conditioned media, and we use both the secretome as well as the exosomes. And you can see over there in this in vitro cultures, it was repaired, means the tissue proliferation was recovered compared to the damaged group with escarole. We were able to achieve around 70% recovery in these cells using the secretome, conditioned media, or the exosomes. And then we did some proteomics analysis of this conditioned media, and what we have found, there are many factors which are playing role. Basically, the catepsin, VARS1, prosapacine, and AFP, that is fetoprotein. These 4 proteins were major factors which were playing role to regenerate this lacrimal gland. So now we are working on using this one factor each at a time and can see if that can reverse the dry eye condition in a mice model. If it works, then we'll go further. Then our lab is also working on some 3D printing thing to mainly make the artificial cornea. This work is mainly done by one of the students, Parul, sitting over here. She is the PhD from IIT BHU. So I'll not go into the process of this bioprinting, but there is less time. But you can, as you can see over here, work. We have all the printers from the cell link, and we use those printers to make a 500 micron cornea, which is transparent. So along with the DCM, we are using some silk and some PEGDA to make this cornea very transparent, and which can be more economical also. So in the cornea, the important thing is you have to make sure that this cornea can be sutured well, because otherwise it will not stay here. We have tested that, and we have shown that our cornea, which we have printed, can be sutured very well over there. For that, you have to do lots of cross-linking over there. So that for that we have used the lab, and we are able to generate this neo cornea. We've got IP for this name also, along with the IIT Hyderabad. We're going to use this cornea for further animal testing. So just for the student, if they want to know the knowledge, whenever you have to plan for printing, anyone know what the difference between the cotton ball and the cotton fabric? Anyone want to answer that? Basically, the alignment and how you do the alignment. We learn from the natural thing. Same happens with the printing also. So how you print, that design you have to do in a CAD programming. Once you do the programming, you want a hard tissue, then you have to go with this architecture. If you want a soft thing, you have to go with this architecture. So we use this program to design our printing of cornea, and then we are able to get a cornea with a proper, which can be like, you can see the transparent cornea, which can be held by the forceps and also can be sutured. There we have used the Gelma with different conditions of printing. Then Parul is trying to mix the silk with other Gelma materials, they call it. So I'm not going to go deep details about that. It's called SM1, SM2, SM. It is different concentration of Gelma and the silk. And she has shown that this product is also transparent, can be sutured and has a good adhesive property, because then we don't require suturing also. It can stick by itself and has good mechanical strength, and the cells are very viable in this printed cornea. So I'll skip this part. So thanks to my team, basically Dr. Sayan, Dr. Vineet, and all my research scholars who has worked hard to make our team very progressive, and my mentors, Steve Wilson from US, Sukh Mahendra Singh from BHU, and Sheikh Karan collaborator. And of course, thanks to my family members who is letting me do this hard work, and the funding agency from DBT, CSR, Ulvercroft, and many funding agencies to help me to run my lab efficiently and smoothly. Thank you. Hope I am in time.
Yes, sir.
I follow the time. Actually, our institute follows strict time, both for the talk and the presentation.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Any questions?
Hi, sir.
Yes,
Sir, the DCM hydrogel that you make was did you incorporate any other kind of biomaterial into it, or it was pure DCM only?
Now we are doing with adding silk and gelma in that. We started with only DCM first, but now we're mixing it because with DCM we're not able to get enough strength.
Yes, sir. That.
Yeah, that's the biggest challenge. So that we are using as a hydrogel to fill the gap. But if you want to make a full cornea, then you have to of course mix other material.
Okay, sir.
You must look into the poster of my student Parul. She'll tell you more details what are the different materials we're using that.
And sir, did you saw any kind of immune response around the eye or that cornea area?
Sorry, repeat again.
Was there any kind of immune response in that?
After putting this hydrogel?
Yes, after putting that.
No, our hydrogel did not show any response. The reason is because this is we got from cadaveric cornea, from human only.
Okay, sir.
And the cornea is avascular, so we don't have we see immune privileged region.
Okay.
That's why we're able to do many transplantations in cornea, which is not possible in liver, heart, and other places. That's why we are very successful.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
It's a very nice talk. So
Thank you.
my question is like you told about the scar formation. So up to which level of scar formation it can be treatable? Like there is any level of the scar formation?
So there are two things as I told you. This is superficial scar, which is like 50 to 100 micron thing. We can use the cells and treat that. If it is beyond 200-300 micron, then we can't remodel the collagen. Then they have to remove that and fill with this hydrogel or some biomaterial. So depend on the approach, what is the how deep is the scar?
So,
Yes, please.
I had a question that you were talking about introducing stem cells to regenerate the tissue around the scar.
Yes.
So, I would like to know what was the approach like? Did you incorporate those stem cells inside a hydrogel to like make a coat out of it, or were the stem cells just injected?
So yeah, good question. For the cells, we use the fibrin glue, which have thrombin and fibronectin. We mix the cells with the thrombin and then mix over the eye. So cells stay there with the fibrin glue, and then we put the contact lens. And what we believe that there is a paracrine effect. Cells are producing something which is helping to reverse the fibrosis process.
Okay, sir. Got your question. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. This.
Okay. Yeah. Hi.
So it's a very interesting talk.
Thank
My
you.
question is related to 3D printing.
Hmm.
So basically, I want to know, as you have mentioned about the silk fibron or silk material for 3D printing. So, sir, what is the batch-to-batch reproducibility if we take these type of materials, especially for soft tissue engineering?
So to be frank, I am not expert in biomaterial.
Okay.
Okay, my student Parul can tell you some when she is around.
Okay.
Parul, you want to answer that? Yeah, she will answer you that.
So whenever you synthesize any biomaterial, the parameters that you optimize is very much important to reduce the batch to batch variation. We also struggled a lot during the initial time to obtain the fibroin with the perfect consistency and able to dissolve that in a particular solution concentration that we wanted to achieve. But over the period of time, when you very keenly optimize the printing parameters and the process of extraction of your material, then you are able to achieve the reproducibility.
And always what I feel is the raw material source. That supplier is not giving the same thing again and again, there is a problem. So generally for any clinical trial, you have to make a GMP certified product. When that product you take it, it will always be same. If it is only research grade, it's always a problem. Anything we go for clinical trial, we make sure that we are getting product from some GMP qualified manufacturing process. Then it's always the good thing.
Sir, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Parul.
Good morning, sir. Very nice talk. So what kind of stem cell were used to generate the secretome?
Okay. For the corneal thing, we use the MSCs from limbal stem cells, which is around the cornea, I told in the beginning. And for lacrimal gland, we use the lacrimal cultures.
And sir, with
people are also using the bone marrow MSCs. That also work very well. But for this study, we have not used the bone marrow MSCs. It's the eye MSCs.
And how long it will take to completely regenerate the lacrimal gland with the therapy of
The
secretomy?
mice may we have seen that in 28 days we are able to get a 70% recovery, not 100%.
So, a secretomy you are using in lyophilized way or in a liquid way?
In a liquid, we're injecting there.
Okay.
Because it's inside, you have to cut the skin and put there. Right now, it's a formulation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Let us congratulate Professor Vivek Singh, professor or scientist?
Scientist.
Scientist Vivek Singh with Jonas Salk Memorial Award. I would like to invite Professor Chapu Chao to present the award. Next of online Rituparna, na? Our next talk will be online. Now online there will be some important talks. So next talk which will be delivered by Rituparna Roy. Can you, Ankita?
Yes.
Please.
She has ma'am, can you share the presentation?
No, they can share, no? भैया मैम के बारे में कुछ तो बोलो 2 लाइन. अभी और साइंटिस्ट लेवल में ज्यादा क्वेश्चन पूछना नहीं. साइड पर प्रॉब्लम चल रहा है. अच्छा, बाद में मैं पूछूंगा आपको आंसर देना. हाँ, sure.
I can't unmute what I'm saying. Our next talk is from Dr. Ritu Parna Singh Roy. She's a professor in Biological Sciences Department of IISER Kolkata. Her research of interest is peptide-based therapeutics, immunocombination therapy, cancer, nanomedicine, and regenerative medicine. So,
Uh, Thank you for your kind introduction, and sorry I could not come in person due to some problem. And I'm grateful to the organizer for, you can share, I'm sharing the slides, you can see it.
yes, ma'am, it's visible.
I'm grateful to the organizers for giving me the opportunities, especially Professor N.C. Mishra. And today I'll discuss briefly about the peptide-based therapeutics we are developing for efficient wound care treatment in our lab. In our lab, we are working on peptide-based therapeutics to design a hemostat and pro-angiogenic therapy for diabetic wound care. And also, we are designing bio-inspired peptides as a cancer therapeutics and RNA interference. We are engineering peptides inspired by nature, and we are using hybrid peptide-based strategy for developing peptide-based therapeutics. And we're asking this question, can we improve upon nature? So comprehensive wound care requires both blood clotting followed by wound healing. As you know that traumatic wound and inherent bleeding disorder, it causes huge number of deaths worldwide, and there are opportunities to develop efficient hemostats. As you know that fibrin based hemostats, which are mainly used in the clinics, there are batch to batch variation, and it causes disease transmission and immunogenic responses. There are certain inorganic and polymer based sealants are there which are difficult to apply and causes exothermic reactions. So we wanted to design sealants which are inspired by nature, natural fibrin in our body. Natural fibrin, fibrinogen molecule in presence of thrombin forms fibrin clot, and in presence of transglutaminase, it forms the fibrin clot, which entraps the uh, which entraps RBC blood corpuscles in the fibrinogen molecules. Here, in this process, the glutamine residue in a fibrinogen protein, and that there is a transglutaminase has cysteine residue in its active site. The cysteine makes a nucleophilic attack at the carbonyl carbon of glutamine residue and form thioacyl intermediate, and another fibrinogen molecules, lysine residues, epsilon NH2 makes second nucleophilic attack and forms peptide bond with the side chain of glutamine and lysine. So it is called isopeptide bond. So in natural fibrin, clot forms in presence of thrombin and transglutaminase enzyme, which are stabilized by isopeptide bonds. So we designed several fibrin-inspired peptides, and we observed that if this isopeptide bond has this kind of orientation, one case it is up, another case it is down, it gives rise to very stabilized fibrin clot. Basically, these sealants form a physical barrier, concentrates the blood corpuscles, which forms the hemostatic plug at the injured site. We also designed marine muscle footprint inspired sealants. Here, such such marine muscle footprint proteins are enriched with amino acid called DOPA, and DOPA is an empipathic amino acid having aromatic residues and two hydroxyl groups. And interestingly, the peptides which are made in DOPA, they interact very differently with hydrophobic and hydrophilic surfaces. With hydrophobic surface, they interact in a parallel fashion, and with hydrophilic surface, they interact in perpendicular fashion, and between two hydroxyl, only one hydroxyl interacts with the hydrophilic surface, another one forms hydrogen bond with another hydroxyl. And due to this different kind of interaction, it interacts more strongly with hydrophobic surface, and that is the basis of its adhesiveness and blood resistance with DOPA functionalized sealant. So we designed library of fibrin and muscle footpad protein inspired sealants, and there are several experiments which are performed to look at the parameters, how efficient is your sealant. We looked at the blood clotting efficiency of sealant by Hayam method, where we looked at the blood corpuscles are forming clotting or not. Another one, in case of prothrombin, we looked at plasma is forming sealant or not. In both the cases, our designed sealant performed doubly well compared to natural fibrin. Our sealant was hemocompatible, it does not disrupt RBC. These are non-immunogenic sealant, which is very important. Many of the FDA approved sealants causes immunogenic responses. Our sealants are biocompatible, and most importantly, they are biodegradable, so that it should not cause any further health issues. It is having much more adhesive force compared to natural fibrin, almost double, you could see here. It forms site-specific homeostasis, so it does not form undesired form clotting in distal organ, and it forms better than FDA-approved Exiostat. Its blood clotting efficiency is around 79% faster than Exiostat, and blood loss is much less. This sealants does not depend on body's own coagulation systems, so it can be used for treating hemophilia patients. And our sealants has worked faster than natural fibrin and RADA 16 developed by scientists at MIT, and it causes less blood clots compared to fibrin. These sealants are very effective in performing suturing, suture-free wound closure of lung and nerve tissues, which are very soft tissues, and this is so important It does it like natural fibrin. It has antibacterial efficacy, and even though these are designed as a sealant, we observed interestingly it promotes wound healing also, as you can see the collagen deposition by histological data. So, notable observation, our sealant works faster than FDA approved Exiostat, and it has a comparable efficacy like Aquoclot, Botroclot, and Trecel, which is the commercial form of fibrinogen, and it can form without, it can exhibit blood clotting without transglutaminase, and it can be used for pre-hospitalization care, which is very important for injured soldiers and accident victims. It can be used for post-operative wound dressing and topical applications. It can be used for hemophilia patients, and it can be used for skin graft plastic surgery, and our patent also got approved, and our sealant work got featured in the media. As you know, that India is a diabetic capital, and we were interested to design peptide-based therapeutics for diabetic wound. There are different kinds of wound healing agents for diabetic wound. We are basically focused on designing diabetic wound which will enable therapeutic angiogenesis. There are several growth factors which promotes angiogenesis. We were interested to design diabetic wound which will have angiogenic growth factor as well as arterogenic growth factor. Angiogenic growth factor promotes endothelial cell proliferation. Arterogenic growth factor promotes muscle cell proliferation, and mature blood vessel formation needs both endothelial cells as well as muscle cells. So we designed several variants of growth factor mimetic peptides. Our growth factor mimetic peptide shows protease stability, and here I have shown representative some of the peptides of VEGF mimicking peptides, which interestingly followed the same signaling pathways like VEGF. It binds to VEGF receptor and PI3 kinase inhibitor. It inhibits its proliferation gets inhibited in presence of PI3 kinase inhibitor and MAP kinase inhibitor. And the efficacy of angiogenic efficacy of growth factors are also observed ex vivo by tube assay, and we observed excellent formations of tube formations by one of our growth factor mimetic peptides, which is mimetic VEGF, and we have quantitated the data by measuring average length of tubes and number of nodes. We also did a detailed study in diabetic rat model. Here I have shown only one data that our combination of VEGF and PDGF mimetic peptide combination showed very good wound closure and excellent data. Apart from these regenerative medicines, our lab is also working in the area of RNA interference and peptide-based immunotherapeutic drugs, and we have patent, approved patent, and also published work in this area. And I will be very much interested to work with the clinicians for both in the area of regenerative medicines and in the case of cancer therapeutics. I would like to acknowledge my students, members, lab members, PhD scholars, and postdoctoral fellows. And I would like to acknowledge my collaborators and funding agencies like BIRAC, which supported the formation of clinically safe hemostat designing. Thank you. I'll be happy to take questions from the students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this insightful talk. Any questions?
I finished very fast.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Any questions?
तो इंटेलिजेंट स्टूडेंट अवार्ड नहीं लेना है बस ठीक है अच्छा कोई सुना ही नहीं इसका मतलब था
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the. Just a second, ma'am. There's a question.
Very interesting work, Dr. Ritu. So I have one small query regarding the effect of sealant that you had shown in one figure. That was claiming that it is the impact of sealant that the wound healing is faster. So just I wanted to know that did you compare this result with some kind of control so that you can tell that it is not the natural way and it is only the impact of sealant?
Yeah. I'll just show you that. Here, yes, we looked at in a natural way. For example, this is suture-free wound closure. This is just use stapler. Here we have used natural fibrinogen molecule. Then RADA 16 was developed by scientist Professor Shugon Zhang at MIT, and these are two of our sealants. And this is the sealant which is a
announce
chimeric
one
sealant
award
inspired by
set
uh,
on behalf of
natural fibrin
and we
and
not give award.
muscle food fat protein, and you can see that thick collagen deposition here.
Okay, thank you.
So any other question, please?
Hello, madam. My voice is audible?
Yeah.
Madam, it's a nice talk. So I want to ask a simple question, madam. Madam, why that diabetic wound always in inflammatory phase? So what kind of material we can improvise so that it will be helpful in the proliferation? And just I want to know. So I had studied also.
Yeah. So, diabetic wound, people make immunomodulatory agents so that macrophage can clear the debris and all. But we are also going to combine those things in future, and also bacterial efficacy. But at this moment, what the work which I have shown here, there we have used developing proangiogenic therapy, because in diabetic wound are ischemic in nature, so that blood flow does not happen, so it delays the wound healing.
Okay, madam. Thank you.
So
Hello,
that's why
ma'am.
we are making the mature blood vessel formation in presence of both angiogenic and arterogenic factor. Angiogenic factor will promote endothelial cell proliferation, and arterogenic factor will promote muscle cell proliferation. So in presence of both angiogenic cells and arterogenic cells, mature blood vessel formation will help to develop a proper proangiogenic therapy.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Uh, in one figure I saw, like you made some like growth factor mimetic peptide, like VEGFR mimicking peptide. But in the cell viability study, actually growth factor, like VEGFR is mainly for the like uh, vascular endothelial growth factor, like for vascular cell line. So you saw there is 400% increase in the cell viability. Like, is it like not too much? Like too much? Like 400% is so much high. Like cancerous cell property. Like here it is. Like, what is this compound? It is like more to 400 and 500% cell
Yeah,
proliferation.
it is in 72 hours data. It is the 72 hours data, and we are looking at cell proliferation in presence of different combination of growth factors, and also in presence of different inhibitors, because we want to we design VEGF mimetic peptides, whether it is working similar like VEGF or not. that was probed in presence of different inhibitors, especially the signaling inhibitors, which signaling pathway VEGF follows, and that is the data.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I think you have question, okay.
Ma'am, I want to ask for the hemostatic agent that we have prepared. So, does it activate any like hemostasis pathway? Like there are two pathways, extrinsic and intrinsic. So, which pathway it activates for creating or clotting the blood?
Yeah, good question. Actually, it does not depends on body's coagulation method. So it is not going to activate any of these pathways. Okay, so it can act independent of body's own coagulation method.
So, does it create some kind of a plug so that?
Yeah, that's what I just shown here. That it creates a plug, it creates a physical barrier, concentrate the blood corpuscles and form hemostatic plug only at injured site.
Okay, ma'am.
And
Thank you.
these are for external injury. We have not designed any hemostat for internal injury.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
That we want to do it in future.
Okay, thank you very much for wonderful talk.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, we have announced
Thank you so much.
Madam,
Thank you so much for this
your
opportunity.
pioneering work in the area of biotechnology. Our committee has decided to award you JCS Memorial Award. So please,
Oh, thank you.
Gayatri, please accept the award on behalf of Ritu. Please. Take a photo, somebody. आप खड़ा हो जाओ, इनको दो.
Okay.
I'm grateful for this honor.
So we will hand over this by mail or personally. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Dr. Sujata Mohanty. She is presenting online.
Hello.
Ma'am, are you? Yes. Hello, ma'am.
Hi, very good morning. So just give me some time to share.
Yeah. So this is Dr. Mohanty. Dr. Mohanty. She's a professor in Stem Cell Facility, DBT, Center of Excellence for Stem Cell Research in AIIMS, Delhi. Her expertise lies in stem cells and tissue engineering. And here she's today presenting the future of tissue engineering, stem cells at its core.
Actually, busy.
Hi, very, very good morning to all of you. So my slides are visible.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Thank you so much. And I'm audible. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am, clear.
Thank you so much. I think everybody is thanking Professor Mishra for initiating this. Again, I really apologize that I'm not there in person, although I was there in the first meeting the last year. So anyway, as you know that I'm from AIIMS and we have a specialized lab which looks into the role of stem cells. And my team specifically work on mesenchymal stem cells, and these are adult stem cells. And also we look into the stem cell derived extracellular vesicles. So these are the small vesicle which is secreted by all the cell types, including the stem cells. And mainly they are involved in robust regeneration and also on immunomodulation. So you can think that if some lab is working on stem cells involved in regeneration and immunomodulation, so why we need to go into tissue engineering? That came when we were doing some basic research and also some clinical proof of the concept work. We found that there is a need for scaffold. So I will just show you two examples which prompted us to move into tissue engineering. First is the skin. we try to engage some of the tissue-specific stem cells which are derived from the hair follicle. So you can see here, our PhD student Anil, he said that for vitiligo, the routine process is the skin transplant. Fine. So this is this, I'll just show you the laser pointer. Yeah, so for routine vitiligo, there is a skin upper layer transplant into the area where there are loss of melanocytes, right? And this process is very painful because the patient has to sit there, and these are the vacuum pump which is attached to your thigh, from where these are the bubbles are raised. These are superficial epithelial cells. These are cut and then they are transplanted on the skin. So we thought that why not use the bulge area of the hair follicle, because hair also has melanocytes which gives you the color, and these bulge stem cells are very robust. They help in regeneration of hair shaft and also giving color to the hair. So we isolated and requested the clinician to give us some hair follicles. So Anil, PhD student, he tried to grow these hair bulge stem cells. This is a single hair follicle. From here, these stem cells are coming out, and this is in culture, the whole sheet is being formed. And these hair follicle stem cells were then differentiated into melanocytes. So these are the typical melanocyte star shape, and these are S100 positive melanocytes. So these were transplanted onto the vitiligo patient in collaboration with our dermatologist, Dr. Sumesh Gupta. And here you can see that there is repigmentation. That means there is melanocytes are housing at the skin epidermis, and they are giving the color at this point. The second example is in the case of eye. So we all know that there are corneal limbal epithelial cells. I saw Dr. Vivek giving fantastic talk. So we grow these biopsy samples of the limbal epithelial cells from the eye. And for that, Shweta, again, another PhD student, she used the natural scaffold, which is the placenta, and we derived this amniotic membrane, these small pieces, in the tissue culture lab. So basically, Dr. Radhika Tandon gave us small biopsy sample from the donor eye. So this is a small biopsy sample from the unaffected eye, which is around 2 to 3 millimeter small. It comes to the lab, and Shweta grows these biopsy samples on the human amniotic membrane and use it as a scaffold. So this amniotic membrane, which contains limbal stem cells, are given back to the surgeon. This is the amniotic membrane, which is transplanted on the eye, and then it is sutured. So this is the end result. Before, you can see that this is the corneal opacity. There's no light which is able to penetrate the cornea, which is hazy. And after transplantation with amniotic membrane and limbal stem cells, you can see the cornea is clear and the vision is almost 6/6, and before it was 260. Perfect example of stem cells showing regeneration. But these two things tell us that there is a need for a support. Here we give multiple injection of hair follicle derived stem cell. Sometimes it is very painful, and we need a trained doctor to give us, and the patient has to come to the OPD for this stem cell injections at the site. And sometimes you cannot give large amount because the skin is not able to house that large volume of stem cell solution. In the eye, you can see that sometimes we are using a scaffold to carry the limbal stem cell in the eye. So taking clue from these two examples, we thought that we need to merge together the stem cells and tissue engineering. And I would like to show you a few examples which we have carried forward in animal model and also in the lab. Again, taking two examples of the skin and also the bone. The first, our ideal scaffold, we thought that it should be cost effective, because in market there are plentiful of scaffold for the skin regeneration, but they are very costly. They are imported from outside. The fabrication process has to be very simple, and the material which we are using to make scaffold should be readily available. And secondly, that it should be the off the shelf, that surgeon needs not go for hunting for these products. They should be readily available near the OPD or in the OT scenario. So the fabrication technique which we focused was, number one was electrospinning, second was 3D printing or bioprinting, and third was freeze drying technique. And these are some of the techniques from low intensity to high intensity. And the material was the blend of natural and synthetic. We try to get whatever is available in the Indian market. So for the first example in the eye, so we used electrospun polycaprolactone membrane. So we need to improve their transparency and bioactivity. So we can see here, these are the paper thin polyelectro PCL membrane, which were electrospun. And these are the PCL membrane. It was opaque, but we did plasma treatment and which changed the charge and it become transparent. This is as in control, the human amniotic membrane, which is inherently translucent or transparent. So we did some in vitro studies and we found that in the electron microscopy that this PCL membrane after plasma treatment was able to house some of the stem cells as well as limbal epithelial cells, which are of the eye cells. And the cells were much more viable and they were maintaining their epithelial marker, which was K312, ABCG2 and integrin beta 1. So that means they are maintaining their the properties after growing for 14 days. Then we created the alkali burn model in the rabbit, and we found that the scaffold is biocompatible, good transparency, biodegradable after approximately 15 to 16 days, have perfect mechanical strength to be taken care by the surgeons, and it shows good healing properties, and there was no immune reaction due to this PCL degradation. So now we are moving towards the pilot studies in human. The second, we will move on to the skin model. So as I said that we used to give this amniotic membrane to the surgeon, but they complained that in the OT, this membrane becomes just like a tissue paper when it is in the normal saline or in the PBS, and it is very difficult to pick it up and spread it over the eye. And sometimes there are tears here on this amniotic membrane. So we thought, why not we transform this amniotic membrane and just like this, so it is very easy to pick up. It doesn't fold, it doesn't crumble like tissue paper, wet tissue paper, and it doesn't show any tear also. So another student, Pinky, what she did, she made a compression between the polycaprolactone, human amniotic membrane, and made a composite sandwich membrane. And this membrane was very easy to handle, as I showed you before. An in vitro analysis showed that it has a good cell proliferation, cell migration, angiogenesis, and in the animal wound healing model. So this membrane can be used with cells alone because amniotic membrane is a good source of cytokines and growth factors, and it can also be used with cells. And additionally, this membrane showed antibacterial, hemostatic, anti-inflammatory properties. So you can see here, this is the optical transparency of the membrane. This is transparent when it is wet. When it is dry, it is just like a paper. But when it can come in contact with the eye tear fluid or the wound fluid, it becomes transparent. And this is the electron microscopy picture of the sandwich of PCL with amniotic membrane. As I said you before, in the animal trial, you can see here that wound healing is much better as compared to the control. And there were much better appearance of skin cells in the histological assessment, as there was no immune reaction towards this PCL membrane. So we found better neoepithelialization and collagen deposition. That means it can result in scarless healing also. Second is, here we are using this scaffold for taking care of stem cell transportation or stem cell housing. We wanted to have some scaffold which can be used for cell-free approach, like some labs or where there are no facility to store stem cells. So can we go for cell-free approach? So here we used, as I said, extracellular vesicle. Stem cell have different regenerative properties, as we know. It secretes some of the cytokines and growth factor. It can also secrete some of the small extracellular vesicle. And these vesicles contains all the proteins, cytokines, microRNA, which has the same regenerative and immunomodulatory properties as their parent cells. And in terms of their size distribution, you can see here, this is the size of the cell. and this is the size of the small extracellular vesicle or exosomes, which is equivalent to the virus. So one of my PhD student, Shruti, she made a bio-inspired scaffold, which she named as SHE because it consists of silk fibroin, human amniotic membrane, and stem cell-derived extracellular vesicles. So you can see this membrane has a good flexibility and porosity. This is the flexibility, and this is the localization of extracellular vesicle in the scaffold, which are PKH labeled. So this scaffold in a nutshell has good cytocompatibility when she tested with two skin cells, namely keratinocytes and also the fibroblast. This is the SCRAS assay, which shows that this scaffold supports migration of cells, and the cells here along with the scaffold has good antioxidative effect and good immunomodulatory effect, that it can take care of the macrophages from M1 to M2 polarization, and the best one is the hemocompatibility. So this is as per the regulatory guidelines, all the scaffolds need to be hemocompatible. So this showed, this product has also been patented. And in the animal wound model, you can see here, this is the SHE group, the scaffold group, and this is the commercial group, Deoderm, which is a native collagen. We find that the healing is much better and much earlier from day 7 onwards. And we can see here, this is the wound closure by the SHE, and this is the IL-6, which is the marker for inflammation. It has shown reduced inflammation marker from day 7 onwards in this scaffold. Again, this is a detailed analysis histopathologically, HNE, mesentericon, which shows that there's a fantastic reepithelialization using this scaffold. There is stromal regeneration and increased collagen deposition. Next strategy was 3D bioprinting for the skin, because this gives you much more freedom to have customized scaffold and incorporation of different cell types in the bioink. So our first aim was to make this bioink. I will not talk about it more because it is under patenting. So this bioink supported cells, different cells, and showed a good remarkable recovery in the wound healing. So we have made this novel bioink, indigenously made, which is very economical, and it shows better biocompatibility and regenerative properties. Third one and the last one is the bone. So we used a simple freeze drying technique to make the bone, and this gives us a good porosity, which is similar to the bone architecture. Our aim was that can we avoid second surgery in terms of compound fractures. Usual surgeons, they insert steel rods and screws, and then they do the second surgery to remove these implants. So our was that can we have these scaffolds at the site of the injury, and it can blend together with the native bone. So my students, they started with three polymer, chitosan, hydroxyapatite, and polycaprolactone, which gives them the good porosity equivalent to the bone. So Krishna, a PhD student, he chose three different combination of these and found that which one is working better. This work was taken over by Swati Midha, who was the DST SPAR fellow. She chose that which type of cells are better, and she found that bone marrow derived mesenchymal stem cells are much better for osteogenesis on the same scaffold. Dr. Somya Das, who is now a BioCare grantee and is there in the audience, she took this further to improve, have different additives like glass ionomer and graphene to increase the mechanical properties from 2 megapascal to 4, and now she's aiming to go for 20 megapascal to cater to different bone strength. And this work this product has also been patented. This shows different staining by beta-catenin, B-GLAP, and SOST, which are bone-specific marker. So this scaffold is osteoconductive, and this is the electron microscopy to show that these are the osteocytes with protrusion here. At day 21, these MSCs are differentiating into osteocytes. In the preclinical rat tibia mortal defect, so this is the CT's images. This is the defect which we have created, and this is the implantation of the scaffold. And after some time, this defect has been covered by this scaffold seeded with the cells. So the last one is the trachea. This was done in collaboration with IIT Delhi. Rudra was the PhD student. He has patented this technique of 3D printing this trachea using PCL and PU blend. I'll not go into the detail. The clue was taken from the goat trachea. So he got goat trachea and we studied the tracheal cartilage ring arrangement. He had different scaffold with different dimensions and shape. And he found that bellow shape was much better in terms of mechanical properties. So this is the picture. I don't know. I think this video is not coming. This shows that on rod, you can print this trachea here, which is this shape, and this is electron microscopy to show the outer ring of this trachea. This is the mechanical properties, as I said, and this is cell compatible. Stem cells are seeded on that, and they can form the chondrocytes on the top of the layer. And this scaffold is also again hemocompatible. We made it much more cell compatible. When we coated this trachea with alginate and gelatin, it was able to attract more cells over this. This shows the okay. Now I will come to the end that there are plenty of upcoming innovations which I will just touch upon it. This is a study where they are trying to have different type of skin layers. As I said, these are three syringes in the 3D printer with three different bioink and three different cell layers. And this is exactly same as human skin. You can see here, this is 3D printed skin and these are human cells. And these are showing fantastic wound closure in the pig model. And there is another one. This is handheld 3D printer. You can see here with BioInk, and it can take care of the cartilage defect at the OT site. So you can see here the cartilage ring is formed. And this is bio-inspired. These are the robotics over there. Artificial skin is there, and it can give you a very close to human feeling if it is covered over the robots. And the last, again, it is like covering of a robot with the human skin. These are some upcoming need and innovations in terms of bioprinting and regeneration. But we are still at the very early stage. We need to scale up. These at the lab level, you can make small batches. We need to also look into the patient-specific scaffold because one size fits all is not right for different patients like pediatric and adult. We need to see the 3D microenvironment. Cells are not 2D. They like to be in a 3D environment and crosstalk with other cells. That's why we need multiple cell types to mimic the native tissue. So at the end, I would like to acknowledge all the students from my lab and also the AIMS facility, Dr. Radhika Tandon for the eye research, Dr. Sumesh for the skin work, and Dr. Bhuvnesh for the bone work and other facility of the AIMS. My collaborator from IIT Delhi, Dr. Ashwini Agarwal and Dr. Manjeet Jassal, and Dr. Bikramjit Basu from IIC Bangalore for the bone work. And just to inform you all, we have our Indian Society for Extracellular Vesicle, which not only works on stem cell derived extracellular vesicle, but also vesicles from the cancer tissue, from the plant, from the animals and different sources. We conducted the first Evolve meeting in last year, which was very successful. And in the coming year, in April, we will be having in ILS Bhubaneswar. So please save the date. And thank you all for your patient listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful talk. Now, any question, quick question, because we have running out of time. Yeah, lot of questions, ma'am, but you took too much time. 4 minutes
Sorry.
extra time you took. Yeah.
Okay.
So please.
Good morning, ma'am. It was a great talk. I have a doubt. Are these stem cells collected from the patients? They are patients' own cells or they are derived from some donors?
Thank you so much. So as I said that my lab works on mesenchymal stem cells, and these mesenchymal stem cells do not have HLA class 2. So there's no need for matching. These cells can be used in allogenic setting. A donor, we can maintain a donor pool, mix together cells of 3, 4, 5 donors, and we can give to the recipient. So no need for matching of these stem cells.
Okay. And ma'am, how these stem cells are loaded to the scaffold? Are they
Only
directly
one
injected?
question, only one. Next, please.
Good
Thank you, ma'am.
afternoon, ma'am.
I
Good
told
I
only one.
had a question that is regarding the alkali burn model that you have generated in rabbits. So, what was the follow-up period you have checked for both? Like, and was it comparably better in PCL as compared to the self-healing property of the rabbits and human amniotic membrane scaffold?
So we took two time point. One was around 21 days and another was 2 months. And we found that PCL, which was plasma coated, was much better in terms of wound healing as compared to simple
Single.
contact lens and other topical steroids and other medication.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, I had one question. Firstly, it was a great talk. I wanted to ask that if we are talking about EVs as a cell-free approach to differentiate and for tissue regeneration, does the composition of EV change with the stem cell type that we are using? And like, how can you make sure the heterogeneity is not there, and like how to specifically get EVs with a specific composition?
Again, very good question. So if your parent cell source is same, the EV will be approximately same unless until you change the physiological condition. Like if you change the media composition, if you change the temperature, or you introduce any chemical into the culture media, then the EV will be different from the same cell. I hope I clear that.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful talk. So I would like to know about the cross-linking chemistry for this porous scaffolds that you have used.
Porous one for the sheep?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the
So
trachea and all.
basically, yes. So this was a passive intake of EV into the porous scaffold, and we did the retention capability and the release of this EV, and it was up to 7 days with peak of release of EV from day 3 and day 4. Yeah. So this bandage can be changed every 3 days. The sheep.
What is the cross-linking chemistry? You have used chitosan and other things.
No, the she was not. It was not chitosan. It was silk fibroin, and it was human amniotic membrane, which was lyophilized, and these were like freeze dried technique. There was no chitosan in that. You are asking about the bone.
The cross-linking of the scaffold, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I'm asking about the bone ones.
In the bone, this is superficial layering of the cells on the bone, on the scaffold. There's no cross linking. And in the mix also, there is lyophilization, freeze drying technique of PCL, hydroxyapatite, and chitosan mixed together. That's all.
One last question from.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you for your talk. Ma'am, my question is, ma'am, you have mentioned that you're using plasma treatment to make the PCL transparent. But later, another slide, you have showed that your PCL membrane is opaque in general terms. But when you're incorporating into the eye, then it becomes transparent. So are you using the plasma treatment before giving it to the eyes?
Yes, we are doing it. We are treating it with the plasma membrane so that it become hydrophilic and it can attract cells. Fine. And the opacity is linked to when the membrane is wet, either with tear fluid or with normal saline, then it becomes much more transparent. But in a dry form, it is translucent.
Okay, just plasma treatment is making it transparent.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank
Thank you so
you for the wonderful talk.
Thank you.
So we awarded last time. That's why this time no award.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving.
After 3 years again, maybe.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's give a round.
Thank you.
Now our next speaker is Professor Keng Hui Lin. Keng Hui, are you there? Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Hello. How are you?
Good.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Dr. Keng Hui Lin. She's an assistant research fellow at Academia Sin. research fellow at Academia Sinica, Taiwan. Her key areas of research interests are soft matter physics, colloids, emulsions, and foam microfluidics. We welcome you, ma'am.
Can you see my screen?
No, ma'am.
No. Hold on.
We can see you.
Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
Okay. It is full screen?
Yes, it's
Okay.
visible.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation. I'm sorry I cannot be in India because of teaching. I've been thinking about what should I talk about, and since your topic is BioHeal, so I decided to talk about the healing of zebrafish, the mystery of it, and how we solve it with the physics. Okay, so zebrafish is a highly regenerated animal. I didn't know about that until 7 years ago. My collaborator Zheng Hui, who is a zebrafish biologist, and he told me that if you cut off the tail fin of the zebrafish, it will grow back to its original shape. And to this date, how they grow back to its original shape is still mysterious. But among many mystery of this zebrafish regenerative power, one of the mystery is that if you cut off the tail fin with two different amount, okay, this one you cut a lot, this part you cut less. Intuitively, you think this side will grow back first, right? Because it has less tissue lost. And if it's grown at a constant speed, this part should grow back first. But it turns out they come back at the same time. So this mystery prompts us to ask the question, how does a zebrafish know how much tissue it lost and adjust its regeneration rate accordingly? And this phenomena is not unique to the zebrafish. Actually, about 250 years ago, the same observation was reported on salamander by this Italian biologist, Balazzanti. So in regenerative process, there are two stages. The first part is wound healing, and the second part is regrowth. So since the amputation is done in the first stage, so we want to know in the wound healing how this information of the amputation position propagated to the second stage and change the regrowth rate. So before I tell you the detail of our experiment, I'll give you the orientation of our model system. So this is the tail fin of a zebrafish. The dark line is the bony ray, okay? And we look at the epithelial cell in the interray, where is the soft part. And the cell we look at is called basal epithelial cell. It has a stem cell capability. They are proliferative. And the most outer layer of the zebrafish is covered by the superficial epithelial cells. And it's a terminally differentiated. They are not proliferative. That's why we look at the basal epithelial cell. And we first quantify the anatomy of this zebrafish, okay? And just, for example, we measure its thickness or the interray width. And just to have a take-home message here is that tail fin is not a uniform slab, okay, along this DP axis. So the part that close to the fish body is called proximal side, and the part away from fish body is called distal side. So a lot of quantification is along this DP axis. And all these beautiful images are done by this very brave PhD student, Marco, when his advisor told him that this is a mystery people don't understand for more than 2 years, 200 years, and he is very brave and decided to tackle it. So Marco cut the tail fin and I imaged it under the microscope, okay? And this is how it looked like from the top down. So you can see this is the Wound side. All the cells migrate toward the wound side, but at the same time, you'll see a peculiar wave pattern move toward the other side. So we want to understand the nature of this wave. And this is just to show you this process from a rendering point of view. Even though it's pretty thin, like 2D, it's still 3D. And this is just under the confocal. And the whole wound healing process takes about 1 hour to 2 hours. And during this process, there is only cell migration and no proliferation. Since we see the migration have this wave property, it looked like a density. So we decide first to quantify the density of the nucleus by measuring its internuclear distance by triangulation. Okay, so here is the average internuclear distance along this Stapy axis at different time points. And you can see they oscillate in time and space. Similarly, we can also measure the collective cell migration speed by particle imaging velocimetry. Okay, then you can see the speed also oscillate in time and space. And keep in mind, there will be two speeds we are going to talk about later. Okay, one is cell speed, which move toward the wound. The other is the wave speed that move in the opposite direction. So we want to measure this wave speed. We employ a very simple algorithm called Y-wave analysis. The idea is very simple. I simply take the image of two consecutive time points, and we take the difference. If the cell doesn't move, the difference will be 0. Okay, then we highlight that part in dark. And if there is a difference, then we highlight that region in white. So the region in white actually indicate where the cell move most. Okay, so we call that region as cell mobilization zone. So we can create a Y-wave image based on the original image, and then take a spatial average along this interray to create the time change over space, okay, to create a chemograph. So from this chemograph, the slope of this Y pattern will give you the cell mobilization zone velocity, or sometimes I refer it as a wave speed. We can also measure the CMZ length, which tell you how many cells are migrating at that time. And we usually observe the wave will cease at the end. So this wave traveling distance can be also measured from this chemograph and denoted as a L stretch. And the reason we call it L stretch because the tissue, the part of the tail fin where the wave travel, the internuclear distance always increase. So the tissue got stretched. So with all this quantification definition, we start to look at how they change. How do they depends on how much we cut. Okay, so we perform three type of amputation. Distal amputation where we cut very close to the tail end, or middle amputation, or proximal amputation. Okay, and the first thing surprises us is that the wave speed doesn't depend on how much we cut. That means the wave speed only depends on the intrinsic property of the tail fin. But the rest of the quantity does depend on how much we cut. The more we cut, the further the wave travel. The more we cut, the average internuclear distance increase. The more we cut at any given moment, there are more cells participating in this collective cell migration. And the last part also surprises us. The more we cut, the faster the cell move. So as a physicist, we want to understand how these quantities. What happened? Can everyone hear me clearly or?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We can hear. We can hear.
Okay. Yeah, so we want to understand the mechanism to connect all these quantities. So to understand the mechanism, we must understand the nature of the wave. And in biology, when they talk about wave, most of the time they talk about the chemical wave, okay, where it's detected by the diffusion, described by diffusion reaction equation. And the most famous chemical wave is a BZ reaction. And I'm not going to go to the detail of this BZ reaction, but just look at this chemical concentration change. And there's a wavefront. And notice that when two wavefronts collide, what happens? It annihilates, right? So this is the nature of the chemical wave, because the chemical wave is driven by the gradient of the concentration. So when they collide, these two gradients cancel out to each other. But then when I'm working on this project, I also noticed this paper from Javier Trapas group. They look at the collective cell migration in vitro. So they can put fictitious marker inside the in vitro to measure the force exerted by the cell sheet during the collective cell migration. And I'm going to skip the detail, okay? So the most important part is that they can measure the velocity, the strain rate of the cell sheet, and also the stress of the cell sheet, okay? And they oscillate in time and space. So when the strain and stress oscillate, that suggests this is a mechanical wave as a spring. So this prompt a stir, a hype in excitement among physicists, because the system is in so-called low Reynolds number system, where there is no inertia. In theory, there should be no wave, no mechanical wave. But then because this is a self-propelled system, is an active system, so we observe this mechanical wave. So when I show this to my collaborator, I'm quite excited. But then my collaborator's response is not very excited, and this is the question he asked: what is the role of the mechanical wave in biology? Okay. So in this work, I think we find the answer. So having belief the way we see it is mechanical wave, but still we need to prove it. So I asked Marco to prove the wave doing the most classic, do the double slit experiments on the tail fin. So he create two wounds on the tail fin. So there would be one wave propagating this direction, the other is the other from the opposite side. And this wave will collide to each other. And to show the directionality, we use a PIV to show. Blue is moving toward this direction, red is the other direction. And as you can see from the chemograph, one wave is propagating here, and the other wave there, they collide here, then they remerge. So this shows the interference, suggesting that this wave shouldn't be purely just chemical wave. Another feature about the mechanical wave is its wave speed depends on tension. So the way we measure the tension in the tail fin, we use a technique called laser ablation. So imagine this rubber band is under stress, okay, and then you cut it. Then when you cut it, the parts will pulling apart. There's a velocity called recoil velocity. This recoil velocity will be proportional to the tension of this tissue or this rubber band. So we use a laser to cut this tail fin, and then we measure its recoil speed. And I'm going to skip the detail of how we manipulate this tension. If you are interested, you can ask me later. But the whole point is that the higher the recoil speed, which indicate the higher the tension, the faster the wave speed. Okay. and it's highly correlated to this Pearson correlation coefficient, almost 0.9. So now we convince ourselves this way we observe is mechanical wave in nature. So we can start to construct the theoretical model. So Fu Lai, who is a theorist doing this model, so he write down the equation of motion for the cell here. Okay. So because cell can move on its own, so there's a motility force to drive it. And all the cells are connected by the spring where propagate the mechanical wave. And of course, as I mentioned, in this system, it's highly frictional. So they experience some kind of frictional force. And we observe when they migrate further enough, they always stop. So we put a constraint force to make it stop. And with this equation of motion, we can put in more detail based on our observation. For example, here we look at the cell migration with the life act, which indicate the actin. And you can see as the leader cell move progressively, the one in the back doesn't move immediately. They got stretched first, but doesn't move much. Only when they get stretched a lot, they start to move a lot. Okay, so there's an activation. We call it mechanical activation. Only this stretch over certain stretch threshold, then there is a motility force. On the contrary, so if there is a mechanical activation, this model predicts the higher the tension, the higher the wave speed. And if we only allow some chemical inside the cell body to over some threshold, okay, that's called chemical activation, then the model predicts the wave speed doesn't depend on the tension. So next, we want to explain the CMZ length, the pattern we see. So we can simulate the cell migration, collective cell migration, and set the threshold, and to create this CMZ pattern. And to our disappointment, the model predicts the CMZ length is constant over time, which is different from what we observe. We see the CMZ length always decrease. So we look at the equation of motion of the term. We found every term here is a constant along the dp axis. But as I told you in the beginning, the tail fin is not a uniform slab. So it's quite legitimate that we can assume one of the term may depend on the dp axis. So we pick the easiest one. We assume there is a frictional gradient along this dp axis. The cell experience higher friction at the proximal side and less friction at the distal side. When we put this condition in, the model predicts the CMZ length will decrease as we observe. And the model also predicts if we reverse this friction gradient, then the CMZ length will increase. And this is a big assumption. So can we test this assumption? So we realize for the other side of the tail fin where we cut off, they also have the wound to heal. So we decide to look at that side of the tail fin, and we see actually, indeed, the CMZ length increase at the opposite side of the other side of the tail fin where they experience the opposite direction of the friction gradient. So this corroborates our assumption. So now we explain two data. The first one is tension-dependent wave speed. The second one is the CMZ pattern. Now we want to explain why the wave travel further as we come more. So since we observe the more amputation, the higher the cell speed, and cell speed is linked to the motility force. So in the model, if we increase the motility force, then it predicts larger L stretch, which agree with what we see. And this motility force doesn't depend on the CMZ speed. So can we come up with another experiment to test this motility force idea? So when there's a wound, usually there's a small molecule to signal inflammation. And the most well-known inflammation signal is hydrogen peroxide, and which can be detected by these cell rocks. And we can see that the more we cut, the higher the hydrogen peroxide level. And this hydrogen peroxide level is also linked with the cell motility. So my collaborator's lab has this catalyst fish line, which catalyst will reduce the hydrogen peroxide back to water. So in this catalyst fish line, indeed we see less hydrogen peroxide and a slower motility, and also less the weight traveling distance is shorter. And best of all, this Newton, the tension doesn't change and the wave speed is the same. So here we have an independent experiment to support our assumption on the motility force, determine how far the wave travel. So now we can explain every part in the wound healing. How about the regrowth part? Why since the wave traveling distance is the information left, we believe this is the information related to the regrowth. So we use EDU, which indicates cells are going through proliferation. So we use EDU in the fish, which got amputated 24 hours and 48 hours later. And we found most proliferative cells are within this L stretch region. Okay, and so this can explain why the more we cut, the faster it grows, because there will be more proliferative cell since it has a larger L stretch region. And why stretching will induce proliferation? There's a paper in Nature in 2017. They show that when the epithelial cell under stretch, then a transcription factor which is related to the Hippo pathway will go into the nucleus that promotes proliferation. So to entertain with this L stretch idea, dictate the regrowth rate further, I asked the student to do this experiment after our paper is published. Okay, we cut the tail fin so much that the remaining distance is way less than the theoretical L stretch. Okay, and in this case, actually the tail fin cannot grow back to its original shape at the same time as the other side. Okay, so with all of this, I hope I convince you that how zebrafish know how much tissue it lost is all through a mechanical physical signal. Okay, and even though the amputation position may have something to do with a chemical signal such as hydrogen peroxide, but that signal is transduced to the motility, which is the physical signal. And through the mechanical tension and friction gradient, this signal is transduced to the L stretch, which again will influence the proliferation of the cell. And I want to point out an important thing that I'm not saying that chemical waves are not playing any role in this system, because everything is ATP driven. If there is no ATP, we won't see any mechanical wave at all. So there must be some chemical wave underneath it. But no more profound question is that why this chemical signal need to be coupled into the mechanical wave signal in this collective epithelial cell sheet. And last but not the least, I want to take one more some slide to talk about some other project in my lab. So my lab has been working on culturing cell in the spherical pore, and actually Narayan was beginning part of this project, and now we have to evolve to version probably 3 or 4 now. And we've been using this spherical microarray to study the mesenchymal stem cell differentiation and also spheroid culture. And recently, we are also obsessed with zebrafish's surface has this microregions. And then we are looking at these microregions and microvilli transition, collaborated with a theorist in Academia Sinica. Okay. So if you are interested in my group or in Academia Sinica, there are multiple positions, for example, postdoc position or PhD position or intern position, or there's an exchange program. So if you're interested, feel free to contact me. And I'll end my talk here and open for questions.
Thank you, Keng Hui. So only intelligent questions, one student. Question? Okay. Only one intelligent question.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you for this talk. So this L stretch which you decide, is it the because by fish it might be different, like the nation, like the small fish, big fish, but this L stretch, how do you decide that like after this cut there would be no growth or something like that? This is mechanical or like ratio, or I mean, how do you decide that mechanical force would work only up to, you know, this length, and after this, the transition or threshold kind of stuff? I would like to appreciate this study, as in you have taken all the aspect of chemical, mechanical, physical, and this has done very well.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I would like to know that since you talked about this L stretch, if you go to slide number 22.
This one.
Yeah, so you told that after this, if you cut further, then the growth would not be similar.
Yeah,
Right?
because this L stretch won't be proportional to what it should be.
Okay, so this is decided by particular mark, or you have decided this L stretch with some body ratio of the fish, or what factor decide?
So, for example, if we cut 70%, 75% for this fish, generally we observe the L stretch is about 1 millimeter. Okay. Now we cut 90%. The remaining part is less than 1 millimeter. So, but theoretically, it should be, for example, maybe 1.2 millimeter. And that's why they cannot grow back at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Initially, when you started your lecture, you mentioned that there is only cell migration, no cell proliferation, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
And later on in the conclusion slide, we can see the cells are proliferating also over there in the image.
Yeah.
So can you clarify that?
Yeah, so I'll clarify. Okay, so wound healing, in the beginning, right, there's a wound. The cell must to cover the wound as quickly as possible, otherwise the infection will happen. So the coverage only take place in 1 or 2 hours. But then the later part, right, the regrowth usually happen after 24 hours. The proliferation only happen after 24 hours. Actually more pronounced in 48 hours. Think about if you are a cell, right? It's hard to run and divide at the same time. Yeah, so they need to, so in the beginning, to cover up the wound, the strategy is to run to cover instead of dividing to cover.
Hello, ma'am. I want to ask if this study is equally applicable for other body parts of the fish, for example, the tissue. And also, I wanted to know if this will be applicable for organisms which have extensive regenerative capacity, for example, salamander and all.
Yeah, so because we don't work on other tissue, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think for pectoral fin, I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. It has the same appendage. If the more you cut, the faster it grows. That has been observed. But I don't know, for example, zebrafish heart is also regenerative. But people, I don't know whether people see this proportional growth thing. Okay.
So we cannot assume that there will be like same kind of pattern of migration for other issues
I mean,
in
this is
zebrafish.
biology. If it's physics, well, I have this tendency say this might be very universal, right? But in biology, there's always exception. So I'll be very conservative that because I never did an experiment on that, I wouldn't say that. And for salamander or other, I've been talking to other biologists who work on other highly regenerative system. I always ask them, can you do this experiment to see that? And the problem of other highly regenerative animal system is it's hard to create, it's hard to do this molecular manipulation. For example, to my knowledge, there is still no fluorescence protein expression salamander available so far. So that make this experiments slightly more challenging.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kenghui.
Okay.
And one round of applause again.
Bye bye.
On behalf of BioHeal 2025, delighted to award you J.C. Bose Memorial Award. So I request Professor Gupta and please, Ankita, please receive the award on behalf of Kenghui, please.
Thank you.
So this will be handed over to you by Chapu.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Enjoy, please. And next speaker is our Professor Akita. You can join this talk also from Japan. It will be interesting talk, very interesting talk.
Our next speaker is Dr. Akita. He is a professor and chief of Department of Plastic Surgery, Wound Repair and Regeneration at School of Medicines, Fukuoka University, Japan. His research interests include cytokines and stem cells in wound healing, regenerative tissue enhancement to HIV drug-related wasting patients, reconstruction surgery, burn, craniofacial surgery, and avascular malformations. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, organizer of BioHeal, and thank you for your kind introduction. I am Sadanori Akira from Japan. Today's my talk is entitled Risk Management of Foot Ulcers in Hemodialysis Patient and Efficacy of Dehydrated Human Ammonium Chorion Membrane. I have no industry related and there is no COI in this presentation. This slide is a summarized slide for how hemodialysis patient are suffering from so-called foot diseases. So over 61%, 2/3 patients are suffering from nail onychomycosis, following skin onychomycosis, then nail and skin onychomycosis. So totally speaking here, onychomycosis either on toenail or skin interference are significant risk factors for hemodialysis patient. As you know well, blood flow is lower. Also, acronyx or ingrown toenail, Karas formation, Herzbergers, other subspecialty consultation is necessary, including dietitian and cardiovascular surgeon, internist. So subdividing in the hospital and clinic, and percentage of in the hospital, hemodialysis patients is suffering from 2/3 patients are suffering from onychomycosis, and 30% suffering from peripheral arterial disease, and 1/4, 25% suffering from deformity, which requiring the footwear or off-road devices. And ingrown nails, ulcers, and diabetes is associated with that. As you see here in the number, total number 1,959 patients, 30% are suffering from these diseases. On the other hand, in a clinic, hemodialysis clinic, we have clinic and hospitals. Similar number of onychomycosis is often seen, 60%, following ingrown toenail ulcer, of course, diabetes existence in 20%, and peripheral arterial disease. Since clinic patient in clinic are more ambulating, so that's why PAD patients formation percentage a little bit lower. The number of the total patients, 1,838, and 12% of patients are suffering from foot disease. Here is a famous summarized slide of the diabetic foot, how diabetic foot are at risk in diabetes, peripheral arterial disease, minor trauma, or foot pressure, skin dryness, calves formation, foot veins, warm, foot dry. These kind of factors are affecting to the foot ulcer. Once are formed, every associated factor combined and worsened everything. And then meta onychomycosis associated with diabetic foot syndrome. Diabetes mellitus and diabetes neuropathy is associated with onychomycosis. Another report with end-stage renal disease, which is the hemodialysis patient. Meta-analysis, male, footwear, and then female on footwear. And peripheral artery disease is significantly higher in the dialysis patient, and diabetes mellitus existence is also higher. Here are the examples of our clinical cases. This is the female diabetic, not the hemodialysis patient, 69 years old female suffering from metatarsal area foot wound, and her bone is deformed like this. This is called Charcot deformity. Once you see this kind of Charcot deformity, I should say this is probably helpless. Usually, these patient is destined to lower limb amputations because there's no support strut in the foot. So these patients actually bilaterally suffering from Charcot foot disease. Actually, left-hand side, which seems intact, free from wounds, worse than on the right-hand side. So patient with suffering from Charcot foot deformity actually more have tendency bilaterally. So that's why the footwear is very important to off-road the weight of the patient's body. So this is the case. Our 14 patient, about mean age is 65 years old. Patients are suffering from diabetic mellitus. All patients is suffering from hemodialysis, hypertensive, and SLE, systemic lupus erythematosus. And the insole shoe cases in the hospital, on the other hand, more severe cases. As you see, age is higher compared to the clinic case, and then number is actually 16. Examples of this is insole EVA plus shoe, which is reducing especially the loading area, such as the forefoot or inner sole. This is another case, which is more like a adjustable shoe. And the insole alone seems like this. And then offloading is actually aiming to the midfoot in this. You see the dent in the middle. So another case is the 70 years old male, diabetic disease and hemodialysis. You see the patients all told are suffering from the onychomycosis. Pressure garment is another factor. These patients, especially even though the higher hemodialysis, patients' lower limb, these patients' lower limb are actually mild water retention, meaning like water retention is higher, even though the hemodialysis is helping the dehydrating, but the lower limb is actually usually water retentive. So as you see the lower left panel, you see the garment wear like that is reducing the pressure, as you see in the top panels, actually swollen, but the lower left, lower middle, and lower right actually reducing the tension, the water retentions. Imaging of the peripheral arterial disease management, actually you have to have collaborative work. Plastic surgery alone or vascular surgeon, vascular internist alone cannot do that. You have to always check up the ABI, ankle brachial index, the footwear drug, and LVL apheresis, and debridement footwear is important. Sometimes with the assistance of an orthopedic, you need a limb amputation. Try to be more minor to minor. As you well know, this is a famous DOP study reported in Circulation some 20 years ago. If you had a peripheral arterial disease, the survival rate is very severe. The 1 year survival rate is about 50% in the lower leg amputation. If you see 55-year survival rate with a lower limb amputation patient, in hemodialysis patient is as low as 15%. So traditionally, we plastic surgeon, foot surgeon do these kind of ulcer in the great toe. You see some drainage here. You should see the very severe condition underneath of the skin. So I'll show you later the rentgens, but you have to harvest the patient's own bone chips from his iliac bone, from her iliac bone. Then you see the totally healing. This is a pre-op of the patient's X-ray. This is a post-op, 2 months. Bone chip actually harmonizing to the existing stump. This is 8-month-old. Still the wound is free from the penetrating the fissura. This is the pre and post. The top 2 panels are pre and post 2 is the bottom, the 8-month-old. Another way is a more advanced technology. It's not advanced, but advanced consideration, advanced idea. Amnion is the fetus is very important. The amniotic membrane, which is the contact layer of the amniotic fluid, which is thought to be very rich in nutrition. And then chorion is next to the amnion, is outside of the amnion, in fact, is combined together, is very durable, and also contained a lot of the nutrient factor, including cytokines and inducing peptides. So the structure of amnion, as you know, is very thin, only 50 to 80 micrometer in thickness. it consists of anti-inflammatory and wound healing property, growth factors, cytokine, frequently used in burn wound care, and anti-adhesion in the bowel surgery, but also ophthalmologic corneal grafting. But various data demonstrating this is good for the wound healing. This is the product we use for the clinical series, dehydrate ammonium chorium membrane. That's why it's called DHSCM, and it's already approved in the US, Europe, and in Japan as well, and produced over sold over 2 million. We had a pre-study targeting only 4 cases, which is before national government approved us to use. I am the pilot study, the representative, and one male and 4 female were used for these patients. All patients are vascular insufficiency free and no infection, no tendon bone exposure. Ages varying 46 to 80. So this is one case, and then diabetic foot ulcer, callus and ulceration. As you see, this is kind of a picture so often. The offloading is very important, and then because of the diabetes, the sensation is very low. After you debride, you place these kind of the dehydrated ammonium chorium membrane. Then you see after application, the good granulation tissue is coming off and covered with the dressing. In this way, all 5 cases except one heal by 8 weeks totally. Case 1, as you really saw, was actually in 12 weeks, this patient, actually the worst case, didn't come up to the complete wound healing, but it's easier to handling. The case 2, actually AV malformation and diabetic foot, demonstrated complete wound healing by 4 weeks. The patient with severe condition like Charcot anthropathy, this patient actually is subject to be amputated, but meanwhile, she was totally healed, as you see in 8 weeks. Patient with medical institute 1 year at another institute didn't heal, but at 8 weeks, totally healed. Patient with a minor amputation with a great toe didn't close afterward, but with the dehydrated ammonium chorium membrane, it healed in 6 weeks. So this product actually is very, very useful. Then we subsequently use this one for the clinical cases. 18 cases are used, as you see. Every patient here in these 18 patients actually hemodialytic or severe diabetes. One example, 72-year-old female diabetic infected, as you see, after you thorough debridement. You see this kind of good healing. And this is how you see the serially. The top left panel, as you see, the secretion is seen. But if you debride it and weekly you change this product and you see totally healed. Another case, 67-year-old male, diabetic and hemodialysis. In the neck of the great toe, it is very hard to heal usually, but in several weeks it healed completely. Another severe cases with the bone exposed, but if you clearly cleanse it and then cover with the product, you can see this kind of a good healing process. Another case, 62 years old male, diabetic and hemodialysis. The underneath of the ungual, the nail, it's really hard, but this patient is also suffering from the onychosis, but this wound can be healed with the membrane. And the diabetic and hemodialysis patients, lower leg with the external malleolus. Malleolus is a very bony. It's very hard to heal, but it's healed within 12 weeks, as you see. And 4-month-old, these multiple wounds are totally healed and no recurrence observed. 77-year-old female diabetes female, actually with the toe tip, with the first internal pharyngeus, usually hard to heal, and they cover with a membrane. They heal totally, no recurrence. 3-time application 1 month after. And then Achilles tendon area. Achilles tendon is usually so mobile, and then even with the seems minor wounds, as you see in the middle, but still it's hard to heal. Then it's healed, and this patient actually suffering from other parts like toe tip, the great toe, and the other contralateral side. If you see the contralateral side of this patient, actually great limb amputated, which means this patient is suffering from severe peripheral arterial disease. Even though with this severe arterial disease existence, this product can accelerate wound healing without any inflammatory reactions. The last case here is a 70 years old female, diabetic and hemodialysis, demonstrating multiple area on the left side and right side of the great toe area. Left side is the MTP metatarsal area, and the right hand side is the great toe proximal phalanges. If you had this patient, if you see the patient carefully, this patient actually had burns. So she contacted with the heat metal, and then we have to debride this poor condition diabetic hemodialysis patient, debride it on the fifth toe and covering with this ammonium, dehydrated ammonium chorion membrane. The patient is totally healed after 5 months, as in the lower right panel. Not only the fifth toe, but also great toe are healed as well. Ground summary: diabetic foot disorder and diseases hemodialysis institute in Tokushima, Japan. Multiple disorders are involved, including vascular insufficiency, neuropathy, edema, and tinea. Dehydrated human ammonium chorion membrane may be one of the therapeutic choices in complex and advanced wound cares. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. We have some questions for you here.
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
So, sir, what was the factor responsible for that one case was untreated out of that 5?
The ammonium chorion membrane contains multiple factors inside. As you see, the fetus cannot survive without ammonium nutrients.
And what was the similarity in that 4 cases you recovered?
This is multiple. There are over 300 factors are identified, and then usually anti-inflammatory action is most prominent, first of all. Then they also have controlling the vascularity there, like a VEGF or basic FGF, those kind of factors involved. And not only that, protease inhibitor is also involved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
It was a really insightful talk. My question is about the offloading devices. I wanted to know your opinion. Like, did you see any gap between the clinical expectations and patients' adherence to the specific offloading devices?
Oh, because of the hemodialysis patient with diabetes mellitus, usually not listen to the doctor's advice. So you should say the adherence of the doctors, the comment or recommendation are not very good. But you have to, very patiently explain them, and then you have to show them how you can heal the wounds step by step. Demonstrating multiple minor wounds. That's why if you try your best to heal the minor wounds at first, then they will listen to you. Sometimes, even though in case you need the offloading device first before using dehydrated ammonium chorion membrane, but the patients are not happy to use the offloading device. That's why in this case, you better use the dehydrated ammonium membrane first without the offloading device. And then you do like a trick, like putting the cotton or there are small devices between the shoes and the foot, then try to make a minor offloading inside of the foot, and then try to keep the membrane for a while. Then you show them the healing of the wounds. Then the patient is more happy to listen to you. This is a trick in a clinical, observation and then clinical handling of the patient like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Dr. Akita. Thank you for your great presentation. I have a quick question. So for this kind of treatment, right, it's diabetic-based ulcers. After a few weeks, the patient will eventually recover. But if the cause of the diabetes is still there, how long this kind of treatment will last before it happens again? Thanks.
The recurrence. Nobody
recurrence.
How soon each patient can recur the wounds. However, as I said before, once you see the wound healing, then the patients are more inclined to listen to you, and then total management of the wounds, not only wounds, but the patient's whole body, including the blood sugar level and also the regular checkup or ABI, those kind of, the routine examination, routine checkups are very important. Also, you cannot do by yourself. You always consult with other subspecialties, including internist. Internist is very important, especially diabetology experts are very important, and hemodialysis experts like a nephrologist, and also the nutritionists. Those people's advices are actually you can make like a cancer board, like a diabetic foot board. Then you can treat the patient more properly. Then you can reduce, and you can, most importantly, you can reduce the rate of the major amputation of the foot, which is very important. Otherwise, hemodialysis patient in 5 years die 85% if the patient had a major amputation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
So no more question. Let us give a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Akita. On behalf of BioHeal 2025, like to honor you with the J.C. Bose Memorial Award.
Thank you.
And Professor M.K. Gupta, Director ICMR, will receive the award on behalf of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Once we get the address of your official address, then we can send this at your address. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now is the last.
Singapore to do my PhD from National Institute of Singapore. Then I did like 6 years experience in Technical and Israel Institute of Technology. I work at different positions like postdoc as well as a scientist position. Then after 15 years, I visited IIT Roorkee because of Prof. Mishra sir. I'm thankful for his invitation and for my friend, Prof. Mulganathan Rajesh, who is currently working as a assistant professor, Center of Nanotechnology. He is my classmate. So today, why I put the ICMR logo is after I recently moved to India, I applied some grant that hydrogel is loaded with single metal nanozymes for combating multi-drug resistant bacteria. So ICMR has granted nearly 2 CR, 2 crores. This is ongoing project. So this is my first project after move to India. Here we are going to discuss the recent investigations. Still the project is undergoing. So here what we are trying to develop, we are trying to develop the hydrogels integrated with single atom nanozymes has multimodal biocompatible missiles for combating multi-drug resistant bacteria. So this one, so here generally we are using antibiotics to control several different types of microorganisms, but we are using the antibacterials, antibiotics, antifungals, anti-parasites, antivirals. But the major problem is we are using these antibiotics misuse. We are loading, we are using the high doses. Then by this, what we are trying to develop, we are trying to develop the AMR. AMR is nothing but antimicrobial resistance. This is the recent problem, the growing problem. So we can expect that nearly like 1 CR death, 1 crore death in India by 2050. So major microorganisms are developing the resistance to the antibiotics. The major problem is we have the cholesterol and carbamazepine has a strong antibiotics, but still the microbes are developing resistance to these strong drugs. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to develop some novel technology to develop hydrogels integrated with single atom nanozymes. So to tackle this problem, we have various methods, starting from monoclonal antibodies and phage therapy as well as nanoparticles. We are targeting the nanoparticles as especially nanozymes. What we have did, so this is the has a proof of concept. The nanoparticles, various nanoparticles as used as antimicrobial agents. So these nanoparticles can attack the bacteria in different mechanisms. Mainly, they can create the reactoation species, or they can block this electron transport, or some of these major biomolecules like DNA, RNA, or proteins can be damaged. So that by we can inhibit the growth of these microorganisms. So we are targeting these nanozymes. Then the question comes, what are the nanozymes? Nanozymes are nothing but nanoparticles which mimic with enzyme-like catalytic activity. So we are developing these nanozymes for antimicrobial agents. So here we have a lot of advantages compared to natural enzymes and nanozymes. Nanozymes are nothing but artificial enzymes which mimic the enzymatic catalytic properties. So various nanozymes has mimicked with the peroxidase, catalase, as well as oxidase, as well as SOD and other. They have been used for the several biomedical applications. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to develop the next generation nanozymes, single atom nanozymes. Single atom nanozymes, the size is very small, like we can expect like 0.1 nanometer. The advantage of single atom nanozymes is we can expect the 100% atomic utilization, as well as we can expect the high catalytic efficiency. So that what we can expect, we can anticipate that higher catalytic activity compared with the nanoparticles nanozymes. So we are targeting these single atom nanozymes. So we are various, and we're trying to develop the hydrogels integrated with single atom nanozymes, so that we can take the advantages of hydrogels as well as the single atom nanozymes. So in this regard, and several types of the hydrogel nanozymes has been used for the biomedical applications, starting from wound healing and bacterial infection diseases. So what we have developed, we have tried to develop these graphitic carbonate based nanohybrids, halospheres, as nanosheets, and we try to integrate different types of the single atom nanozymes, starting from the silver, copper, as well as silver nanoparticle. We have compared with Fe carbon, Fe single atom nanozymes. And these are the various types of these single atom nanozymes developed in our lab. And we have tested as antimicrobial agents for like E. coli and Pseudomonas and Anarias. So these are the different types of the nanozymes we have synthesized in our lab. So this one silver nanoparticles and the graphic halo nanospace we synthesized, and we have developed this gel, and we are characterized with the help of the XRD and as well as the FTER. From the FTER analysis, it confirmed that the graphic carbonate has formed. From the XRD, it is clear that the peak from the silver nanoparticle is missing here, so that we can expect that peak there is no formation of any bulk silver clusters or silver nanoparticles, and we may expect that there will be the silver single atom has been successfully deposited on graphic carbon nitrate. The reason why we have selected graphic carbonated is it is a visible semiconductor polymer. So it is a visible semiconductor polymer. So it is very active in the visible range. So that it is a biocompatible nature. So to develop this single atom nanozymes, we need some substrate. So we are taking the graphic carbonated as a supporting substrate to integrate our silver single atom nanozymes and various types of the copper nanozymes. So this is the synthesis process what we have developed. It is for the creation of this gel. This is the gel formation in our lab. The gel consists of this graphic carbonated as well as this silver single atom nanozymes. So this is the synthesis process. So we develop this graphic halo nanospheres. and we developed this graphic carbonation nanosheets. These graphic halo nanospheres, we use the solid silica template, double solid silica template, and we use this dicyanamide as a precursor. For these graphic nanosheets, we use this urea as a precursor and simple calcination process by heating at 520 degrees. The thermal polymerization takes place and there is a formation of this graphic carbon nitrate. Then this is the process for development of the single atom nanozymes. The simple impregation method by loading with the different types of different weight percent of silver nitrate and doing the calcination in the tubular furnace in the presence of the inert atmosphere so that we can control these silver single atom nanozymes and graphic carbon nitrate. So these are the graphic halo nanospheres, TM images, what we have obtained. And we have did these TM, HRTM images and ADX mapping. Then these are these graphic nanosheets. And we have in the HRTM images, the circle we can see that very tiny particles, silver single atom nanozymes, and have done the EDX mapping. So then we investigated these enzymatic activities, and we compare this peroxidase and oxidase activity. So our graphic nanosheets integrated with silver single atom nanozymes has shown excellent peroxidase and oxidase activity. Then we studied the enzyme kinetics. Then we obtained a very decent, excellent Km and Vmax values. Then we tested for antimicrobial agents for different strains, E. coli and Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Staphylococcus aureus. Here, in the presence of the blue light, just for the irradiation of 5 minutes, if you see here, the silver single atom nanozymes has shown like almost the viability is 0 or 1%. So the inhibition we obtained is 99%. So here we tune this inhibition activity with the help of the light. So we irradiated with the blue light, then we move to this white light. So in the white light also we got this inhibition activity, but the duration of the time for the irradiation is increased. When we start from the 5 minutes to 60 minutes, the inhibition activity is increased. But in the case of the blue light, the inhibition 100% we obtain in the just with 5 minutes of duration of irradiation. So here from this we compare with the different types of the silver nanoparticles. Silver nitrate has a precursor, has the whole gel. When we compare this one, it is clear that the silver single atom nanozymes integrated graphic carbon nitrate with hydrogels has shown enhanced antimicrobial properties. From this, it is very clear that these silver single atom nanozymes are acting as a excellent peroxidase activities for the production of the reactive species. So this reactive species can disturb your bacteria, and we can disturb this protein channels and biomolecules, so that we can expect these antimicrobial agents. So for future applications, we can use these hydrogel cells for treating the multi-drug resistant bacteria. We already started investigating with this multi-drug resistant bacteria, and we can expect to improve these wound dressings applications as well, and for coating, implant coatings, antimicrobial coatings purpose, and we can develop some injectable gels. So that still we are working, the project is undergoing. We still need to confirm in vivo analysis on toxicity effect. Then we need to treat with this multi-drug resistant bacteria. Then we can confirm that. Right now, as a proof of concept, we can say that clearly the silver single atom nanozymes has shown better enhanced antimicrobial agents compared to the silver nanoparticles. This is acknowledgement. This is my group. I need to thank my group members like Ms. Suchika and this is Manaswini and Swati Sharma, my PhD scholars. And Suchika, she is going to present her poster. If you have any doubts, you can interact her. Thank you.
Thank you for the nice talk, Professor Firdaus. So how do you control these single atoms in the cell? Because single atom is not like stable, right?
Yeah.
There's a possibility of agglomeration. So how you're controlling?
So this is single atom nanozymes. So we can tune with the first of all weight percent, silver nitrate weight percent. Then we are taking this graphic carbon nitrate spheres or nanosheets. It has this C3 and 4. We have the coordination with nitrogen. It has the lone pair of electrons. It can has the better interaction, the supporting with the silver single atom with nitrogen. So majorly the silver single atom nanozymes can't be synthesized isolated form. We need to take some supporting material. In that we are using this nitrogen doped carbon substrates so that it has the affinity towards this nitrogen species inside, so that we can control. If this weight percent is very high, it will be the formation of the silver clusters or silver nanoparticles. So we need to
Thank
tune with respect to concentration as well as the temperature conditions.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
for the presentation. Sir, I want to know that is there any specific condition in which the nanozyme shows their optimal activity for the
Yes, sir. We need to tune the pH. At pH in acidic region, we have this high optimal activity.
no.
So
Yes.
that we need to, but we in the acidic range we have get the optimal activity. But when you go to basic range, also we find this enzyme catalytic activities.
Enzyme activity as the basic
Yes.
pH.
Yes.
Sir,
But
but
it is the optimal activity will be in the acidic region.
okay, sir.
Okay, once again, thanks.
Thank you.
I would like to invite Professor Uzar Jain to honor Dr. Hiroj with Young Scientist Award. Our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Bhavesh Mili. Please.
Our next speaker is Dr. Bhavesh Mili. He is an assistant professor from Department of Veterinary Physiology and Biochemistry, Central Agriculture University, Impal. His research interest lies in assisted reproductive technology and reproductive biology.
Very good afternoon to one and all, respected dignitary and participant. So thank you so much, Mr. Sir, for giving opportunity to share a few application of nanomaterial in the cement biology in general. This is my beginning of the application of nanomaterial in the cement biology. Starting with, so in briefly, I'll try to explain why we supposed to apply the biomaterial in the cement biology. So if you're coming to the livestock sector, you all know that the livestock is one of the good food important rules in playing the food and nutritional security. Apart from that, it has a very important rules, millions of farmers in terms of the livelihood. So apart from that, the byproduct is also play very important rules. So if in among all the livestock, if you come into the pig is one of the most important species, has got the immense potentiality in terms of the farmer economic returns because it has got a short gestation period and has giving the multiple piglets in one time. So he has thereby it has the opportunity to getting the returns in terms of money. It's a very good. So in world scenario again, is another aspect is that the pork consumption is very much high in a global level, but in the case of the Indian conditions, the pork consumption is very much restricted to more or less in northeastern part of the India where I come from. So if you come to the species white meat here also that northeastern states almost every state the meat contribution is coming from the pig, but in case of all India levels, the pig contribution is less, almost 3% only. So in case of Nagaland scenario, if you come into it, then the pig production, if you see it in the year 2016 onward, the pig production is declining day by day. But now this gap is increasing. The production and demand deficit is increasing more than 51%. So in that conditions, if you see it, why this drastic decline in the meat production is because of the decreasing number of the livestock. Number two is that more or less the pig farmer is still relying on the backyard poultry piggery farming because one of the most important practice they are still doing is that natural breeding method. So one of the disadvantages of the natural breeding, it increases the inbreeding depression in subsequent generation. That inbreeding degradation ultimately decline the productive performance of the pig. So in that context, another application of this continuation of natural breeding is that lack of knowledge about the artificial insemination in pig, because one of the major drawbacks, another is that in other livestock species, we generally go for the cryopreservation of the semen at a temperature minus 190 degrees Celsius. But in case of boar, if you preserve it at minus 100 or minus 196 degrees Celsius, that drastically the fertility ability used to lose. So thereby, in general practice, we go for the liquid nitrogen at low temperature between 15 to 25 degrees Celsius, and go for the artificial insemination. In western part of the India, where almost 90% of the artificial insemination is to done with the fresh semen as well as the liquid stool semen. But in Indian condition, still we are go for the natural breeding because of the preservability problems. Why the question raised now, why the pig spermatozoa are more susceptibility to the cryodamus? That was because of the answer is the low amount of the cytoplasm, high concentration of the polyunsaturated fatty acid, inadequate antioxidant in the seminal plasma of the semen. So I extensively reviewed the sperm damage during the preservation process. Is that I could find there is two major principles. One is that cold shock, another one is the oxidative stress. So cold shocks, one, if you preserve the boar sperm temperature below 15 degrees Celsius, it ultimately causes the sublethal damage. But most importantly, if you study the oxidative damage, because if you preserve it, then there is an extensive production of the reactive oxygen species. That reactive oxygen species not only cause the DNA degradation, it's also affecting the mitochondrial level. So one of the important, in fact, that find out that the excessive production of the reactive oxygen species, it also cause the mitochondrial membrane damage. For this mitochondrial damage, there is extensive influx of the calcium inside into the cells, mitochondria. So that is also induces the apoptosis of this spermatozoa. At the same time, from the mitochondria side, it's also through this leakage of the membrane. It's also cytochrome C is released, that is also activated the caspase of the pro-apoptotic genes like caspase 9, 8, and ultimately lead to the apoptosis. So thereby, which there is a scope to prevent the oxidative damage. We can able to enable the increase the biological half-life, or otherwise we can say the sperm lives that ultimately increase the fertilization potential. So if you look into it, different factors, then we could find that zinc, one of the important elements that's also found in the seminal plasma, that play very important roles like capacitation and sperm zona pellicida interactions. It also improved the sperm motility, maintain the integrity of the plasma membrane, acrosome, and mitochondria. It also play a very important role in terms of the reactive oxygen species productions, and also as a cofactor of the different antioxidant enzymes. So so we have also find that zinc oxide, not only as a zinc oxide, if you use as a zinc oxide, it also find very good result in terms of the preservability of these animal spermatozoa. So another herbal product, we could find that aloe vera, one of their aloe vera extract, we had reported that phenol and flavonoid, they play very, very important role in terms of the antioxidant, and is also find prevention of the DNA fragmentation damage. So with this, we hypothesis that if we could have that fortifying semen extender with zinc nanoparticle with or without aloe vera gel extract will improve the boar semen quality and promote the successful artificial insemination in pig. So we have the basic equations as how does incorporation of the zinc oxide nanoparticle with or without aloe vera extract into the semen extender influence the functional lifespan of the liquid stored boar semen at low temperature. Number two, can aloe vera extract act synergistic with the zinc oxide nanoparticle in semen extender to further improve the functional lifespan and fertility of the liquid stored boar semen? Number 3, in what way does supplementation of semen extender with zinc oxide nanoparticle with or without aloe vera extract enhance the conception rate when applied to the liquid stored boar semen at low temperature? So this objective is to study the effect of the zinc nanoparticle at graded dose as well as the aloe vera so we have started with this experiment. So right now we have the two type of the nanoparticle we have process. One is from market process from the market, and one is synthesis from the green synthesis in the lab from my collaborating institute. So so that process nanoparticle we have still confirmed the size, then the zeta potential at the Institute of Advanced Study in Science and Technology at Guwahati. Then after the characterization confirmation, then we prepared the cement extender. So cement extender is prepared the supplementation, the control cement extender. Followed then after that we collect the cement from the board. Then that cement we incubate for the 24 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. After that we is just in sampling into the this one 5 ml is micro tube. We were extended the cement sample. We keep in the different different treatment for up to 96 degrees Celsius, and we evaluated the cement quality every 24 hours based on the sperm motility, acrosomal integrity, sperm vitality, membrane integrity. It's also our target is to study the apoptotic cell DNA integrity, mitochondrial membrane potential, antioxidant status, and malondialdehyde level. So for we got it the zinc oxide nanoparticle size. We have we confirm it whatever it's written in the market. It was 13 nanometers. So it's revealed that its size also coming 13 nanometers. So our preliminary result we saw that the supplementation of the zinc oxide nanoparticle giving good result in terms of the live spawn concentration, membrane integrity, and live intact acrosome. So next is also initiate the aloe vera gel extract powder supplementation. Is a very preliminary study. We have started it. So now here also we find that increasing dose rate is giving good result. So so we can say preliminary that shows that positive effect of zinc oxide nanoparticle and aloe vera gel powder on board cement at low temperature, but we still we have to explore it at the mitochondrial membrane potential, antioxidant status, MDL level, DNA integrity, because one cell is still motile, but the sublethal damage ultimately affect the conception and fertility. So we need to explore the potential in the mitochondrial membrane potential and DNA integrity. Then only we can able to say the effect of this zinc oxide nanoparticle and aloe vera, their effect on the cement preservation. So with this, I thanks my university, Central Agricultural University Imphal, for funding organizing committee, and then DBT LSBD Hub for this fund to carry out this research. Thank you.
Hello, sir. It was a very informative talk. I just want to ask you about the synergistic effect. How did you find out the synergistic effect between the zinc oxide nanoparticles and aloe vera gel?
Ma'am, yes, that's a right question. So we'll finding the zinc oxide nanoparticle supplementally we are doing experiment, and aloe vera supplementary we are doing experiment. So we'll find out which dose rate is giving good result in case of aloe vera also, and in case of the zinc oxide nanoparticle also. After getting that result, we'll club together the zinc oxide nanoparticle aloe vera as well as the control. So in that aspect, we'll try to navigate exact effect of if it is synergistic or whatever. So that way we are planning. Control is an extender cement, already well proven extender. It's called we used to call it ZIPS. It's nothing but the glucose, sodium, EDTA, potassium, sodium tartarate, sodium citrate. Is an developed by our one of our own scientists from Assam way back in 1987.
Hello, sir. So very interesting talk. So I have one question, not regarding the science, but in the beginning you mentioned that if there is no AI, there is this possibility of inbreeding among the boars, right? So does that show in the taste of the meat, or how do you understand that that inbreeding is affecting the quality of the meat?
Actually, I have not said affect the quality, but in terms affect our productive performance. Rather, it be great because inbreeding, it ultimately lead to the growth rate, one aspect. And in case of, we have seen extensively, one of my colleague also, Raina is one veterinarian, we are discussing is one of the Tenivo pig. It's a new registered breed of Nagaland. It's all over indigenous breed. So what happened in that case is extensively go for the natural breeding. Means generally they are practicing is the backyard. So they're together keeping the male, female mothers and the piglet together. So once the male is become mature, they used to impregn them own mothers. So whatever the subsequent generation piglet used to come, that exactly maximum cases the hernia used to coming up. Then our testicular dystrophy used to also case is very, very high, and then their growth performance is very, very low. So rather it's the affecting the meat quality, but the production of the growth rate is very less, thereby the meat production will be the low. So in that aspect, I think in natural breeding is ultimately it's affecting the productive performance in case of livestock.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Here, sir. Thank you very much for this talk. Sir, actually you have used the zinc oxide nanoparticles and aloe vera extracts. Sir, since I'm working on the green nanomaterials mainly, so it was my thought that if we can develop the zinc nanomaterials using the aloe vera extracts, and if we can coat it with some polymers, stable polymers that facilitate the cell internalization, do you think that it will enhance or it will show synergistic effect with the enhanced activity over this?
That is also interesting question, but one thing aspect is that some of the questions are again raised whether internalization of the zinc particle inside the cell is affecting the cell cytotoxicity. That is also one question. And coming across the some of the literature is citing that the cell membrane, particularly in case of this sperm, the porosity is normally is the 10 nanometers. So in generally in our cases also, I wish that whatever particle we are giving, it should not enter inside the cell so that the cell cytotoxicity could be minimized. So yeah, I think internalization we are preventing, but another most important aspect, I would like to see that the particle whatever we're supposed to deliver into the cell, that ultimately going to prevent the oxidative stress, say example. So that particle should retain for long time in the media rather going inside the cell. So in that aspect, I think most probably our target, that is enhancing the lifespan of the particular spermatozoa, can be achieved, so that that help us to artificial insemination. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Yes.
As per the number game of sperms, is it advisable to do the semen extension in the pigs? Because for pigs are produces multiple oocytes. Okay, and for fertilize one oocyte require millions of sperm in the sense of just to digestion of the oophores and all.
Yes, yes.
So if he'll do the extension and if he'll pack, is it recommendable?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's a question here again, little deviate from our normal conventional livestock large species. So, but here also it's a well proven in case of artificial insemination with the liquid, means fresh semen also. It's if you could able to apply it, here near volume is matter most 80 to 100 ml with the 100 millions of 100 to 100 to 150 millions of spermatozoa. So that volumes and concentration, I think it's well proven at being applying, and it's also getting good result in our region also. So concentration, that is 80 to 100 ml, sir. We used to say, I can show you, sir. So we used to generally keep it like this back. So here the volume is 100 ml. So in that 100 ml, our target is to put somewhere in the 100 to 150 million numbers of spermatozoa. So in that way, directly injecting into the pigs. So that is exactly almost well proven, and we are also replicating in our conditions. And it's also successful. It's also determined whether we could able to inseminating at the right time of the heat. The detection of the heat is again is the cornerstone for successful artificial inseminations. That is getting conception and fertility rate. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bhavesh. I would like to request Professor Saugato Hajra to honor Professor Bhavesh Mili with a Kumayuni cap.
Our next speaker is Dr. Vandana Kumari. Dr. Vandana Kumari is a postdoctoral fellow in IIT Bombay. Her research interests are in nanomaterial sciences, drug delivery, and biomaterial engineering. Today, she will be presenting on fabrication and characterization of antimicrobial polycaprolactone based nanofibers for biomedical applications.
Yeah, thanks. Slide. Yeah. A very good afternoon to all. Myself, Vanda Kumari, and today I am going to present on the topic fabrication and characterization of antimicrobial polycaprolactone based on nanofiber for biomedical applications. With the advancement in the medical field, we are able to achieve different kind of medical problem, like normal one to more complex problem like cancer or organ transplantation. Even we have conducted successfully the robotic surgery as well as remote surgery. But still, despite of all this success, there is one persistent issue that creates threat to our medical success, and that is microbial infection. These microbes generally reach or attach to the surface or the surgical site where they multiply, then form the 3D biofilm and grow properly. And after that, they live very happily over there, right? But obviously, we don't want them to be live happily ever after. And so we use antibiotics. But due to the indiscriminate use of this antibiotic, obviously now we are facing other challenge, and that is multi-drug resistance bacteria. Due to this, now the healing process is almost delayed. The patient is suffering from mental as well as financial burden and failure of advanced treatment that we are using right now. And also the current antibiotic therapy that we have the success rate of only 22 to 37%. According to the WHO report, 7 lakh people are dying annually, and it is estimated that the value will be rise to 10 million people by 2050. Also, the estimated cumulative loss of 100 trillion US dollar to the global economy. So obviously, being a scientist or researcher, it becomes our responsibility to develop a new way to give this new treatment. So here, the question is how to eliminate the bacteria without causing any bacterial resistance. So our approach is nanomaterial. As we all know that those material which are in nano size are nanomaterial, and there are different kind of nanomaterial that you can see in this slide. But what's so special about nanomaterial? Why? Right? So this is the killing mechanism. First of all, how they enter into the bacteria is like by protein channel diffusion or through endocytosis, they enter into the bacteria. And then they start killing it by different mechanism, like they inactivate their enzyme activity, attack their central dogma process, that is DNA, RNA or protein synthesis process, and so disruption of membrane structure and so on. That's why nanomaterial is giving us a hope that we can use this material for the next generation antimicrobial activity product. So here you can see a smiley nanomaterial. This is a porous nano gold, which are happy to help us, and so the happy nano world. Now, our objective is to fabricate and characterize the antimicrobial PCL-based nanofiber for biomedical application. Why nanofiber?
These have very good property, like we can produce or change the scale, nanoscale to micro scale. We can use different kind of polymer, tune the property, can change the mechanical property according to our need, unlike hydrogel. And then we can also load different kind of drug, protein, even DNA in these nanofiber. We can prepare it using the simple setup, that is electrospinning, and currently it already explored for different applications like wound dressing, tissue engineering, drug delivery, and so on. We have selected PCL because it have advantages like biodegradable, biocompatible, easy to process, and the best part, it is already approved by FDA. And that's why we have selected this polymer. But every have some limitation also, so it have like hydrophobic nature and low cytocompatibility. To improve this limitation, generally researchers are using the biopolymer like silk, chitosan, collagen. But already we have discovered this polymer, and so long we have lots of work on this, and we need something new. So we have selected kappa carrageenan. Why kappa carrageenan? It's a natural product derived from red algae. The best part is it shows resemblance to the native glucosaminoglycan. That is the part of extracellular matrix, thus providing this cytocompatibility. That's why we have selected kappa carrageenan. But here also we have some problem, like one is hydrophobic, another is hydrophilic, and it's become difficult to merge them, right? That's why we have selected surfactant to make them more compatible. At the same time, this surfactant play a major role in electrospinning process. Like in the yesterday discussion, we are discussing about the polyelectrolyte and the charges, how they are impacting. So surfactant actually reduce the surface tension and also play a major role. That's why we have to study separately the impact of surfactant on PCL, then prepare PCL KC and hybrid, which consists of surfactant KC as well as PCL, and characterize it for antimicrobial and done in vitro study also. First of all, as you can see in the first images, the PCL have a size of 800 nanometer, that is approx 0.8 micro. But later on, when we have used surfactant like AOT, which is an anionic surfactant, and Triton X100, that is one of the non-ionic surfactant. So here the morphology of the nanofiber or mean fiber diameter reduced. So among the different concentration, we have selected the lowest one, that is the 5% AOT. TX100 we have eliminated due to the bead defect. Then we have added KC in the system, and here you can see it's a one-step approach. This is also novelty of this work. We have prepared the solution and then electrospun it. Now at what concentration the system is stable, and so we have characterized further the 5, 10 and 20%. At higher concentration phase separation occurred, so we have selected 5% AOT with PCL and KC. We have varied the concentration of PCL KC like 95 is to 5, 90 is to 10 and 85 is to 15. So on the basis of the lowest mean fiber diameter, we have selected 90 is to 10, which don't have any bead defect also. Hydrophilicity and hydrophobic, obviously that is the problem in our PCL. So when we have conducted, what we analyze that within fraction of second, or better to say 2 or 3 seconds, they are able to absorb water completely. Means they are super hydrophilic. This is one of the like we have achieved something, because for making the super hydrophilic, we are using the treatment like plasma or grafting, but here within a one step, we are able to achieve this. Then antimicrobial part. So first of all, we have conducted the colony reduction in the comparison of the PCL, which have lots of bacteria colony, SRS and E. coli both. The colony reduction was more than 90% in the case of E. coli and 99% in case of SRS. And also we have checked the morphology of the bacteria. So first is SRS and second is the E. coli. In the case of PCL and PCL-KC, you can see the intact morphology. But once we have treated it with our hybrid consisting of the surfactant, you can see the change in morphology. It means that surfactant is somehow destroying the bacteria by disrupting their membrane. Also, we have checked the adhesion property. So in the PCL and PCL-KC, you can see the biofilm formation within 24 hours. But in the case of hybrid, they are even unable to attach to the surface. So this is the best part of this material. So SRS and E. coli showing the same property. They do not allow this bacteria to adhere to the surface. So obviously the next problem, biofilm formation, is also, we have overcome this problem. Secondly, since it's a nanofiber having porous structure, so there is a possibility that bacteria may migrate through this porous structure. So we have conducted this microbial inhibition assay. So you can say in the first images, the control is transparent, but in second it becomes turbid. At the same time, hybrid is completely transparent. This is a luria medium, so obviously bacteria will grow over there. So this show the efficiency that they even able to inhibit the bacteria. Thus, we can use it as a air filter or as a wound healing or any material, because it's restricting the environment bacteria to go through and will come in the biological system. Obviously, when they are so much harmful for bacteria, so we have to check whether they are compatible with our body or not. So we have conducted MTT assay for analyzing their viability, and it's more than 129% viability was in the day 3 for hybrid. And also you can see in the last image of the hybrid in comparison to tissue culture flask, you can see the changes in the morphology. In the last in hybrid, you can see there is a proper array of the cell. It means they have completely formed a good connection and growing well. It means they are even promoting the cell adhesion as well as proliferation at the level. So this material is completely cytocompatible as well as antimicrobial property. So overall, in this study, a comparative analysis of the impact surfactant on the PCL-KC nanofiber were conducted. Here, AOT, that is the surfactant, is playing two roles, that is the dual role. One is as a co-spinning agent and another is the improving the miscibility between two polymers. It has also reduced the main fiber diameter of our nanofiber. It is super hydrophilic and also showing the antimicrobial and cytocompatible properties. And novelty is it's a one-step approach where we have achieved super hydrophilicity, antimicrobial as well as cytocompatibility. We have already published this paper in two different journals. One is Journal of Applied Polymer Science and Polymer International. Thank you. I would like to thank our BioHeal and Shada sir and Mishra sir who has given me this opportunity. And I would also like to thank IIT Delhi, IIT Bombay for this work. Question?
Hello, ma'am. Thank you for the presentation. Ma'am, I want to know first, which surfactant type did you use and why did you prefer it, like ionic or non-ionic surfactant?
Sir, like in electrospinning, these charges play a major role. Yesterday also we have discussed about the polyelectrolyte. So there are some polymer which have some charges on its surface and some polymer don't have charges on its surface. But when it's interacting with the polymer or surfactant, just a minute. When they are interacting with the surfactant which have some charges. So in the case of PCl, it don't have any charges. AOT have some charges, SO3 negative. So that's why it helps us in the stretching property as well as reducing the surface. And this promotes the. But if I am taking some other polymer which have some charges, so maybe some other surfactant will play a role. We have initially taken AOT, anionic, non-ionic TX100, and CTAP also we have taken cationic charges. With respect to CTAP, they are forming a complex at the same concentration, which is not possible to electrospun. That's why we continue with these two, and later on we have further filter out. So I have just shown here one images, but we have conducted XRD and other testing also.
One more thing, ma'am, that you have conducted so much of experiments, but how will you ensure that it's a biodegradation rate? Definitely, you will use this nanofiber for the wound dressing material. How will you ensure that the biodegradation rate of this fiber is?
I can show you the images also. Can someone help me to go out of this presentation mode? Okay, thanks. It's not. Okay. See, PCl is a biodegradable. You can see here in the images, for normal PCl, it take 1 year when they started degradation. But when we have conducted in our lab, what we analyzed this whole hybrid material, which has KC as well as surfactant, it has initiated the degradation process. Within a month, you can see the changes. It's 22% weight loss. the porosity in the nanofiber generated, they are uptaking the water since they are super hydrophilic, and through this mechanism, hydrolytic degradation initiated before the time. So this is biodegradable. Since we have limitation of work, so I have hide some slides.
Good afternoon, ma'am. It was a great talk. Actually, I want to ask a question. In the very beginning of the slide, you said that biofilm deposition is currently a major challenge in medical settings. So, did you conducted any anti-biofilm studies for your particles?
Specific to antibiofilm, we didn't conduct it, but within 24 hours, since it's a nanostructure and PCL is promoting the bacterial activity, so within 24 hours, you can see their colony, biofilm formation. So it's not like intentionally we have conducted, but within 24 hours, they are good and happy over there. But in the hybrid, they are unable to adhere. The first step is approach and then attach. Since they are unable to attach to the surface, so biofilm formation is restricted.
And ma'am, which antibiotic did you use as a control?
Sorry?
Ma'am, which antibiotic was used as control?
Antibiotic control, here we have taken PCL as a control. With respect to PCL, we have conducted the efficiency of our hybrid material.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, it's a nice work. So you told about that your material is antimicrobial, right?
Yes.
So have you checked the antifungal also, or it is only antibacteria only?
We have done the study with respect to only bacteria here right now, not other microbes. Or in future, yeah, we can go through other microbes also.
Yeah, definitely. You can also check for the antifungal property as well.
Yes.
And with regards to the biocompatibility, you have done MTT and cell attachment. Your work is restricted to this
Yeah.
much of this
See,
much
the
of
basic
cell.
study for the cytocompatibility is the first step is MTT.
Yeah.
So we have conducted for 3 days. This is the short way. We have conducted the whole study for the wound healing approaches. So here I am showing the day for day 1 and day 3. This is fibroblast cell that we have conducted. So obviously within 3 days you can see the cell growth. It means they are compatible. They can adhere to the surface and all. And when we have conducted the live and dead cell, so you can see the changes in the morphology of the cell. They are forming the complete array that show that this material is very much compatible and promoting their proliferation over there. So that's why we are saying that yes, they are biocompatible.
Yeah, this is fine, but I think you could also check the ROS activity and also in the in vivo thing for the biocompatibility. In vivo biocompatibility and in vitro condition also, you can also check the ROS activity of your material.
Yes, we have checked the ROS activity, but they don't show the ROS activity. They are normal, not ROS. But yeah, in further we have loaded the herbal drug also. So when we have loaded herbal drug, then they are showing the ROS activity.
Okay.
Since see, we can't show the every work over here. We have the limitation. So we have conducted all those things, but I can see only this, which is related to antibacterial study here.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Nice talk. I will start with one suggestion. When you show them by FSM or TEM, we could see them. But when you are talking about molecular incorporation, some molecular studies are very, very required, be it NMR, be it FTIR, so that we could know that it is actually the chemical properties are changing. One. Then when you are doing nano, like having a nanofiber,
Yes.
it is not important that it is killing or not. It is important that when it is killing, how the drug is releasing. So a drug release kinetics,
Yes, sir. I completely agree. Yes, that is always required when we are thinking for the long duration. Since the application part for me was the wound healing, so here we have conducted for 24 and 48 hours. But what I'm showing is for 24 hour only. So yeah, I completely agree with you what you're saying.
And what cell you are using for?
Sorry, sir, Mike.
Yeah, what cell you are using for your biocompatibility assay?
Sorry.
What cell lines you use?
Achha,
for
fibroblast cell, NIH T3.
NIH?
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, a round of. So I would like to invite Professor Saugato Hajra to honor Professor Bandana Kumari with Young Scientist Award from BioHeal 205. 2025.
Thank you, sir.
In short, 205.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next talk. Okay, now we have 10 minutes time to stick your poster. Okay. Pin your poster on the board. Only boards are there. Pin भी आ गया. अगली से 2 पिन दे दो.
As the Executive Director of Scientific Operations at the McGowan Institute for Regenerative Medicines and hold a faculty appointment as Assistant Professor in Department of Surgery at University of Pittsburgh. Her research focus is on viral infection, wound healing, integrins, cells, signaling, and biofilms. We invite you here, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It is a pleasure and an honor to be part of this conference. Thank you, Drs. Mishra and Pal, for inviting me to present this work. Much of the work that I'll be talking about today is combined work that has been done in the labs of Dr. Chandan Sen and Sashwati Roy. And so some of it has been published and others are unpublished. When we come to the unpublished section, I request that people do not take photography because we're actively working to publish those. So please interrupt me if my audio is not very clear, but I will just continue to talk. So thanks to the previous speaker, I think it was Dr. Yadav, you have a little bit of an introduction into biofilm infection. Today, we're going to talk about a non-antibiotic methodology, another non-antibiotic methodology to treat infections. We look at both the planktonic and the biofilm mode of infection. So I'm going to So some of the points that I'd like to touch on with my talk today is to just highlight a little bit on wound biofilm infection and its significance, the management, what we call electroceutical dressings, and some of the outcomes from our in vitro preclinical and clinical work. So Dr. Yadav very nicely introduced a biofilm. So I'm a microbiologist by training. And this is how I was taught that a biofilm develops. Bacteria live planktonically. If they find a suitable surface, they attach. Once they attach, they try to develop or build themselves a little colony that keeps them protected. That colony can have the same type of bacteria, or it can have multiple different types of microbes within it. But essentially, they work cooperatively. They protect themselves with a cocoon of like a matrix. The matrix has proteins, polysaccharides, DNA, and other material. And within that cocoon, they keep themselves from the immune system. So any macrophages, neutrophils don't really have much of an effect. Antimicrobials cannot penetrate that cocoon, and therefore the bacteria are kept safe. But also, we know a lot more that within that biofilm, the organism lowers its metabolism, and hence, even if my antimicrobials can get into the biofilm, they cannot have their effect because a microbe has to be actively metabolizing in order for the antimicrobial to have an effect. Now, in order to be a viable organism, they can't remain sedentary for a very long time. And therefore, over a period of time, an event called dispersal occurs where the biofilm breaks open, bacteria are released, they go and establish themselves in other locations. So a lot of this process, this life cycle of a biofilm, has been understood from in vitro studies. However, when we take that in the context of, when you add the context of a human or animal or a living organism, it's likely to be different because in an in vitro setting, we are not considering how the host system is reacting to or trying to defend itself against a developing biofilm. And therefore, there is likely to be a different type of give and take. So per the Centers for Disease Control and the National Institutes of Health, from human studies, it is anticipated that more infection is biofilm than is planktonic. So 65% per CDC, 80% per NIH. And we call it BFI, biofilm infection. We study it in the context of chronic wounds, such as diabetic foot ulcers. And we have an ongoing study right now that's enrolling about a total of 400 patients. And we're finding that nearly 90% of the patients with these types of chronic wounds have a biofilm infection. So in the context of a human host, the definition of a biofilm is very similar to that of what we saw in the previous slide. It needs to be an aggregate of microbes. Here we are mainly focused on bacteria. But like someone questioned before, it's not necessary that it's just bacteria. It could be a collection of different microbes. But essentially, they still have a cocoon. They still have an extrapolymeric substance matrix. They are adhered to the surface of the wound, and they are quite difficult to treat and remove. So what we are trying to address in our work in vivo is that the way an infection is able to be controlled on a human host depends on the fight between the human host and the threat, that is the infection. And so the human host has immune system, which is its defense. You can provide extra interventions in terms of antibiotics or other types of treatments, and it's a tussle between the two. And so depending upon which one does better in the human, you are likely to heal the wound better and clear the infection, or the wound remains open and the infection takes over. And so over a period of time, our understanding of biofilm is very different from what we are learning in vitro. We think that without the host involvement, without understanding the iterative change between or interaction between a biofilm, the bacteria, and the human host, you really can't study a biofilm of clinical relevance outside of that host. And so this review work was published a few years ago, where we showed that the threat of a biofilm increases depending upon its ability to interact with the host system. And so I'm going to start with some of our early work. When we first started to look at the infection, this work was published in 2014, and this was the first study that came out of the group led by Dr. Roy, using a porcine or a pig model of wound biofilm infection. So essentially, we created full thickness burn wounds on the back of a porcine animal. This study was funded by the Department of Defense, and infected it with a combination of Pseudomonas and Acinetobacter. These were both antimicrobial resistant strains of bacteria. And we studied it for a period of 56 days. So what you see on this picture is a section of the skin tissue that was infected with bacteria. The bacteria was stained with a with an antibody that had a green dye. And so you see what you see as green on the leftmost panel is all biofilm, Pseudomonas biofilm. Now, in the clinics here in the US, and I'm sure even in India, the standard method of dealing with an infection on any wound surface or even on the bone is debridement, which means that you scrape tissue and including the bacteria off the surface of the wound till the wound bleeds. And that's considered the best way to treat a wound. And so on the leftmost screen, pre-debridement, you have a lot of green on the surface and also some spots underneath. So right after debridement, you see that everything looks almost clear in the middle panel. But however, if you let this go for 7 days and you don't add any additional treatment, the bacteria comes back. So what you're seeing as these green accumulations, again, now pushed deeper into the tissue, is biofilm reforming, because the debridement, while it took off most of what was on the surface, it has pushed things deeper into the surface, and the bacteria is able to somehow reestablish itself. And this is something of critical importance, particularly for people that are doing surgical treatments on people that come with infected wounds. So another study outside of our group has shown that debridement alone, so just scraping these bacteria off, is completely ineffective. You have to add some kind of additional treatment on top of it to help keep the infection from recurring. But even with that treatment, the type of treatment matters, because as you can see here, the black line is debridement only. So every 7 days, the bacteria keeps coming back. The gray line is when you do the debridement and add an additional, say, an antibiotic, and it helps keep the infection from recurring. It's slower, but it's still coming back. And so these are critical problems that surgeons, physicians face when they deal with patients that come to them with wounds that you cannot see with your eye, that may not be responsive to the antibiotic alone, that debridement doesn't really help, but rather pushes in deeper into your tissue. So how do we develop methodology that can help be more effective? So this caused us to pause and go back a little bit into the physics of how bacteria or microbes actually function. So when you look at the process of biofilm development, there are several stages at which electrical principles come into play. So bacteria need electrostatic adhesions to allow them to attach to a surface and help build the biofilm. And within the bacteria itself, they're constantly exchanging ions in some kind of an electrical communication to help them grow and develop that bacteria. So there's electrical communication, there's electrical-based attachment, and so it plays an essential role in helping develop and establish bacteria. And now, again, while this was identified in vitro work, this seems to be holding true even in vivo. So we thought that looking at these principles would probably help us target bacteria or microbes in a slightly different way with therapeutics. And so we came up with this electroceutical dressing technology, EDT. Right now, there are two versions. EDT Low is already commercialized. It's available. You can actually buy it through Amazon. It's called BioHeal. A company markets it that has worked with us on some of the studies. And BioHeal is basically the picture that you see, which has the dots. So it's just a piece of polyester dressing. It's got dots of silver and zinc that have been put into a specific pattern based off of many studies. And the brown dot is silver, the little gray dots are zinc. And we have identified through multiple previous work that when this gets activated, either through organic material like wound fluid, body fluids, or some kind of hydrogel, it creates an electrochemical bridge between the silver and the zinc dots and creates a weak electric field. And that weak electric field appears to be sufficient to do a lot of good things, helping a wound heal, clearing an infection. I'll go into some detail over the next slides. So we call it in our research work wireless electroceutical dressing, because there's no additional battery or anything involved. This is just the electric field is generated by an electrochemical coupling. EDT high, also called patterned electroceutical dressing, is a stronger dosing type of dressing. It again is a piece of cloth, but it's got silver painted on it. It's connected to a battery. And this battery allows for 6 volts of current to flow through and releases a stronger electric field that then has a more penetrating effect on infection. And so what you will see over the next few slides are data that has been published mostly with WED, and towards the end, I'll talk a little bit about the PED. So let's start here. We started with an in vitro biofilm of Pseudomonas aeruginosa. And this published work was out in 2015. And essentially what we showed here is that when we use the EDT low or the wireless electroceutical dressing, you could turn a dense biofilm of Pseudomonas into a dead structure. So essentially, the wireless electroceutical device prevented the formation of biofilms. So even at an early stage, it would not allow the electrical communication between bugs to develop a biofilm. But if you even created a pre-formed biofilm, after 48 hours of development, you could disrupt it and break it down, take apart the matrix and basically obliterate the bacteria. The same was true of a fungus like Candida. So this work published in 2021 just summarizes some of the effects. In this case, we use a ketoconazole, so an antimicrobial resistant strain of Candida albicans. And we found that with this dressing, we were able to inhibit efflux pump activity, membrane depolarization. It inhibited metabolism. It caused biofilm to be inhibited. And so essentially, across the board, we're looking at almost a pathogen agnostic type of a treatment that does not rely on antibiotics. Having said that, if you use the dressing in combination with an antibiotic, you could actually also have a synergistic effect. And I'll show some data later. So then we took it from in vitro into a pig model. As I've mentioned before, all of our work has a combination of in vitro and in vivo because we want to see, is the same thing that's so effective in the lab on a petri dish also effective when the host is included? And so this work published in 2021 showed that using a porcine model that we had established that has a mixed species infection, Pseudomonas and Acinetobacter, you could get a very nicely dense biofilm. And if you actually look at those biofilms using scanning electron microscopy and transmission electron microscopy, you can actually see that the immune system is trying to get into that biofilm, but it's not being effective. Once it's treated with the WED, there's clearance of this dense biofilm structure. And this is even seen better when you look at confocal microscopy of the tissue sections taken from these animals. So on day 56, which is the time point at which we end the studies, which is a very late time point, you can see a ton of bacteria in biofilm aggregates in the tissue section without any treatment. When you add the WED, it's essentially gone, and you can see that, and the negative control shows that controls were okay. So we took this one step further into a clinical study, and this was done with our collaborators at the Institute for Surgical Research in San Antonio. That's at the Brooke Army Medical Center. And we used this dressing in the case of people that came in with various traumatic wounds. And essentially, a patient would come in and they would be randomized into a standard of care treatment or a standard of care with the WED. And this work published in 2023 showed that in all wounds, the use of the WED helped significantly decrease biofilm severity. And if you segregated grafted versus non-grafted wounds, it even held true. You could see that irrespective, the change in biofilm severity was much more significant when you treated with WED compared to just the standard of care. And so when we summarize this in vitro, we know from our work, and much of this work is published, so please go read the papers. Electric field is able to disrupt Pseudomonas aeruginosa biofilm in vitro. I did not talk about a study that came out within our group that showed that the same electric field actually helps promote keratinocyte migration in in vitro studies. And therefore, the dressing itself could have a double-edged sword effect. On the one hand, taking care of biofilm infection, inhibiting or disrupting it. On the other hand, promoting wound healing, because the keratinocytes, which are the cover cells on your skin, respond to the electric field, migrate faster, and close the wound. And we also showed that it's able to make antimicrobial resistant strains of Candida albicans sensitive. Our preclinical work showed that when we looked at a mixed species infection of antimicrobial resistant Pseudomonas and Acinetobacter, we're able to prevent biofilm infection and promote wound healing. And then our clinical work that I showed a brief slide on, WED was able to decrease biofilm infection in traumatic wounds better than standard of care. And there were two other pieces of work that I did not show here, that you can actually use this dressing in combination with other treatments and help promote healing faster. So now I'm going to move a little bit into some unpublished work and show you a little more detail. So I request that this not be recorded. So first, let's look at escape E pathogens. So just in case the audience is not aware of this, so escape E, actually each letter stands for a specific bacteria. E for Enterococcus, S for Staphylococcus, K for Klebsiella, A for Acinetobacter, P for Pseudomonas, E for Enterobacter, and E for Escherichia coli. Now, why all of these are of particular interest is because they are considered some of the most serious bugs right now, because they all have resistance due to the production of an enzyme carbapenemase. And so this makes them resistant to some of the higher level drugs and difficult, very, very difficult to treat. And so our work right now that we are about to publish shows that when we have each of these bugs and grow them in biofilm, they form very robust biofilms. But when you treat them with WED, what you can see as the last column in each of these graphs, almost every one of these multi-drug resistant pathogens is completely inhibited. The only one that showed some growth was Klebsiella pneumoniae. And what I don't show here is that when you add the actual antibiotic that the Klebsiella is otherwise resistant to with the WED, you can take that down to a 0 or no growth. And therefore, this wireless electroceutical device or dressing seems to have quite the broad spectrum effect across different types of bacteria. We also looked at filamentous fungi. In this example, it's Aspergillus fumigatus. This is very preliminary data, and we're able to show that, as you can see on the left graph here in the orange line, in the presence of the WED, you have significantly inhibited the growth of the fungal conidia and viability of these conidia. And if you do a combination treatment, sort of ex vivo, exposing it to macrophages, macrophages have a better effect in uptake of and killing of fumigatus. And so I'm going to end. Yeah, I'm going to end on this. This is my last slide. So
we'll manage.
Okay, so sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. Okay, so we have a clinical study that is being processed right now, and that was recently done. This is getting published soon, and it's also continuing to support the idea that now an EDT high dressing, the second variety, is also showing a similar effect, where biofilm infection is significantly decreased when used in conjunction with other treatments. And so, in conclusion, what I hope I've shown you, and I hope I've convinced you, that this electroceutical treatment appears to be pathogen agnostic. We are able to prove this in vitro, in vivo, and through clinical studies. We are thankful for funding from the Department of Defense to Drs. Sen and Roy. And thank you for your attention. Sorry if I went over, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, ma'am. We have few questions here.
Hello.
Hi.
Very nice talk, ma'am. So my question is, if you use this electrical device, so does the electrical impact is continuous throughout the treatment? Like how many dose, like it is continuously applied in the wound area? And if it is continuous, like is there any side effect? Like if we apply continuously electrical impulse in our body, does it hamper in our normal electrical activity in our body?
Very good questions. So the wireless electroceutical device has a maximum effect. I think the maximum time it's been kept in contact with any wound surface has been 7 days. Okay. But having said that, that depends on how exudating the wound is. So if it's very kind of a wet wound, then we have to change it multiple times. So at least once every other day, because the more it soaks up, the less effect it has between the silver and the zinc, the electrochemical bridge. Your second question was what?
Like any side effect for the continuous?
Side effects. Yeah. So we have not seen any side effects. We've actually used this in both the animal and the human. It's been kept on the wound for up to, like I said, 7 to 14 days in human, and in the animals up to 56 days. And so sometimes with biweekly or weekly dressing changes, it actually promotes the, so I'm sure you are aware that when a wound forms on a human body or in any animal body, there are ionics, there's transepithelial potential that helps drive the cells to cross those, to close the wound.
Yes.
The dressings appear to promote that, enhance the migration of the cells. And so we have not seen any significant side effects. Maybe with the silver, a little bit of deposition of the silver, but other than that, no. With that, and that's mostly with the second variety of dressing, not the wireless electroceutical.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Very nice presentation. So as you started the presentation with like residual bacteria, which is getting present in the deep tissue after exudation of the wounds, infected wounds, but the material that you're using, like device, electrically active device, it is on the superficial skin, right, wound area. So how do you manage the like deep tissue infections? And one more thing is in the Klebsiella, you said not all bacteria are getting killed. Is it, maybe it is because of the hypermucoviscous phenotype of Klebsiella, which is very difficult for like penetration and also for therapeutics with conventional antibiotics. Like even with nitrofurantoin or colistin, we have seen it has high resistance. So can you please elaborate?
Yes, excellent questions, both of them. I may need you to remind me of the second one. So let's start with the question of how do you deal with a deeper infection? So in the case of the WED, so even with that debris, so if we use the WED right after the debridement is done, then you're tackling the bacteria that's a little bit still on the surface and helping clear it. Now, this is kind of why we developed the second variety or the second version of the electroceutical device, the PED, the patterned electroceutical. It has a little bit more power that can penetrate a little bit deeper into those wounds, and therefore anything that gets pushed a little bit deeper is likely to be taken care of by the second generation device. And that is what I think we're seeing in the clinical study that Dr. Roy is now analyzing and will likely be published very soon. So you'll see more detail there, because there it was in clinical patients that had the types of wounds that after debridement may have penetrated deeper, and therefore the treatment seems to have a better effect there. Obviously, we have a lot more detailed analysis that needs to be done on that case. Now, with Klebsiella, you're absolutely right. Heavy mucoid capsule formation, and it is a very difficult bug to treat otherwise. But what I was not able to show you is that when, for whatever reason, the WED with the antibiotic actually helps penetrate that mucoid capsule. And so it does inhibit when we use the synergistic action of the antibiotic with the WED. So so I think the whatever the electroceutical is doing just to the bacteria, while insufficient to take down all of it, with the combination antibiotic, it's probably allowing the antibiotic to penetrate better and have a more significant effect. Hope that answered your question.
Yeah. Hello, ma'am. Can you
Hello.
hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I have a question that is a little deviating from wound healing. The question is that we face a lot of problem after the surgeries, like we mostly do the catheterization in the stone surgeries and some of the other surgeries. So what happens that during the catheterization, a lot of bacterial growth happens in the catheter and the secondary infection also take place. So can we use these films on the inner sides of the catheter so that this infection doesn't happen? Like it's just a question which came in my mind.
No, absolutely great thought. When we talk about this in the context of what can we do outside of the wound, treatment, yes, absolutely. I think it's the same pattern. You don't even need to have that actual cloth. The same pattern could be printed on the inside of a catheter potentially, because you just need to be able to have the elements that create that electrochemical bridge, that can prevent the bacteria from establishing. And therefore, yes, that's very much, we think it's a very doable option.
Sure. So that will prevent the hospital-borne infection a lot. Thank you.
Hi, ma'am. I have a small doubt. Very interesting talk. How this debridement, you please the procedure.
Sorry, I didn't hear the end of your question. How did debridement?
How did you perform that debridement, ma'am? Can you please elaborate on that process?
Okay, yes. So I didn't perform this. We had an actual plastic surgeon do that on the. So typically, what happens is so we would create a burn wound. We would wait for about 3 days and infect it with bacteria. Okay, a combination of Pseudomonas and Acinetobacter. Leave it sitting for 7 days. So it's formed a very thick biofilm on the surface of that wound, and it's on the wound on the back of the animal. And then using a very sharp scalpel, the doctor, the trained surgeon who has been doing this on humans, typically they would scrape, like scrape the surface, remove all of that top material, and scrape deep enough till it starts to bleed. That's the standard methodology. I'm obviously simplifying it. It's much more complex when you're doing it. But essentially, the thought process is you're taking everything off that looks like it could be dead skin, infected skin, until it looks like there's fresh skin underneath. Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Samita. And
You're
give a
welcome.
round
Thank
of
you.
applause. On behalf of BioHeal 2025, we would like to honor you with prestigious Young Scientist Award. Professor Chapu Chao, please. And Ankita, please receive the award on behalf of Professor Somita.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm so sorry I could not be there. Your conference really looked very interesting. Thank you for the privilege to participate remotely.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Our
Speaker.
next speaker is Professor Sen.
Our next speaker is Professor Chandan K. Sen. Dr. Sen is a globally recognized leader in regenerative medicine, wound healing, and biomedical innovation. He currently serves as the director of Megon Institute for Regenerative Medicine and Associate Vice Chancellor for Life Sciences, Innovation, and Commercialization at the University of Pittsburgh. He is also the Chief Scientific Officer at UPMC Wound Care Services, Professor of Surgery and Plastic Surgery, and holds the Bartley P. Griffith Chair of Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Sain research has consistently pioneered novel solutions for tissue injury, repair, regeneration, and infection, and propelled commercialization of wide variety of therapeutics, preventatives, and related products in this field. We welcome you to BioHeal, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for asking me to be here. And I joined a few minutes ago, was listening in. So today I'm going to share with you, and hopefully a very interesting topic, and I'm going to share with you some data. But I really would like to draw your attention to the conceptual paradigm, because then I hope many of you will start seeing new opportunities and could start pursuing, should you be interested in this line of investigation. Greetings from Pittsburgh. This is our city in the US. We call this the Steel City. And I guess once they started, and by the way, Tata's grandfather came here and took somebody to India, and that's how steel was established in India. So that's the connection between Pittsburgh and India in one direction, especially with respect to steel. I hope you can see my slide all right. And this is our McGowan Institute. To the right, to the left is what we call the Cathedral of Learning. This is where our president sits. At the base, you have classrooms and you have a lot of administrative offices. This is a tall tower, a very interesting building structure. So if you're in Pittsburgh, this is some place you need to visit. I welcome you. If you are coming to the US, let us know, and hopefully you'll have some time to drop in. We can make local arrangements for you. We are also juxtaposed with Carnegie Mellon. So a few of our colleagues are in Carnegie Mellon University, and we collaborate very closely, especially now we have a major program on AI in medicine. And many of you at Roorkee may be interested in that as well. So please keep touch and let us know should you be interested. Now, today I'm going to talk to you about a technology that was developed in our lab and first reported in 2017. But since then, some 25 papers have been published in a company. Technology has been licensed, company has been formed, and I'll give you a brief view of the science, but then the big picture. So when I went to school, many years ago in the 80s, this is what we were taught. There was this concept of terminal differentiation. So in developmental biology, the embryo, and then the fetus goes into a developmental mode, and you have a lot of tissue plasticity. But once the baby is born, and then as you advance to adulthood, it seems that we have terminally differentiated tissue that stays in that format. So cell and tissue plasticity was not something that was very actively studied those days, because that was the idea that once you differentiate, you just stick there, you stay there. But now the concept has completely changed. Of course, in the middle came the story of the stem cells. But then with stem cells, we ran into a problem about some stem cells. I'll get into that shortly. So this was then. Now the concept is that terminal differentiation essentially, in my mind, does not exist. There is nothing terminally differentiated. In my mind, anything in the body can be reprogrammed, and that opens a vast therapeutic opportunity because either because of sickness or trauma or accident, you could, or aging, you could lose organ function or tissue function, and then you could, whatever tissue has been lost is gone, but you have residual tissue, say you have fat, you have skin, you can reprogram that to compensate for the tissue lost. So that's a very new horizon. And recently, I wrote a very detailed review article on this, which I have sent to your group, and hopefully it will be circulated. Should you be interested, take a look at that. So this is a very simplified format of what you already know, because we have to start from a place already known. So we all know about stem cells. Stem cells can give rise to all types of different cells, more than 200 cell types of the human body. Stem cells can give rise to more stem cells, and so we sort of got very excited. So you have to understand that my work does not involve any stem cell. So everything I want to talk to you about, and I'm scared of stem cells because all of this is wonderful. But if you look at the clinical trials, it's very clear that once you inject stem cells into the human body, you don't have control on their fate. Some of them will become the cell you want, and you're very excited about it, and you publish. But what you don't talk about in your publication are the fact that some of the cells you cannot account for, and unfortunately, some of them have now escaped and formed cancer cells, and trials had to be stopped. So playing with stem cell plasticity is very demanding, in that you're not just responsible, to make the cell or the tissue that you need, but you're also responsible to make sure that no harm is done to the person receiving the stem cells. So it's a very challenging. So if you're talking about using stem cells to engineer tissue outside the body, I'm fully with you, no problem. But if you're talking about injecting stem cells, I believe today nobody has that under control. They are trying; it is not yet under control. Stem cells are indeed in our body, but Mother Nature knows how to harness them and keep us away from cancer. When we try to go do therapeutics with them, hundreds and thousands of papers have been published, showing potential benefit, but they don't address this massive risk, and therefore going to people. It's all good in animals because you don't care if the animal got cancer, but very little of this is actually going into human, because stem cell plasticity cannot be harnessed with full control, and that's critically important. If you now take a look at induced pluripotent, cells, actually, when this Nobel Prize was given out just over a decade ago, I read this and I found this sort of problematic, which led to the technology now I'm going to talk to you about. Because when you find a problem, you basically are led to thinking, then how do I, solve the problem? So the problem that I saw in this is that you take these cells out of the body, and then it goes through many weeks of reprogramming in sort of a lab, right? And massive infrastructure costs, this, that. If you really talk about it, so Dr. Yamanaka used skin fibroblasts because the skin has unusual plasticity properties. You will notice that all these fibroblasts work. People don't talk about it, but if you dig, you will see they all came from skin. Okay, if you take the same fibroblast from some other organ, they will not give you this type of output. So most of the source for these fibroblasts are skin. But once you make them into induced pluripotent cells, a very small number of these induced pluripotent cells actually listen to you and become, say, the cardiac cell or the gut cell or the blood cell, whatever cell you want. But because some of them do make, that makes for a wonderful opportunity to publish papers. So you have tens of thousands of papers. and pretty much nothing happening in the clinic, period. Okay, which I was very concerned about when it came out to begin with. So what IPS, in my opinion, is wonderful in doing is that outside the body, if you want to do drug screening and all, then I think it's an extraordinary resource. But if you want to again put it back in the body, we really do not have good control over the fate of IPS, and there is zero paper in the literature where every IPS made converted into these cells that you wanted. So if you want neurons, that all of them, it is never so. At best, a tiny fraction becomes, and then you don't know what to do with the ones that did not become. So I got sort of scared. I thought it was a wonderful, lesson in biology, demonstrating the power of cell and tissue plasticity. But as it relates to therapeutics, I thought, uh, key limitations of this technology. All right, so then, enough criticized. So then, what's the potential solution? So again, here you see a cartoon, and in this cartoon, you see how stem cells are directly making the cells you need. Neural stem cells are making neurons, and mesenchymal stem cells are making whatever cardiac myocyte or biofibroblast. But pay attention to the bottom, and this came out much later. This was not a part of Yamanaka's work, by the way, and this was not a part of his Nobel-winning work. This is separately published by a few people that drew my attention, and our entire thinking for this technology I'm about to present was based on this observation that did not come out from Dr. Yamanaka's lab, but a few groups started to report this. So what was the observation? The observation was in vitro, not in vivo. In vitro, they were able to directly convert fibroblasts to the cells they wanted. So they converted fibroblasts to vascular cells, they converted fibroblasts to neurons, and they did not have, this process did not have any intermediary stemness. So you were not stuck with ips cells in the middle. Okay, so you started the journey with what you already had, which is the fibroblast, and you wanted to achieve, say, neuron in this case, and you got the neuron if you succeeded. And if you failed, you were left with what you already had, which is the fibroblast. So you did not convert them, in this case, into intermediary induced pluripotent cells. I like this a lot because if you failed, you had what you had, and if you succeeded, you got what you needed. There is nothing in between. So this sort of excited me, and we started then thinking about this potential idea. How about, because all the stuff that I showed you with IPS and stuff, it is prohibitively expensive, massive infrastructure. If everything went well, with everybody doing everything right, I would like to claim that less than 1% of the world population will benefit from it. It is so expensive. And of course, not everything is going right so far, but even if everything went, so there had to be something that had to be more accessible in healthcare. So we thought of perhaps developing a technology where it is not cell isolated from the body, you reprogram the tissue as a whole, not cell reprogramming, but tissue reprogramming in the body, no lab needed. So some of our technologies are now used in the field. So in this case, in our technology, I'm about to explain, because if you do reprogramming in the body, then you are doing it under immune surveillance. When you take the cells out, take it to the lab, do whatever you want, bring it back to the body, even if it is your own cell, autologous, the body objects, the immune system objects, because you have done so much modification. So then again, you have to go through immune suppression, so on and so forth. So those are not very attractive options. So if we could actually do this type of tissue reprogramming in the body under immune surveillance, in negotiation with a complex in vivo microenvironment, okay, in the incubator, everything is controlled. But in the body, you have hormones fluxing, you have so many things. You have the biological clock fluxing, so many dynamic changes going on. So can you achieve reprogramming in the context of such dynamic environment? Or are you isolating it and doing it just to publish and put it back, and then basically the conditions you had in the incubator cannot be reproduced in the body, so you lose track. So we thought if we take this approach, we could approach something that is more sustainable and more affordable, so on and so forth. So that was the basic idea. So anybody interested in how this idea was arrived at of tissue reprogramming? Recently, I wrote, this is a long, 50, 60 page article. Please take a look at this. This is open access. I just send the PDF to your organizers. So if they circulate, you please have them circulate this in WhatsApp, and it is perfectly fine because it's open access. It's no problem. No copyright issues. Okay, take a look at that. So what are we talking about here? We are talking about a technology. So this was the most primitive chip. This is a photo from, I guess, 2016, like 10 years ago, the first chip that we had developed. And you see the chip placed on the human hand, and there are some electrodes that are touching it, so on and so forth. And then you're delivering reprogramming factors to the skin. So exactly this is how it is done. No chip goes in, no blood, no cutting. Okay, so in our technology, we use the body's own cell, and we developed a silicone nanochip that delivers genetic cargo. And by the way, the chip touches your body for 1/10 of a second, 100 millisecond once. That's all. It doesn't stay in your body. It touches your body 1/10 of a second. 10 pulses of 10 milliseconds, process is done. Okay, chip goes away. So in this case, now, as I will show you, we have shown a number of outcomes that have been made possible with this technology. And the first paper came out, way back when. This was in 2017. As of now, so at the time, there was a blog by Francis Collins, who was the NIH director at the time. There was some, editorial in JAMA. A lot of interest in this because this was the first technology that was able to reprogram body, bodily tissue not taken out, no lab needed, and you can do this under austere conditions if you really want. So what is the principle? There is no magic here. Okay, so the principle here is that every cell in the human body has some inherent plasticity. And this plasticity, we believe, is maximally present. I'm talking now about non-stem cells. Okay, I told you why I'm scared of stem cells, especially as it relates to intervening in a human. Okay, so among non-stem cells, you see huge plasticity in skin and fat. Okay, and we have plenty skin and we have plenty fat. And if you messed up in the skin or messed up in the fat, you're not going to kill anybody. Okay, so even if something went wrong, you're not going to kill anybody. And these are all very important considerations, especially when you want to go to human. Okay. And actually, by the way, before I continue with this, just yesterday I got a letter from Cedisco in Delhi that we are now they have given us one or two very small conditions, and it's very likely that first in human of this will happen in India first. There was somebody from so the Indian government, the Prime Minister's office, had asked me once they saw this in the news to do the first in India in human, and looks like that could very well be possible based on the letter I received yesterday from Cedisco. Anyway, coming back to the science. So, when you want to deliver these reprogramming factors into the body, you have many options. A very common option is viral delivery, right? But I'm very scared of viral delivery again because these are so potent, these reprogramming factors, that it is very important to keep them restricted to the tissue of interest. If somehow I lose these reprogramming factors, for example, in the blood, and then it goes to your eye and makes you blind or shuts down your, I don't know it well, but I suspect. So I don't want any infection element in my gene delivery process. Okay. So I was looking for non-infectious pathways. And if you do what is known as bulk electroporation, bulk electroporation is very invasive, meaning it causes a lot of tissue injury. And what we found was if you use bulk electroporation, yes, you can deliver genes, but then you're hurting the tissue in a way that the reprogrammability of the tissue is lost. Okay, so you get what is called cytoskeletal scarring. A lot of barriers come up, so bulk electroporation is no good. So now, instead of bulk electroporation, we came out with the process. So what you see on the top, the colorful, I don't know if you can see my arrowhead. On the top is this colorful ball. So bulk electroporation affects the entire cell. Okay. So we developed this nano electroporation approach where only less than 2% of the cell opens up a window. And once you open up that window, the delivery of the factor then happens through that window as I show you here. Okay, so in bulk electroporation, if you had 1 million cells, 10% of the cells are dead because of your electrocution. And then say 50% of the cells have a big hole in their membrane and they're trying to repair it. So some of the cells manage to repair the hole and the factors are in. So you do see successful gene delivery, but those genes cannot do anything to reprogramming because there is too much cytoskeletal damage. You need a pristine cytoskeleton to get the reprogramming to happen. So that said, if we keep moving forward, what we were able to show is that if you take an animal like this and you cut off their femoral supply to the leg, that's a very big deal to cut off the entire femoral supply. Of course, you have a very severely ischemic leg, right? I think
This
maybe
is for
just
the
mute.
hydrogen preparation, 48 weight plate. In 824.
All right. So you see, if you cut off the femoral artery, the leg is severely affected. And in some animals, once you have such ischemia, there will be auto amputation. As you see to your left, the leg has disappeared. It has fallen off. It is so badly affected. Now, please note that the animal that you see to the right has the same femoral cutoff, except that the chip had touched the leg for 100 milliseconds once. Not twice, not every day, not every week, once. You have a pink leg, the leg, an animal is running around. We do paw pressure, we do strength, fully conserved. This mouse has a leg with no femoral supply. Okay, yet you see how pink it is, the leg compared to the other. So this was quite striking. Now, if you now look at the blood flow of the skin, interestingly, normally what you would see is that in the superficial layer of the skin, you don't see pulsatile blood flow. You don't see. That's the nature of our circulatory system. You don't see. But once you make this inward blood vessels from the skin to the underlying tissue, you can detect what you see here in day 14 with the TNT EFF. EFF are the three reprogramming factors. We call them the vasculogenic factors. The lady that discovered is sitting in your room, Dr. Pal. She was the first author of this paper. And so with this TNT EFF, you see in day 14, you see pulsatile. And on the mark, you don't see. You see trickling blood flow. That's what you expect. So that's a very interesting observation. If you now come to the big picture, in the literature now you have 25 papers on this technology doing different things. We have been able to make vasculature, like I just showed you. We have been able to grow neurons and differentiate neurons in the skin. And you do patch clamp, you can see in electrophysiology of the neuron. Then we harvest those neurons and we put it back in the injured brain, we rescue brain function. Okay, so we grow the cells in your body. Your body is the laboratory. Skin is the bioreactor, which is immune supported. And we then put it back into the brain, we rescue brain function. So these are all the papers. This is what we did not publish and we are about to publish. And the architect of this is also sitting in that audience, Manishekar. He was sitting there. I don't know if he ran away. No, he's still there, I see. So Manishekar was doing this for 6 years in my lab. And that paper is now ready. What this work shows is that, again, with a different set of reprogramming factors, the chip will touch your skin for 1/100th of a second, and then 7 days later, you will form a pancreatic niche under your skin, which will detect hyperglycemia. It will only work if there is hyperglycemia, and then it will start delivering insulin for the next 8 weeks, and it will correct blood glucose. And then he did the experiment where he cut off that skin and tossed it, and then blood sugar will again go up, showing that that part of skin is actually the therapeutic device. Okay, so this work has been developing, and it has formed a company, and so on and so forth. And I was also developing this when I was in Indiana, and in Indiana I was endowed by Eli Lilly, who, as you know, is a big player in the diabetes market. And then next one here, Andrew Clark, he was my graduate student, and he is now with the US military. He has shown that large amount of muscle lost in trauma can be rescued by TNT. So he reported from my lab myogenic TNT. So this is insulinogenic TNT, this is myogenic TNT. Then Kanaya Singh from BHU, I think he's speaking sometime in your program today. So he reported that you can use TNT to do gene editing. So we found that in some cases our reprogramming was not working, especially in diabetics, it was not working because there is some extra methylation, and you have to first take off the methylation and then it will reprogram. So that part was Kanaya's work. There is a line of investigation that shows you can actually use TNT for tumor ablation, because tumor also has a program, and if you scramble their program, they cannot grow. So Dr. Gordillo, who is a plastic surgeon, and she is interested in a particular type of tumor in children called hemangioma, and so these are all out in the literature. We also use TNT for exosomal labeling. So we have these papers, and actually there's a more recent paper in Nature Protocol that they did not list here, Nature Protocol 2025, showing that you can use TNT to label exosome based on source. So we have rainbow exosomes. So from endothelial cell in red, from fibroblast in green, and the approach for that way, you can study the source of exosome and the target, where they're homing, and what the exosomes are doing, what molecular signals they're carrying, so on and so forth. So Al Hasnain in my group, who is a plastic surgeon, actually showed that with TNT, he was able to achieve lymphovenous anastomosis required to relieve lymphedema. Okay, so Al is a plastic surgeon, and he does mastectomy for breast cancer. And for every 3 patients you take away the breast, you have a major lymphedema of the hand. And he's interested. So normally, what they do now is you need a very skilled surgeon to open up the hand and do lymphovenous anastomosis surgically. He was able to show by delivering the right type of factor, he's able to get anastomosis of the lymph and the vessel, so the lymphatic fluid drains through the vessel, so lymphedema goes away. So that is another company that has been formed, currently working. And then obviously we have a whole bunch of work, many papers actually, not all listed here, on how TNT can improve diabetic wound healing. So this is just the sort of the big picture. Okay, I'll be mindful of my time. Let me see. Okay, I have a few more minutes. So this paper was in JCI recently on how you could use TNT to do not only gene editing, but cell-specific, gene-specific editing. So if you want to do, in this case, P53 editing only in fibroblasts, not endothelial, not keratinocyte, so you can achieve cell-specific and gene-specific editing using TNT. Should you be interested, you can take a look at the literature, and Kanaya has been also using this in another paper. So I was talking about vasculogenic. Now I'm going to quickly flip through in the next 15 minutes a little bit of data on the vasculogenic reprogramming, how it happens. And so, as I said, Dr. Pal is in the audience. Dr. Khattak is now an assistant professor with me in our group, and associate professor. And Dr. Singh is also an associate professor, and he will be speaking, I think, somewhere today. So at the time when Dr. Paul was in our group, we were using EFF, and then we were trying to make it simpler. And she came up with another recipe, which is this antisense oligo based. Antisense oligo is actually very stable, and it has many advantages therapeutically, and also in the regulatory track, antisense oligo. So she was able to show that the antisense oligo to inhibit one microRNA 200B, is enough to give you vasculogenic reprogramming. So that was her primary discovery in our lab. EFF was already published by other groups in vitro, and we had enabled that in vivo. But ASO was not published by anybody, that was brand new. And now you have not 3 factors, but 1 factor, 1 inhibitor of B200B. And this is actually the recipe we are now working with Cdisco in India for human application. So this paper, came out. I don't know when it was. 23, I think it came out. And so, should you be interested, take a look at this paper. It has all the details. And then when we started looking the vessels, that we made, 30% of all the vascular cells in this vessel were this VF, vasculogenic fibroblasts. So these are not endothelial cells. Okay, these are vasculogenic fibroblasts that were made in response to our reprogramming, TNT ASO reprogramming. What do you see in this situation? If you pay attention to this single cell sequencing, if you pay attention to the bottom panel, you will see gradually you have more and more the green population on the top right, that cluster 1, where you see the red arrow is growing over time. And that's where the vasculogenic fibroblasts are. And then what you see is that in these cells, fibroblast property on the top, CD90, FSP1, are retained. Okay, fibroblast properties are retained, while endothelial properties like VEGF-B, VEGF-C, NRP neuropilin, they start growing. Okay, so these cells are not endothelial cells. They are fibroblasts that are vasculogenic, and therefore we call them vasculogenic fibroblasts. So we did a lot of characterization on these. Should you be interested, feel free to reach out. And actually, you have the 2 top experts in that room already, so you can talk to them and they can share with you how these things are done. Essentially, what you're showing here is, again, we take one of the endothelial signature gene, VEGF-B, and how over time VEGF-B. So all of this is happening within 7 days. So this is pretty rapid. You see the vessels and the rescue within 7 days. You see blood vessels, new blood vessels form and rescue start. All of that happens within 7 days. Then we got interested to do trajectory analysis, because we wanted to know how these cells were actually originating, what is the source. So in the human, we, depending on the analysis approach, we see 9 to 11 different clusters of fibroblasts. So now we have traced what is the source cluster, and now that we know what the source cluster is, we have better handle on how to achieve this type of therapy more effectively and more reproducibly. So this is just a simple experiment. What you do here, and this is might be of interest to you. So here you take fibroblasts that are GFP transfected. So the fibroblasts are in green, okay, and then you take some ECFC, endothelial cell, in a colony forming cell. So these are some of the so-called endothelial stem cells. You put them together. When you put these together in a collagen gel, always fibroblasts and endothelial cells will be in 2 different planes. Okay, fibroblasts have their own plane, endothelial have their own plane. But when you reprogram them, the fibroblasts that got reprogrammed, they rise to the plane of the endothelial and they make tip-to-tip contact. Okay, and once they make tip-to-tip contact, then they start making lumen-like structure. So then what we do is we take that gel, we implant them into the mouse, and then we inject lectin into the systemic circulation, because lectin will trace the vasculature. So then you can show that, so here you see the HADF. So I don't know if you can see my arrowhead, but that's a vasculature made of vasculogenic fibroblasts. And if you want to see the lectin, see how the lectin is flowing through that channel. Okay, so the purple, I don't know if you can see so lectin, second column is the lectin, and that's the one made of vasculogenic fibroblast. And here is the flow. And that's DAPI, which is staining for the nucleus, and that is the merge of everything. So this is how we had to show that indeed our cells can make functional vessels in the live body. So then we started looking at this in both human as well as animals. Also in humans, we found vasculogenic fibroblasts, made, and we followed them for many, many days. In this case, you're seeing data from day 56 that shows that blood vessels were still there. And there are ways we trace these vasculogenic fibroblasts. In this case, we're using TNT ASO, a single factor. All you do is, the TNT delivery of a single antisense oligo inhibitor of MIT200B. So these are some of the cases showing that in diabetics you have poor vascularization because 200B levels are very high, and 200B has angiostatic effects. So you have to bring them down, which our antisense oligo does. Then we developed a triple transgenic mouse to actually categorically show the significance of this vasculogenic fibroblast. Again, this could be, for those of you who are not familiar with this type of experiment, could be a bit complicated. I will not bore you and take you through this, but these are all published. So take a look at this. And the first author is sitting in the audience. Please talk to her, and hopefully she helps you understand. And if you're interested to do the studies, you have great collaborators sitting, one of them in IIT Ropar, the other one in NIT Raipur. He just left my lab like a month ago. He joined Raipur. So in this case, you have animals where the fibroblasts are all tagged in green and every other cell is red. And this is a triple transgenic trying to show the significance of this vasculogenic fibroblast. And using this approach, we are able to show these types of new vessels that are formed. So here you see we did hind limb ischemia. And once you did the hind limb ischemia, you do establish ischemia as you see here. Ischemia has been, see, it's all blue, ischemic leg, and see how we have. So here we did not do TNT. What we did was we added tamoxifen to generate, because this is a triple transgenic mouse. To induce the formation of VF, we had only to use tamoxifen, and now the leg got perfused. If you just rub tamoxifen on the leg, that is enough to bring blood vessels to the leg. So we had to show in all different ways to convince the peer reviewers. Now, finally, I'm going to end by talking a little bit about how you look at these fibroblasts spatially. Okay, so you get so in this case, all the data you're going to see are from humans. Okay, so and then in the middle of this, Sujit Mohanty, who joined me a few years ago, he came up with this paper showing that this whole process of induced vasculogenesis is under epigenetic control. So there are certain lifestyle habits, your dietary habits, that could put barriers on this. So you have to first take care of those barriers before you achieve or try to achieve. And he was able to show that a key hub is TET, the enzyme, the TET enzyme. So here you see the HADF is in green. Again, the ECFC, the endothelial stem cells in red, and this is outside the body, of course. And then you put them and you inject them in the body, and you start looking at all the vessels that have been made by this. You need the endothelial cells to trace them, so we use them as tracers. But you start seeing all these in HADF structures that actually. So here's the HADF structure made of vasculogenic fibroblast, and here's the blood flow by lectin, and then you merge them. Okay, so stuff like this has all, and these are all video, by the way. If you go to the journal and you click them, the video, so it'll show you in much greater detail. I tried not to use video today. So based on that, we have mapped exactly where the methylation happens, exactly where you have to demethylate, which gene. So this is, for example, the cadherin 5 promoter, the VWF promoter. So a very long story, very short for those of you that are wondering what this is all about, is we have shown that obviously fibroblasts have endothelial genes, right? These endothelial genes in the normal fibroblasts are silenced. With our reprogramming, these endothelial genes in fibroblasts get desilenced and they wake up. And that's how vasculogenic fibroblast is made. Okay, so that's the essence of this work, which is already in the literature now. And using this approach, we have been able to do so-called rescue experiments. And as you see here, here the leg is completely blue. This is the other leg that is not affected, so you still have some blood supply here, completely blue. And you are able to, just by manipulating TET, you are able to bring back the blood supply. So you have to be able to show this methodology or outcome in a number of ways for people to believe you that this is something that is achievable in vivo. So I'm going to skip this and quickly go to this. So recently I wrote a review in molecular therapy, and today in the entire world there are 4 papers that have achieved. We were the first. So 2 of the 4 papers come from our group, and there are 2 other papers, Lee and this scientific report paper. They claim that they made endothelial cells, and we show it is not the case. They don't have single cell sequencing data. For endothelial cells, you have to show that you have the structural endothelial genes, but also when we go to their data. What we show in this review, if you have time, it was just published, I think, a few months ago in Molecular Therapy. We basically claim that all of these, that even others have published, and they think that they had endothelial cells, they're not endothelial cells. Their structures are also made of these vasculogenic fibroblasts. And now we have downloaded a lot of single-cell sequencing data that other people have published, and we can see vasculogenic fibroblasts there as well. So it is just that it was not known, so people couldn't see it. But now that you know, it's easy to find. So final couple of slides. So this is the human wound, and from this human wound now we are doing single cell sequencing, and this is the entire fibroblast. So that's all the cell, okay, of the wound. Okay, so you have the pericyte, vascular endothelial, keratinocyte, lymphatic endothelial. So I will not go through all. I'm just going to focus on these fibroblasts. So if you now take this fibroblast, they're now here in the bottom left, that big ball, and here you see 11 different type of fibroblast cluster. Okay, of which some of the genes are pan fibroblast. So these are fibroblast markers, and then the other genes are not present. So there are dermal papilla fibroblasts, dermal sheet fibroblasts, papillary fibroblasts, pre-adipocyte fibroblasts. There are all different types of fibroblasts, and now we know what fibroblast population is really the source of it. So this paper is shortly to be coming out. So this is a paper by Fiona Watt where she talked about the different fibroblasts that are known today, and we are now showing that so in this list that Fiona Watt published in Nature, we now added this a new type of fibroblast, the vasculogenic fibroblast. Okay, and here are all the markers in human, different markers in the mouse for those of you who may want to study these cells. So if you look at these fibroblast population, 11 fibroblast population in the non-diabetic skin and the diabetic skin, you see a dramatic difference. And if you look at the fibroblast population in the skin from patient with severe wounds that actually led to amputation, could not fix them, and therefore they had to go to amputation, you will see a dramatic difference in fibroblast population based on the skin, okay, compared to these two. A very different population is showing up. And what is the pathological significance of that population? All of that we are currently addressing. This is a paper not yet published. If you now take the same data and you plot it with a bar graph, you can show how the fibroblast population looks in the non-diabetic skin, in the diabetic skin, somewhat similar. But in the diabetic skin that has a severe wound, the fibroblasts are very sick. Okay, and you know exactly what the sickness is, and therefore you can fix it. Okay, and if you take now from a large number, so in this case we have 70 patients from which we did single cell sequencing. And if you now so this is our data is from like half of them and half of them from some other lab. So we combined the two and did a pooled analysis. So here if you see the patients that are healing, they have this type of fibroblast composition. That's a reference, right? But in the non-healing, it is strikingly different. Okay, and so based on that, we are trying to explain the fibroblast foundation pathology of the non-healing diabetic foot ulcer. If you plot the same in a bar graph, also the bar graph will show you that this and this are quite different from each other. Finally, if you go to the same population and you turn off all the fibroblasts and only turn on the vasculogenic fibroblasts, the one that we were talking about, you will see the vasculogenic fibroblasts lie here primarily. And in the healing, you see a bunch. In the non-healing, you see very little. Okay, and so whether a wound would heal or not much depends on the abundance of vasculogenic fibroblasts in that particular wound. So finally, that was single cell sequencing, and this is now what is known as xenium. So you're now looking at genes spatially. So here's the tissue section. In that tissue section, you now segment it by the cell. So here you're seeing the overall tissue image and the different cell types. And now when you turn on the fibroblast genes, you can start visualizing the genes. And using this approach, you can start tracing transcriptomically vasculogenic fibroblasts in the wound tissue. I'm just going to show you, I have 2 or 3 slides remaining. So here you see all these vascular structures and all the different, these are rete ridges, that's your, epidermis, that's your dermis, the rete ridges are here, the dermis is here, you have the different endothelial cell, the smooth muscle cell, the fibroblasts are all coded in different color coding. And in this now, if you take a small region like that, okay, and you blow it up, Now you start and you then turn on all the genes in that region. So now you're at about 5,000x, right? Then you can actually start localizing the endothelial cells in red and the vasculogenic fibroblast here in yellow, cooperating with endothelial cells to form the vessel. And through these vessels, then you can show blood flow using lectin. So these types of studies are currently ongoing. I'm going to finish this talk with this small
In
video.
daily life, minor wounds are common. When they happen to healthy people, these injuries are quickly repaired. But for those suffering from diabetes, minor wounds can become chronic, remain open for a month or more, and possibly lead to amputation. This contrast has afforded scientists a unique opportunity to study the biological processes that take place when the body attempts to heal. Previous work investigated the production of new blood vessels from pre-existing vessels, the process known as angiogenesis. Another way of making blood vessels is vasculogenesis, the process of making blood vessels de novo. Vasculogenesis happens during fetal development and during some types of tissue repair. It's been widely thought that the basic steps of vasculogenesis involve stem or precursor cells making endothelial cells, which in turn make blood vessels. But new work by a team led by Professor Chandin K. Sen, reported in Nature Communication in March 2023, identifies the vasculogenic fibroblast cell as an independent driver of vasculogenesis. The skin, which is made up of the dermis and epidermis, also contains appendages such as hair follicles that provide a niche environment, hosting multiple cell populations displaying high levels of plasticity. When healthy people suffer minor wounds, the healing process moves quickly. Various cell types act in a coordinated manner, with fibroblasts playing a key role. It is well known that they are responsible for the manufacturing of the extracellular matrix and related processes. This work discovers that a subset population of fibroblasts, the vasculogenic fibroblast, responds to injury as a signal. In response to injury, these physiological cells start to acquire some of the key vascular characteristics of endothelial cells, while at the same time partly shedding their fibroblast characteristics. Thus, can start forming functional blood vessels within days to weeks, achieving blood flow to the injured tissue. Vasculogenic fibroblasts play a key role in rescuing the ischemic limb. Unfortunately, for those suffering from diabetes, the natural abundance of vasculogenic fibroblasts is low. Hence, their ability to make functional blood vessels is compromised. But the good news is that this can be reversed. Vasculogenic tissue can be reprogrammed using tissue nanotransfection technology, or TNT, a technology that enables tissue reprogramming in the live body. In this case, a vasculogenic TNT, a microRNA 200B inhibitor, is delivered to the tissue safely and quickly in under 1 second. It results in an increase in vasculogenic fibroblasts. Once a critical threshold is reached, these cells form new blood vessels, improving blood flow and closure of the diabetic wound. Forming and arresting new blood vessels is critical to the management of a wide range of ischemic and tumor-related diseases. This work discovers the vasculogenic fibroblast in wound patients and mice and provides a novel target for managing a wide range of disorders, including tumor regression, wound healing, and critical limb.
All right. I think this would be a good time to take a few questions. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
It's a very nice talk. So my main question is like, if you change the fibroblast into vasculogenic cell, in our skin there is role of fibroblast also. So it is changed into the vasculogenic cell. What happened to like the role of the fibroblast? Like how to
Yeah,
control the
good,
like
good
change of
question.
the
Yeah.
transfection efficiency?
Good question. So if you recall, I showed you that there are 11 different subsets. Only one subset, participates in this process. So 90% of the fibroblasts don't change. Point number one. Point number two, when we forced the conversion, so you can only genetically force the conversion. So when we make the triple transgenic mouse, then you can force the conversion of every fibroblast to vasculogenic fibroblasts. With TNT, you cannot do that because with TNT, only one subset will respond. But if you genetically engineer fibroblasts such that each one of them are forced, then there'll be no skin. That's not something you want. So the TNT does not achieve that. But if you do engineer a mouse such that you've genetically forced every fibroblast to become a vasculogenic fibroblast, the entire matrix will go away. So that's not what you want. So in this case, what we are showing with the TNT is less than 5% of all fibroblasts, will convert. 95% will still do their other job. Fibroblasts have different subsets, and some of them are adaptive and others are housekeeping. Not all of them respond to the same signal. You and I call them fibroblasts because we don't know them better. But if we knew that there are 12 different varieties or 11 different varieties, they should have all had different names. But we call them fibroblasts and we think they all behave the same, which is sort of a misconception.
Hello, sir.
Any other question?
Yes, sir. I have one question. Very nice talk, sir. I have one question. You suggest one very nice technology that through which a vasculogenic fibroblast we can convert into endothelial cell, and it can facilitate angiogenesis of the graft and all. I'm thinking that in case of cancerous, there the vascularizations of the tissue or tumor that we need to stop. So can we do a reverse, like from endothelial cells converted into a fibroblast case, and we
Yeah,
can
yeah,
stop the vascular supply? So
yeah.
can we do
So,
this thing?
yeah, I understand your question. So we downloaded cancer single cell sequencing data from a number of sources, and we see very large amount of vasculogenic fibroblasts. So your point is well taken. In cancer, vasculogenic fibroblasts could be a therapeutic target. Okay, so you don't even have to do your own experiment. There are hundreds of tumors for which single cell sequencing data is submitted to the public database, and once you download them, you can find cancer associated with large number of vasculogenic fibroblasts. We have not done, and like I told you, we did one paper of tumor regression, and that is a tumor of the vasculature. It's called hemangioma in children. And there we were able to completely regress a tumor. Okay, so that paper is out. But there are so many other types of cancer where potential targeting of vasculogenic fibroblasts could help limit tumor spread.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful talk. Just you said that for the tissue nanotransfection, we need to put the chip on the skin tissue, right?
Yes.
So how long do you need to place that chip to ensure the transfection? And what would be the transfection efficiency? Like how will you know that the transfection is done and the fibroblast have attained this vasculature phenotype?
Yeah, so the fibroblast does not attain vasculogenic phenotype while you are transfecting. The transfection is only a process, and thereafter the reprogramming starts. So what you do is you first exfoliate the skin. You use enzymes to to remove all the dead layers of the skin on the top. The skin becomes shiny. In the US we call it naring. And naring is a cream. You put the cream and you remove the dead layer, and once you do that, you put the chip on it, and there's 10 pulses of 10 milliseconds, total 100 milliseconds. That's it. 10 pulses of 10 milliseconds. These are all published, and once you have, and this has been standardized, all 25 papers in the literature have used the same protocol. So once you have done the delivery, you move away, and the first changes that you start seeing will be in 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, and day 7 you start seeing blood vessels. Day 5 sometimes, but by day 7 you start seeing blood vessels, which you can scan using laser Doppler or something, and then you can see these vessels, functional vessels. in action. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sen, for delivering such a wonderful talk. And I request you, whenever you visit India, please come to our institute at Roorkee so that we can have more discussion.
Thank you, sir. And we just had a very productive collaborative work and publication with AIMS Rishikesh. So, hopefully we'll do more. And right now there is a group in India. I think some of them here are on the screen. Between AIMS Delhi, IIT Ropar, IIS Bangalore. They're developing a program on TNT. So I would like your fellows and researchers to get involved and know more about this. And the beauty of what we did not talk about in any of the question is no lab is needed. You can do this in the most remote village. So much of my funding therefore comes from the US military, because much of this technology can be exercised under austere conditions.
Thank you. Thank you. One more question from our
Okay.
senior professor, Professor Yusuf Zheng.
Hi, this is Yu Sechen from NSRC Taiwan. Just a question related to your the last question from the audience. When you say you apply pores on with your chips, would the frequency matters? I mean, this may associate the recent development of the EMB, low frequency electronic pulse therapy. So I'm just wondering, when you apply the pulse, electrical pulse, would that the frequency matters?
Absolutely does, sir. It is very important. And actually, we recently published a Nature Protocol paper, about 35 pages on the TNT technology, where the optimization of frequency has been explained. So frequency definitely matters.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of BioHeal 2025, we would like to honor you with a prestigious award, J.C. Bose Memorial Award. So on behalf of you, I request Durba Pal to take this award.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to all of you. I hope I can do justice to the award by at least come visiting your campus, meeting your students, and thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Durba, maybe take a picture of this and send it to me so I can take a look. Wonderful. Again, thank you all for taking the time. And this was not supposed to be a lecture where I come and disappear. I'm very accessible. Two of my best people are in the audience. So anybody wanting to reach out, consider me as part of your family. So this is not somebody just came and disappeared. Please follow up if you're interested. I'm very happy to follow up with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Kanaya Singh. Dr. Kanaya Singh is an associate professor of surgery at Department of Surgery, University of Pittsburgh. His key research interest is in tissue nanotransfection, electrocuticle infection management, nanomedicine, and bioinformatics. We welcome you here, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, let me share my slides. Are you able to see my slides properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the kind introduction. And it's always an honor to address audience from my home country, India. And I will be sharing some of the research that is being done in my laboratory. And you must by now have understood that I'm a mentee of Dr. Sen, and I'm taking a part of his research forward. So my area of interest is epigenetic editing, and we are doing cell-specific gene-specific editing. And the platform that we are using is tissue nanotransfection. So today I will be discussing some of the findings that we are generating on cell-specific, gene-specific epigenetic editing for rescuing diabetic ischemic wounds and ischemic tissues. So introduction of vasculopathy, because the audience may or may not know that in diabetic ischemic tissue, if blood vessels are formed after any injury, they're not formed properly. Either they are less in density, or even if they are formed, they are leaky in nature. That means the content from the blood vessels leaked outside in the matrix. And that's why the tissue is not getting enough nutrition, and it may turn into ischemic. So the main culprit of this is high glucose, which then converts into secondary metabolites, for example, advanced glycation end products. And the tissue may be unresponsive to hypoxia. It does not reflect better in terms of VEGF therapy too, and other secondary complications. So at the end point, what you will get is you have defective pro-angiogenic cells, and angiogenesis as a process is somewhat diminished. So if you talk about the clinical significance, there is a very good article by Dr. Armstrong. He compares the mortality rate of these complicated wounds with cancer. And what you can see over here, that diabetic foot ulcer in 5-year mortality rate is somewhat higher than breast cancer. And if the wound are complicated enough to have minor or major amputation, it may even proceed, or it may increase the complication rate and mortality rate compared to the average cancer mortality. So this is what the clinical significance of this problem is, and that's why therapeutic approaches are much needed. So one of the therapeutic that is there is to treat with exogenous VEGF. It's called VEGF therapy. 1 or 2 drugs are already FDA approved for VEGF therapy. So in preclinical studies, therapeutic angiogenesis using VEGF has given some interesting results, somewhat even better. But when you go into clinical settings, it is not that much effective, because even if you increase the ligand concentration at the wound site, the receptors to carry forward that signal is missing over there. So for that, people are now trying combined gene therapy, in which they add VEGF therapy with other potential ligands and receptors, but it has not been succeeded yet, because you don't know which tissue or which cellular compartment is devoid of which ligand or receptors. So for that, our lab is now doing unbiased omics studies to look into some ligands or receptors or key players that is diminished in diabetic ischemic tissues. So in 2022, we started with single cell RNA sequencing, and we sequenced uninjured diabetic skin, and we compared with uninjured normal skin. And since our main focus was vasculogenesis, we targeted on endothelial cells. So over here, cluster 0, what you are seeing is the endothelial cells marked by high expression of cadherin 5, VWF, and PCAM1. So when we took these cells and wanted to look into VEGF ligand and receptors, to our surprise, there was not much change of classical ligands in diabetic skin of VEGF ligands and VEGF receptors also. You are not seeing much difference between these two groups. When we did gene enrichment analysis also, you can see a negative enrichment of VEGF signaling pathway, but p-value is not that significant. So that means there must be something else going on over here. So what we started looking into the downstream molecules of these VEGF signaling pathways, and we also looked what other genes are being downregulated in endothelial cells. So we found phospholipase gamma and then a array of metallothianins. So when you look into VEGF signaling pathway, phospholipase gamma stays over here, which converts this signal into DAG and IP3 to finally form eNOS. eNOS, you know that it is very important molecule for vasodilation. At the same time, you see a lot of ROS production in diabetic ischemic tissue because the metallothianins are not present. And that's why they are not able to quench the ROS that is being generated at the diabetic tissue. So taking these information, we moved forward and we wanted to replicate that in actual diabetic wound edge tissue in our recent paper. So over here, we went into one notch ahead to characterize these endothelial cells. So over here, you can see in diabetic wounds, endothelial cells marked by CDH5 and VWF. We then clustered these endothelial cells. So after subclustering, you are able to find 5 different subcluster of endothelial, out of which majority was capillary, and then followed by venous and arterial endothelial cells, marked by their characteristic gene expression markers. So we looked into which compartment of endothelial cells is PLCG2 deficient, and we found that all endothelial cells are devoid of PLCG2 molecule, which we then validated at protein level, and hence we proved that PLCG2 is being down in diabetic uninjured skin as well as in wound edge tissue, and then it can be a therapeutic target. So to define the functionality of PLCG2, we started doing some in vitro and in vivo studies to see that in the VEGF cascade, if you remove PLCG2, what happens. So over here, it is in culture, human microvascular endothelial cells, and when you put into matrigel, they form tube-like structures. When you provide exogenous VEGF, the tube-like structures, the branching points and everything increases. And in the same presence of VEGF, if you remove PLCG2, the branching and the formation of these tubes decreases. So this was one in vitro proof. Then we wanted to see at in vivo what is going on. So this is a assay that we have developed in our lab. It's called intravital microscopy. So what we do, we wound the mice and we inject some lectins and observe their blood flow rate in real time. And you are seeing over here a high molecular lectin, which is green in color. It will stay in the blood vessel. And then there is a low molecular weight lectin. It is 70 kilodalton lectin, which is in red color. And if the capillary is leaky, it will go outside the blood vessels. So over here, you are seeing a functional blood vessels, not leaky in nature. Now, please look into this and follow this area. Even if the blood vessel is formed, it is leaky, and when you inject a lectin, which is low molecular weight in nature, it will leak out to the wound edge, and then you can quantitate what is happening in a leaky vessels and what is not. So when you compare an animal which is control treated compared to an animal which is phospholipase gamma to shRNA treated, that means they are knocked out or they are suppressed of PLCG2 expression, you will see the blood leakiness in PLCG2 knockout animals will be more compared to the control animals. So this proved our point that that PLCG2 is an important molecule both at in vitro and in vivo level. So then we looked into a hind limb ischemia model of a DBDB animal, which is a type 2 diabetic model and obese 2. And we looked into what happens when you provide exogenous VEGF and what happens when you provide exogenous VEGF plus PLCG2. And you can see the perfusion of the ischemic leg increased when you augmented VEGF therapy with PLCG2 addition. So these all were published in Diabetes. And then we moved forward to ask another set of questions that, yes, PLCG2 is downregulated, but what is the mechanism? Why it is being downregulated? And if we can recognize that mechanism, what are the therapeutic targets? So these are the two questions that we are now asking with support of NIH and DoD projects in our lab. So the premise of the next set of study is that our lab believes that diabetic complications are influenced by epigenetic landscape. Epigenetics by definition means it's a gene environment interaction in which there are certain modifications such as DNA methylation, histone modification, and microRNAs, and all other long non-coding RNAs that may suppress or activate gene information without changing the genetic information. So over here, and if you can see in diabetes, there is increased vascular permeability or inefficient blood vessel formation because of the secondary metabolites, like I explained, the age, advanced glycation, end products. So this is the premise, and the mechanism that we are looking into is called DNA methylation. In one line, if I want to explain, in normal situations, cytosins remain unmethylated. And in this case, transcription factors can bind to the gene promoter and there is an active gene transcription. But when in pathological condition where there is high levels of DNA methyltransferases or low levels of 10, 11 translocases, there is a methyl group added to this cytosine, and then this transcription factor is not able to bind to the gene promoter, and then there is an inactive gene transcription. So with this premise, we wanted to look why endothelial cells is so much affected by DNA methylation. And when you look into the VEGF signaling pathway genes, for example, neuropilin 2 over here, you will see that in this gene promoter, there is a very big chunk of CPGs, 91 CPGs over here and 143 CPGs over here, that can be targeted by DNA methylation. And nature has inbuilt formed these breaks so that there is not excessive endothelial gene expression in a non-endothelial tissues. So for example, neuropilin 2 over here, when you see neuropilin 1, also you are seeing a 247 CPG island. Hypoxia inducible factor, also it has CPGs. ENOS, like I explained, is participates in vascular permeability. It also has a CPG over here. And finally, our target molecule, phospholipase gamma 2. So all these CPGs informed us that DNA methylation in diabetic situation can be a causative factor. And let's try to do some therapeutic along that. So we started with a simple experiment. We induced diabetes in animals by streptozotocin, and we wanted to look what is happening to the PLCG2 promoter methylation status. So the below over here, you can see a characteristic DNA methylation diagram where each dot represent one CPG site and black represent methylated, that means gene suppression, and white means non-methylated, that is gene active state. And when you compare between a non-diabetic animal and a diabetic animal, you can see that in non-diabetic animal, the PLCG2 promoter was 21% methylated, but when you induce diabetes, within 15 to 20 days, this promoter changes to 60% methylation. So that gave us enough clue to design some experiments regarding how to demethylate this promoter. So we used TNT technology and the premise that we had published in JCI, where we can do cell-specific and gene-specific DNA methylation, DNA demethylation, and I will explain you what we do. So here, what I explained, that this is a methyl group and leading to gene suppression, but the enzyme called 1011 translocases can remove this DNA methyl group over here, and this leads to gene activation. But the challenge was how to do gene-specific and cell-specific editing. So for that, we started using dCas9 TET1. So dCas9 is a version of Cas9, but it is inactive for nickase activity. So it will just act as a carrier and bring its target protein to the guide RNA sequence where you want to target it. So over here, dCas9 is attached to TET1. That means wherever the guide RNA is present, it will go and bind to that area, and this TET will start removing the methyl group. When you want to increase the efficiency, you will have some peptide tags and GCNs, and then there is some antibodies which will try to recruit more TET at the gene of interest, and then you can have more methylation in nature. So we are using three kinds of plasmid. One, like I explained, dCas9, which does not has nuclease and nickase activity. Then we have antibody fused TETs, which can recruit more TET at the site where you want to deliver this. And then you have endothelial specific PLCG2 guide RNA. Endothelial specific by means this guide RNA will only express in CDH5 promoter driven cells. So we have that regulation so that we can recruit it. This guide RNA will only express in endothelial cells in vivo. The device that we are using is called tissue nanotransfection. I believe Dr. Sen has explained a lot about that. In nutshell, we have a chip and which has a pore which is around 50 micron, and then you can deliver the plasmid in a pulsatile manner, and then you have a delivery of plasmid to the site where you want to deliver, and then you can have active gene expression based on this methylation levels. So we started looking into this. So first we started to see how many guide RNAs are important to do this methylation. So we used a cocktail of 3 different guide RNAs so that we can achieve efficient DNA demethylation over here. So we found that a cocktail of 3 guide RNA, 1, 2, 3, helped to bring back the methylation level to 20%, which was there in normal tissue, uninjured tissue. So when we use this guide RNA cocktail with a dCas9 and we deliver to a ischemic tissue of a diabetic animal, we found that we can increase the efficiency of VEGF therapy. Not only the perfusion increased, also the pulsatile flow as measured by ultrasound imaging, and this is a small animal ultrasound called VIVO, and we can see that both flow velocity and pulse pressure increased when we augmented VEGF therapy with the demethylation of PLCG2 gene. And finally, we also looked into the pathway that is governing this. So we found that when you overexpress PLCG2, the activated form of PLCG2 also increased at the site. And then it not only increased VEGF, it also increased the signaling pathway of MAPK, followed by nuclear localization of HIF alpha, which then increase the process of angiogenesis in the ischemic tissue. So when you increase perfusion, the end goal is to see if the wounds heal properly or not. And we found that, yes, the wounds healed properly in presence of this guide RNA. And finally, the question that is generally asked that, is this therapy safe or not? So we followed these animals to 120 days post epigenetic editing. We did all the blood assays, and we did uh, the morphological assays, and we found that there was no significant changes, risk factors associated with this therapy in 120 days, and we are following these animals more. So in nutshell, what I explained today is that during VEGF therapy, even if you have exogenous VEGF, and if PLCG2 promoter is methylated, you are not able to see the angiogenesis signaling pathways. But in this therapy, if you can somewhat demethylate this PLCG2, now this signaling pathway is activated, and you will see more formation of blood vessels, as well as the permeability of the newly formed blood vessels also achieved to a normoglycemic levels. With this, I will like to thank my collaborators, especially Dr. Sen, for providing tissue nanotransfection for this chip for this experiments. And much of the work has been done by Sumit. And I also acknowledge the funding support by different funding agencies, and I will be happy to take any questions, if any. Thank you very much.
Question, please. No question. Okay. You have question. Okay. Okay. So
Thank you, sir.
Vijay.
So I have just one question regarding the use of the dead Cas9 for the epigenetic studies. Like the use of dead Cas9 won't emit the off-target effects and the epigenetic marks alterations in the histone levels.
So nice question, and the same question was asked by a funding DoD to us. So we are targeting the off-target effects by using the DARPA SAFE program, where the guide RNAs that we are designing, we are ensuring that it is not targeting any other gene, as well as we are looking into some other housekeeping genes, for example, beta-actin and others, to see that if they are not having any off-target effects. And we found that, yes, this therapy is safe enough, and it is not off-targeting any gene of interest other than PLCG2.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Yes, yes.
This is Yu Chen from NSRC Taiwan. Just a related question to also Professor Sen about the chips and the electrical pulse you used. Professor Sen has mentioned that the frequency is very important. Can you be more specific about which frequency is more effective, and how does the frequency correlated to use this physiological systems, why the system responds to this frequency?
So to disclose, I'm not the engineer who designed this this TNT chip. I'm just an end user like others. But we are using 10 pulses, and which is separated by uniform spacers. And the designer who just published his paper in Nature Protocol, they tried to use different frequencies, and they found that the results of the delivery of plasmids changes. So I will refer Nature Protocol paper to you. I will send in the link, and then we can discuss offline the effect of the frequency changes what I experienced that I use different voltages for delivering these plasmids inside the tissue, keeping frequency same that we have used in our previous work. And we found that using 100 volt is more efficient compared to using higher voltage, because diabetic tissue are generally very fragile, and if you use high voltages, it may try to burn out, and that will not deliver your plasmid efficiently to the site of injury. So what we have done is different voltages, keeping the frequency same for our other purposes. Thank
So
you.
you mean about the 10 hertz?
I think so, yes. But
Okay, great.
I will refer you to that paper.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Thank you for this presentation. Sir, you told that after treatment, you conducted 120 days observation studies over the models. Sir, I want to know that did you conducted any biochemical or molecular study also, or you have just performed the morphological and behavioral changes?
We just did morphological and behavioral changes, but the 6-month cohort and the 1-year cohort that we are doing, we are collecting serum and plasma for those animals for in-depth biochemical analysis.
Means did you are you trying to plan the study for any epigenetical changes or any genomic change alterations in the models also?
Of course. So the tissue that we are collecting, we will do that. A part of our research is now focusing on cell-free DNA from the serum and plasma, and we are doing cell-free DNA methylation analysis to support our claim that this is not being non-specific as well as non-systemic in nature. So we are doing that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Let us congratulate again.
Thank you.
BioHeal 2025 would like to honor you with prestigious Young Scientist Award.
Thank you very much.
I request Durba, please accept the award on behalf of Kanaya.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So we have come to the end of online talks. So we will get back to the offline talks now. Our next speaker is Dr. Durba Pal. She is a DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance Intermediate Fellow and Associate Professor at Department of Biomedical Engineering, IIT Roopur. Her current research focuses on cell-based therapeutics in disease biology and the applications of tissue engineering in regenerative medicine. Welcome, ma'am.
You put the PPT, right? You put it. Ah. No.
No need, I will finish with 10 minutes. I will make it for you. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I'm thanks to the organizing team. Yes, I'm thankful to Dr. Mishra, Professor Mishra, and for organizing team and for inviting me in this occasion. I'm very privileged to that I'm speaking, but this time I will try to talk in a very simplified way because for last three talk you just talk about the TNT and wounds and another mechanistic things. So I think now I will take you to something different, and because those things are my lab is already we are doing those things, and other than that also the adipose biology, the tissue reprogramming, how the cells will behave in a microenvironment when in the niche is there, because microenvironment actually regulate the cell's behavior. So a cell is cell like what last 2 or 3 talk you understand that how cells behave and how they differently act as a vasculogenic fibroblast just because of the niche that how it regulates. So not only it is happening in the wound, it is also happening in the tumor microenvironment, it's also happening in the adipose, since I'm working in the visceral adipose tissue, the fat, belly fat. So there also we found a lots of different cellular behavioral changes. And that's how our lab is working in a very different angle. But today, since this is a biomaterial related conference, so I'm just giving a glimpse of some biomaterial related work that my lab is also doing some small scale and more easiest way to understand that how we can treat the, or we can give us some solution for tumor biology or tumor progression. So this work is actually the liposomal encapsulated oxygen nanobubbles and how it mitigate the hypoxia-induced tumor aggressiveness. So this one is nothing. This is just a glimpse of India, that how the cancer is proliferating in every state, not only to any particular Uttarakhand or Kolkata or some place. It's all over the India. Not only India, in globally there are cancer is progressing. So our lab is mostly considered about the solid tumors, because in a solid tumor what happened when multiple cells will multiply, they will create again a niche which is inside, that is with low oxygen tension. So that's called tumor hypoxia. So tumor hypoxia, that means the oxygen status is going down in the inside the core of the tumor, and that is almost, you see that below 2%, which is in normal tissue it is almost 3.2%. Oxygen should be there, the partial pressure of oxygen is there. So this hypoxia, tumor hypoxia, that actually accelerate the tumor progression, the metastasis, invasion. So it will increase the proliferation nature in the aggressive nature of the tumor. Not only that, it is also resisting a lots of therapeutic, conventional therapeutic therapies are there, chemotherapies are there. They are all resistance because of the tumor hypoxia. So now how to deal that one? So that's what we are thinking about, that do within a more easiest way, or somehow to, if we can reduce the hypoxia or by increasing the oxygen level, so how it differ or how it helps in the tumor to resist and to his place, not with, preventing the metastasis. So what we did, so is it working? Yeah. So this one, this one, okay, yeah. So we synthesize some liposomal oxygen nanobubbles. So with using the acoustic captivation approach method. So So those with the nano size of oxygens. So now this oxygen nanomubbles are encapsulated in the liposomal structures, which is the liposomes are basically composed of the dipalmitoyl phosphatidylcholine DPPC and with the cholesterol, because this will help us to cholesterol will help us to make the structure stable and prevent the aggregation. So it offers a large surface area and superior colloidal stability, whereas you compare to the traditional oxygen bubble system, microbubble system is there. So this liposomal oxygen nanobubbles we used, and now we want to deliver or to form characterize them. So we had characterized liposomal ONB, the oxygen nanobubbles through NTA, DLS, and the cryotherm structures, zeta potential. As you can see here, the size of the liposomic oxygen nanobubbles, which is little bit varying because of 100 to 468 size, because of the different type of molecules we can get. We are not able to form only particular one type of, but they are in a nano size scale. And the particle size distributions you can also see the cryotome images is also very clear to you that how the oxygen nanobubbles look like, and their decreased zeta potential value that helps to make the negative charge on that helps in actually accelerating the passive targeting of the tumor tissues, so the tumor tissues can engulf in a more easiest way. So talking about the stability, because the question comes about the when you make any type of particles, the question is about the stability, that how much is stable. So we have checked till the day 15, and we found that it is quite stable in a PBS as well as in ABS solution in both short term and long term. And we also checked in the cryotherm and to see the structure and the and is there any difference is happening in the by the 10-15. So once we satisfied with the characterization of the liposomic oxygen nanobubbles, and then we want to check the cellular uptake. Sorry. So then we had done we used the LL on FITC labeled oxygen nanobubbles, and now we want to give it to the cells in 2D models. So we use here the cell lines like FI49, the lung cancer cell line, and MDM-B231, which is a breast cancer cell line. And we also made with this the tumor spheroid, the 3D tumor spheroid. As you can see here from this image, that the 2D and 3D models, they are showing a very good amount of FITC. So they are really uptaking in a significant amount. Now, so this is again just showing that how now the question is, when you are tumor hypoxia tumors, when they are uptaking a large amount of oxygen, so of course what will do, the oxygen will helps in the degradation or proteasomal degradation of the HIF alpha. So that's what is showing here, because when you are in oxygen less oxygen tension, so when there's a less oxygen, the HIF1 alpha becomes stabilized. So that's why you are seeing the HIF1 alpha where only the H is there, H is hypoxia plus. So there you can see the HIF1 alpha is good band. But where we are treated with the oxygen nanobubble, so there you can see the HIF1 alpha is showing a degraded. So that means we are able to diminish the hypoxia, because the HIF1 alpha is the hypoxia inducible factor. It is a very important factor that drives the tumor aggressiveness, and by augmenting the VEGF alpha, TGF alpha signaling pathways. So that's what the complete story is, that hypoxia, what we found that it enhances the TGF beta expression, and is also increasing the VEGF expression by, you can see from the so here data is not the qPCR data are there, and which also play role. But now once the TGF beta signaling pathway goes down, or VEGF, so of course it will affect on the EMT. As you all know that the tumor cells, when they metastasize or before metastasis, when they go for aggressiveness, so there is a one change of the epithelial to mesenchymal transition happen, and then only they can move and to distant place. So EMT, so their epithelial marker is the E-cadherin, and the mesenchymal markers is the vimentin. So what we found that the E-cadherins are increasing, and mesenchymal markers are down. That means they are now keeping the cancer cells at that location only, in the epithelial form only. They are not allowing to making to the mesenchymal. Why? Because of the degradation of the HIF1 alpha, because HIF1 alpha is augmenting the EMT pathway. So so that's how we also again check the transval migration assay. Sorry, here. And so here we have again checked we have done the transval migration assay as well as the wound scratch assay to check the invasion and migration property of this A549 lung cancer cells and MDMB231 cells, the breast cancer cells, in presence of LNB treatment. And we as you can see that the migration property is also diminished, as well as the invasion property also. So now in for lung adenocarcinoma cancers, there we have taken considering of the making a zebrafish tumor xenograft model, and there we have treated with the liposomal ONB delivery, as well as the control group with the vehicle, and we found that this tumor are regressing their tumor by tumor weight, as well as we check the again the EMT markers. Similarly, we also did the in breast tumor in biopsy xenograft model, where we have given the LNB treatment to the mouse, and we can see that how much the regression of the tumor of by the treatment of only a ONB. So simply we are giving oxygen to the tumor, solid tumors, when they are making when they are make the hypoxic core inside. And now if you can that time, if you can deliver the oxygen at the target site or the tumor site, then it will be very helpful to regress the tumor at that place. So this is how we have also checked the protein expression of E-cadherin and vimentin, and then here we have checked all the metastasis, and so that's why we have considering all the spleen tissue, lung tissue, liver tissue, kidney, all other tissues to see that they are how much it can control the tumor metastasis and different organ. And we found that the LNB treatment is significantly attenuated the tumor metastasis. So conclusion is this. So in very simplified way, we trying just to making some liposomal oxygen nanobubbles, and this we developed to address the hypoxia induced tumor aggressiveness. So it will they are doing in a very, this is a very conventional, very old science, that how HIF1 alpha augment the VEGF and TGF beta, and how it augment the EMT pathway. We just trying to reverse it back by giving a oxygen nanobubble delivery to the target site only. So so this is currently published in applied ACS applied nanomaterials. So here is the end. As I said, it's a very small talk. I will not bore you, because it is right now almost 6 o'clock. So everyone is now in team. So this is an acknowledgement that my funding group, and the left one on shoulder, my hand is there. She is Bhavya. Bhavya is the first author of this work. It is a part of her one of the thesis. And thank you, and I'm ready to take any question.
Any question?
This is Yu Chen from NSRC Taiwan.
Okay.
It's just very interesting about your cartoons. You say the vesicles, within the vesicles, they are nano size of actions.
Exactly.
It's really remarkable.
So I said the very simplified way, the science in a very simplified way, and trying to do it.
Did you ever observe this size of the actions?
Yes, that way
bubbles?
is showing the cryotome images of all the liposomal oxygen nanobubbles.
And while they do not coalesce into a big bubble, but stay, what stabilize these little bubbles?
So that is actually the high sound ultrasound waves when you're vibrating the water in this acoustic way. They are making a very small bubbles, and the chemistry that you are particularly asked, that I also don't know that why they are stick to the only to the size in the nano bubble. But as you said that that's why the size is varies. 100 nanometer also we found, and we found 468 also. So it's be getting a very different. It's not like when you make any zinc oxide nanoparticle or any other nanoparticle, you're controlled with that size, and you can make 250 nanoparticle or 200 nanoparticle. But in our case, when you're making oxygen nanobubbles with this approach, so it varies, but it is yes within 100 to within a 450 that nanometer we found. But why it stick to the that size? But papers are there, they found make the micro bubbles also. But our again, that is a we have done some patented steps, but not we have just applied for patented, but yet by which we can able to generate the nano bubbles level. But micro levels papers are already there, already published. Micro level of oxygen nanobubbles.
Maybe we discuss more later. But
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Yeah. So,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So thanks for the good talk. So how's this nanobubbles administered to these animals? Is it like intravenous?
Yes. No, actually, we have given in the biopsy mouse because there is tumors will produce. So right now we are giving right now to the tumor target. We didn't make a target specific, so we are not giving a systemic circulation right now. In this paper, we are delivering to the tumor tissue, the target site only.
Okay, so in a
But
standard.
later, yeah, we can do more about that, how to make the targeted liposomal particles, and then we can deliver in the systemic circulation, and then we'll go to the target site. That we can do. This paper is just to principally just to see that whether it's working or not, or how it's working. That's why.
So basically, when a patient is diagnosed with tumors, it's kind of like almost like stage 2 or 3. That's actually the. So in this case, already the prognosis actually is taking place because hypoxia is induced and the core is already transformed some certain number of cells into the cancers. So ideally, the surgeons would like to excise this tumor, so margin up to free negative for the cells. So in that case, how this would be different or effective compared to the one that you kind of like clear through the precision surgery. Third is when oxygen is delivered, basically they do like to survive and then proliferate. In this case, I see the tumor size is decreasing. How does it work?
So yeah, we are also actually, when we saw the tumor size, we are also very well surprised to see that how much amount of regression is there. But since again we in this paper we particularly look into the factor that how ONB is doing or regressing, because this paper is basically looking into the more of the metastasis or those sites. So we never checked more about the proliferation side that you are talking about, that how ONB oxygen having a role in preventing the tumor cell proliferation, right? Your concern question is because if it is regressing high, that means it is stopping the proliferation, right? And the cell death is there. So that's why it's going to regress. So what is the role of oxygen nanobubbles in cell death or is regressing? That is your question. But we didn't address that to here, and we are working on that to look into this, because this is the first we have done work on the oxygen nanomobile. Now our lab is looking on the different, because we also very surprised when we found the tumors are so size, because we was thinking that might be the size will be almost similar or a little bit 20-30% degradation, but 70% regression we didn't expect that also. So we don't know that the oxygen, only oxygen atom, how it affect the cell death or cell proliferation, how it doing.
So I do not like ask more questions, but this is curious one. Because in diabetic wound ulcer, the insufficiency of vascular is the major cause. Suppose if you can use your nanobubbles to treat there by delivering oxygen, do you think it's one of the applications you can look into it in the future?
Yes, we can, but the two scenarios different. In cancer, we want that we don't want the blood vessels to come, right? So we want to stop the angiogenesis. That's why we are trying to diminish the HIF1 alpha by, so that the HIF1 alpha stabilization, how to down this, how to destabilize the HIF1 alpha, right? Because we don't want the angiogenesis. But in wound is different. In wound, somehow we need angiogenesis, because HIF1 alpha augment the VEGF alpha signaling pathway, and HIF1 alpha is required for the angiogenesis. Okay, in some phase, when there is again is a threshold level is there. When when the HIF1 alpha is below going down, then you are coming into the ischemia, or then the is a chronic wound, is non-healing wound. But in the normal condition, HIF1, a little bit of low oxygen tension is required to properly heal the wound, because HIF1 alpha is the molecule that actually activate the VEGF alpha signaling pathway, and VEGF alpha is allowing the angiogenesis to occur. So if you cannot, if you disturb the complete HIF1 alpha from wound, might be it will not be a good therapy in particular context of the wound. Okay. There is an oxygen concentrator. We have the machine is there, so there we can measure all the oxygen in uptake or how much release is there. Actually, I didn't show you one data. Now I thought that within the talk I found that it's missing there. So we have done a different pH, because since when a tumor is formed, there's acidic pH is there. So we have done a different pH 4.4, 5.4, 7.4, and we found that in the 4.4 pH, low, as the pH will be low, the liposomic oxygen nanobubbles will release more oxygens, and that we measured with the oxygen concentrator, that how much oxygen is released. So we have that machine to. Yeah, thank you. So this is all there in that paper. You can find. Okay, thank you.
I also appreciate Madam for arranging such a nice international talk in this conference. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I request you, Sir Jeng, sir, please come on the desk. Now I request Varinder Singh Raina, please come.
अरे वो चापू को देकर एक चापू को देकर
So from BioHeal team, we felicitate Dr. Varinder with the Young Scientist Award. Next, I request Chapu sir, please come here. Now we would like to felicitate Dr. Rohit Kumar Sarda for delivering such a nice lecture, and felicitate him with a Young Scientist Award from BioHeal team. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Arunay Miraj. He is a professor from Center of Biomaterials. He's a professor from Center of Biomaterials, Cellular and Molecular Therapeutics, VIT. His research interest lies in biomaterials, nanomaterials, and crystal growth. इसका resume पर.
So very good evening, soon to be a good night. And thank you very much for the opportunity. I thank the organizers. So I am the one, maybe out of the box, I am a physics person. So working something related to physics application in medicine. So this is one of the work of my PhD student who is working in the areas of tissue engineering. So today my topic of presentation is engineering quercetin incorporated nanofiber membranes for accelerated tissue reconstruction. So for the past 2 days, we have witnessed many talks related to this. And so I will skip some of the very basic things. So I want to go directly. So I am from south of India, from Vellore, Vellore Institute of Technology. So today, this year we are celebrating 40 years. Comparing to IIT Roorkee, we are very small institute of, so I want to get your greetings for your 40th year celebration. And this is some of the just photos of our institute. And we have 4 campuses. And we have in Vellore, we have in Chennai, Amravati in Andhra, and also in Bangalore, VIT, we have in Bhopal. And this year we have started in Mauritius also. And just I will skip it. These are the just highlights because of time constraint. And all the 3D, I belong to, before that, during introduction, I was from Center for Biomaterials and Cellular Molecular Theranostics. And but now I am belongs to School of Advanced Science, where we have 3 departments of physics, chemistry, and mathematics. And to your surprise, in the strength in the institute is more than 50,000 in VIT campus alone. And in overall, we have 1 lakh students studying in VIT, comprising all the 4 campuses. And in our school, we have around 2,000 PhD scholars doing their PhD in the areas of physics, chemistry, and mathematics alone. And the highest number of science, they give importance, even though it's an engineering institute, they give more importance for science. We have around 65 physics faculty, 75 in chemistry, and 150 faculty in mathematics. So mostly we go for interdisciplinary research, and we also work with engineering and biotechnology and biomedical faculties. Just I'll skip this. So the outline of my today talk, this is one of the area where we are working on skin tissue engineering. So some introduction about the electroactivity in skin, wound and healing mechanism in wounds, electrospinning, dual syringe electrospinning, and detailed study of quercetin-based nanofiber membranes for tissue repair. And also I'll want to show some of the other research work what is happening in the lab. So I thought I can skip these slides because of time constraint, because many of the speakers for the 2 days already talked many about the skin and the scaffold. So just I am skipping the introduction part, electroactivity in skin. So the damage, yesterday also we had a very brief talk by people, what are the different types of tissue damage to the wound, the depth of tissue injury, and also the duration, how you can categorize the wounds for different, and also the reason for the mechanism of the cause of wound. And this is the wound healing mechanism. So this slide also yesterday many people discussed, so it will be boring if I again going repeatedly telling these things to the audience who are already familiar, and many people are working on this related research. So this is again the same electrospinning. So here again the introduction. This study we have done with dual syringe electrospinning, and these are some of the parameters what we have just shown. And from here the research would start. The detailed study on the dual syringe electrospin membrane incorporated with quercetin. It is a flavonoid which is extracted from many of the fruits and vegetables, and also we have incorporated bioactive Whitlockite for accelerated tissue reconstruction. And basically we have started for bone, and finally we have ended with wound healing mechanism. And this is the fabrication. So the two syringe, one we had this polymer and biofiller, PVDF, metal oxide. The other syringe we have PCl, bioactive Whitlockite, and quercetin in variant concentration. And the solvents we have used DMF plus acetone and chloroform plus acetic acid. And this is after spinning, we have taken this SEM analysis. So we can able to see the uniform nanofiber with interweaved structures, interconnected porous network, which mimics the natural extracellular matrix. And this PWQ3 also shows occasional bead formation, indicating this quercetin aggregation at higher loadings. So we have restricted, depends on the concentration. We have stopped the increasing concentration. The fiber diameter gradually decreases with the quercetin balancing strength and bioactivity. And these are some of the analysis we made after the synthesizing this. So one is the physicochemical analysis. You can able to see from the FTR and XRD, there is increasing quercetin content enhances the PVDS beta phase, indicates by stronger at 1273 and 839 peaks. And again, we can able to see this electroactive phase, the piezoelectric response. And PCl, again, the crystallinity is retained in the dual phases, and Whitlockite, which increases the bioactivity and strength, and the trend from concentration increase from 0 to 3 with higher peak intensity, quercetin nanoparticles aid crystallization. And this synergy gives crystallinity plus fillers can able to give a stable, strong, and biofunctional membranes. And some of the other studies like wettability and mechanical analysis, you can able to see from the water contact angle, the contact angle drops from 107.2 degree to 98, showing the increase of hydrophilicity. Then quercetin's OH group enhance surface wettability, and better wettability supports protein absorption and cell attachment. And the right hand side, you can able to see the stress versus strain. We have taken the mission from UTM, Universal Testing Machine, the tensile strength, and we can able to see the for the different concentration, the varying of MPa values that PWQ3 shows higher strength, and PWQ2 is the best elongation, both suit for dynamic and wound support. So this increasing quercetin boosts membrane flexibility and also the toughness. The strong flexible membrane enable better wound production, tissue regeneration, and movement compatibility. And to test for this compatibility MTT assay, we have taken this L929 mouse fibroblast cells were used, and high cell viability, more than 85%, close to control, indicating excellent biocompatibility. And this microscopic images reveal healthy, well-spread cell morphology with no cytotoxicity signs under both conditions. So membranes are highly cytocompatible and suitable for wound healing application without adverse side effect on cell proliferation or morphology. And then after going for in vitro tests, we have also entered some in vivo analysis in collaboration with one of the institute from Kerala. There the student went and stayed there and taken this test to test the materials within living organism. The importance of this is to reveal to real world biological performance, to bridge between laboratory research and clinical application, and biocompatible assessment, what the reasons I have given. And from the experimental animals, we have taken the male Sprague Dowley rats with weight around, these are some of the specification. So acute toxicity study and drug administration purposes, ketamine HCl xylazine, sodium chloride, and povidone iodine, ophthalmic gel. So these are the dosage and the route and the purpose. So I'm not going in detail, just a tabular column is given. And biocompatibility studies, we have made this animal preparation, giving this anesthesia, and eye is protected, and the surgical procedure has done in sterile condition. The incision is made on the dorsal region of the rat, and the scaffold, what is already prepared and experimental, is inserted into the incision made, and it was closure with a non-absorbable ethicon surgical suture, and after post-operative care, 3-day monitoring with the veterinary supervision. So different types of scaffold has been with control. It has been inside a mouse. And this is a histological evaluation on 7th day, 14th day, and 28th day. So tissue integration assessment using microscopic evaluation. So we have come to that no adverse reaction, absence of edema, necrosis, lesions, pus, or hemorrhage, and scaffold integrity is maintained throughout the study period, and tissue addition, firm addition to surrounding connective tissues, and progressive improvement from moderate, that is from day 7, and it is very excellent of vascularization in day 28. So you can also see from the picture of the histological slides. And histopathological analysis by timeline, we have seen that in day 7, that is after the post-implantation, what has happened, and day 14, post-implantation, what has happened, and day 28, what has happened. So in day 28, at the end of the period, and the tissue remodeling, it is significantly decreased inflammatory cell density, and cellular activity is increased to presence of active fibroblasts, and tissue health, no signs of necrosis or fragmented cells. So then we also done with acute toxicity analysis. Some the aqueous extract, we have integrated this 5 ml of scaffold plus 5 ml of PBS, 72 hours at 72 degrees C, and non-aqueous extract and control. And monitoring parameters, we are given the timeline for 24, 42, and 72 hours post-injection. And we have seen the weight loss, mortality, and also any abnormal behavior and vital signs. We have taken note of respiration, motor control, reflexes, cardiovascular sign, and administration route. We have given aqueous extract, intravenous injection 50 ml per kg, and non-aqueous extract subcutaneous injection 50 ml per kg. So tissue collection. After that, we have taken the tissue and analysis, and CO2 inhalation on day 3. Organ harvesting. We have taken heart, liver, and kidney, and 10% formaldehyde for 48 hours. And after processing, paraffin embedding, 3 to 5 micrometer sectioning, HNE staining has done, and we have examined through this microscope. So this is the picture of histological evaluation of fetal organ. You can able to see from the control and also with the treated one. So heart, kidney, and the liver pictures. So from the analysis, we can able to see that the heart, liver, kidney, it's a normal dark red coloration, no observable changes, absence of paleness, discoloration, lesions, or structural abnormalities. Organ weight within the normal physiological ranges, and from the microscope evaluation, the cardiac tissue, intact myocardial fibers, no inflammation or necrosis, and renal tissue, it is well preserved, structures, no congestion or tubular damage. So hepatic tissue, clearly defined hepatocytes, no cellular degenerations. So from this study, it has concluded that this dual syringe electrospinning successfully produced intrawoven nanofibers with controlled composition and morphology, and the characterization using FTR and XRD, enhanced beta phase PVDF, preserved PCL crystallinity, and successful dopamine coated Whitlockite and quercetin incorporation. So increasing this quercetin content boosted hydroxyl and amine functional groups, improved wettability, and reinforced piezoelectric response. So SEM confirms uniform fiber network with a decreasing diameter as quercetin increases, balancing mechanical strength and biofunction. So mechanical testing demonstrated enhanced high tensile strength and flexibility, supporting dynamic and wound environments. MTT assay revealed excellent cytocompatibility, indicating the membranes suitable for accelerated tissue regeneration, and acute toxicity assessment confirmed that the 3 different concentration scaffold show no adverse effects, organ abnormalities, or in vivo toxicity, supporting their safety for biomedical use. By the time period of 28 days, the scaffold demonstrated excellent biocompatibility with early inflammation, reduction, enhanced fibroblast population, and complete tissue integration. So this is one of the part of the work what we are doing in the tissue. Just to have an idea, so wherever the physics is applied in medicine, we can collaborate with other medical areas. This is one of the work. Recently, one doctor with orthopedics got a PhD in the area of spine model, that is in biomechanics. He fractured the spine at different places and see in what posture they can able to do well. And this is done on cough spine model. This is the real work. This is done by the orthopedician. We collaborate with one of the biggest Asian hospital in CMC. For this, the doctor is from that institute. And the other area, I'm not going in detail, just to have a glimpse of the work. This is on photodynamic therapy for cancer. This is one of the studies also. Yesterday we had a talk from one of the people. So where laser can be used for the treatment of cancer. So we prepare drug and we can do it in now. All the in vitro studies are done, and in vivo studies. The student is there in ISER Bhubaneswar for doing this in vivo study for photodynamic therapy for cancer. And this is just a photosensitizer we synthesize, and again we do all the characterization of in vitro, and now in vivo is going on. The other area is on magnetic hypothermia for cancer treatment. We synthesize magnetic nanoparticle, and we again go for treatment for cancer. We synthesize and we characterize the magnetic nanoparticle, and most of the nanoparticle we used to get from the green synthesis method. And we used to collaborate with one of the horticulture institute. Madam is here, and Madam is from horticulture department, and from the green synthesis method, they will give what are the types of nanoparticle we want, whether copper, silver, gold, whatever it is, they get from green synthesis method, and we incorporate this, and we can study the effect of this nanoparticle in the different, this is the same thing. And this is the area of my PhD work where I started entering physics applied in medicine. And so this is one of the areas where I worked with using shock wave. So treating the kidney stones using extracorporeal shock wave lithotripsy. And this is one of the latest technology using laser or shock wave, how you can disintegrate the stone. It is again the basics of physics, the compression and tensile force which acts on the stone to crumble the stone into pieces. So there is no need of surgery. Directly the stone will crumble into pieces and come through the urinary tract. And now we are working on the different Indian medicine to see the effect of this drug on this crystal growth. We used to grow this on the gel medium. These are some of the images of the gel grown of urinary crystals. This is the stroite. There are 250 varieties of urinary stones will form in our body, and this is one of the type of stone. And we use some of the medicinal plants where in different areas in India, we'll collect these plants, we get that extract, and we'll study what is the effect of the efficacy of this drug on the kidney stones. And this is all the lab and the instruments we have, and these are the students, 6 PhD students on roll now who are doing this PhD. And I thank you very much for the opportunity given. I hope I just made it fast because of the time constraint. And thank you very much. I thank once again the organizers and for the opportunity given to me. Thank you.
Hi, sir. Yeah. Thanks for the nice talk. Why PVDF? Because PVDF won't degrade in body. Firstly, why do you use PVDF? Because PCL itself can provide the tensile strength you need. Secondly, when you use for wound healing, the general products in the market is actually like dermal substitutes, which are like minimal is 1 millimeter thick. But conventional ultraspinning cannot make such thick scaffold. In that case, you will have like a inadequate dermis formation, so which would again cause the scar not proper healing. So how do you address this?
Yeah, initially I told you, sir, the work was started for bone replacement. Because of the other factors, so slowly there are some studies where we have taken from the literature that this is also used for skin tissue application. And some studies already done in Kerala where they used this type of combination. Only thing that what we have newly used is that vitlockite and quercetin, that flavonoid, to incorporate it and study. This PVDF and PCL is already there, which is there used for this skin substitute. So we have taken that literature and we modified with this material and we have studied, and it is also working out. What is the wound scaffold we made? So we made an in vivo study, and as I showed, it is giving a good result. So actually we started with something, but finally we end with the skin.
Thank you.
Hi, sir. Nice talk. Sir, I have a very basic question. Like, why are we employing quercetin in it? Is it because it scavenges ROS or any other test that you
Yeah,
do
one is
for?
it is anti-inflammatory,
Hmm.
main thing. And
Did you do any test for it or?
no. It is based on the literature.
Okay.
It is having in many fruits, vegetables. This flavonoid is already there. And it is for anti-inflammatory test. It is readily available. We have not synthesized it. We purchased from the market. We have incorporated with a different concentration and we studied it.
Okay. Okay, sir. Got it.
Yellow.
Thank you.
So thank you, sir. Thank you. So thank you very much for the wonderful talk. Now I request Professor Gupta, Director ICMR, to honor. सर का नाम भूल जाता हूँ.
Nampiraj.
Yeah, Professor Namiraj, to honor with this Kumayuni. No, it is not BJP. It is.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Anita Rajkumar. She's an assistant professor from University of Horticulture Sciences, Bagalkot, Karnataka. Her area of research are nanomaterials synthesis, thin films and nanotechnology, nanostructured materials, and advanced materials. We welcome you, ma'am.
One announcement. Two talks. Just up two talks, the poster competitions award that will be evaluated. So those who have posters, they should be at the poster position. Thank you.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಇದು ಇದು ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಬೇಕಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭ ಸಂಜೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Now, myself, Dr. Anita Rajkumar Khande. I am working as an assistant professor of nanotechnology, University of Horticulture Science, Bagalkot. Now, this is our university. This is totally different about your talk, all primary talks and yesterday onwards. This is totally different. We have targeted to, in IIT, all IIT centers, research and teaching 2 fields is there. But in our university, we have 3 fields. One is teaching, another one is research, another one is extension. Now, in our university, we have to target total beneficiaries of farmers. Our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi is telling about the farmers to doubling the income. How can doubling the income of farmers? In this way, we have to research in the field of nano, with it will be go to the in the end of the beneficiaries of farmers. Now, my main talk is neem and turmeric mediated green synthesized silver nanoparticle and their role in antimicrobial applications. Now, the Padma Bhushan, the Dr. C.N.R. Rao, he is the Karnataka famous scientist, Bharata Ratna. He is the father of nanotechnology, Indian father of nanotechnology. Now, the nanotechnology is all about talk about the nanotechnology in all field applications, especially in healthcare. Now, little bit we go to the side of nanotechnology application in our horticulture field. How can we apply in horticulture and agriculture field? That's we go to the how for crop improvement, for precision of agriculture, soil management, for nutrient management, for using NPK fertilizers. Instead of we are using nano area nowadays. Plant disease management. We can manage the disease management with nano pesticides and nano fungicides. Now, the effective pesticides and fertilizers with maintain the crop and gaining the yield of our crops. Now, water management. How can manage the water with synthesizing the purest water we can get. The post-harvest. How can packaging the nanomaterials with composites of any polymers, with the green synthesized nanomaterials, all these, the gene expression and regulations is all these is comes under our horticulture and agriculture fields. This is the plant green synthesized materials. Now we have synthesized the green synthesized materials of different plant extract, fruit extract, leaf extract. For example, we have take the neem leaves, we synthesize the silver nanoparticle. We have one of our scientists is told about aloe vera extract. Now the clove, we can synthesize the copper nanoparticle to extract the clove powder, and all leaves and chitosan, pomegranate peel extract. We can synthesize the taking the peel and afterwards we dry it and give them powder and make it synthesize. All it will use it, and again we have applicable in our horticulture and agriculture fields. Now, my main concept is to synthesize the green nanoparticle with neem and turmeric extract, with the stabilizing and capping agent of approaches avoid the toxic chemicals. Commonly, this is eco-friendly. We can use the horticulture and agriculture. And cost-effective also. Now, in green synthesized method, the nanoparticles we can maintain the pH and mixing the ratio, temperature, incubation periods, and the surfactants, and the total substance, gum substance. Now we get the shape of nanoparticle and totally the eco-friendly and cost-effective. Now we have synthesized the green nanoparticle by mixing with neem leaves and turmeric powder both, and stirring it, drying it, and make an incubation, and after it will keep in a oven. Afterwards we have observed what we have observed, that when we keep in the bright sunlight, the color will be automatically changes to 0 minute to 1 hour. When we keeping in the sunlight, it will we finally we got that it will confirm that the green synthesized nanoparticle liquid will be formed as a nanoparticle by the characterization of UV, AFM and SEM. And lastly, we get the antimicrobial activities of the synthesized nanoparticle. We confirm the zonal habitation of nanoparticles. Now, this is the main, we have to farmer, how can doubling the income of farmers? Now, in this, we have to synthesize nanoparticle. We can go to the Carnatia flower, we slice of Carnatia, Gerbera and rose flowers. We can do the in our lab experiment in vivo. We have number of treatments, 22 treatments is there. The number of replication is 2 replication we have to maintain. And per pot, we have 6 Carnatia flowers is there. This is the total treatments, 22 treatments we have treated for the flowers of Carnatia. This is the Carnatia flower is a commercial flower. The farmers will be in our south side, the farmers will be yield in more in the that flowers, especially Gerbera, Carnatia and rose flowers. They will cultivate more. We are taking the observation recorded, bees lives, uptake of water, cultivate the water uptake, transmission of loss of water, next water balance, ratio of uptake, all those things is there. This is the Carnatia flower. First, we observe that the first day of Carnatia when we keeping, that is in treatments, all 22 treatments. After we observe that for 4 days, we are taking the observation of 2 days, 4 days, 6 days, 8 days, 10 days, and 12 days for making the observation of how much the diameter is there, how much water will be uptake. This is done. In this, we can observe the silver nanoparticle. Just a minute. In the treatments, we using silver nanoparticle, magnesium nanoparticle, copper nanoparticle. This is all commercialized nanoparticles. One is the control is there. In all treatments, 22 treatments, we add the sucrose of 5% of sucrose. Now, in these treatments, T18 to T22, T21, we have to synthesize the green synthesized silver nanoparticle. In green synthesized silver nanoparticle and silver nanoparticle, both are on pars of results. We get good results in for these life studies of Carnatia. Now, this is the silver nanoparticle of T2 is 5 ppm silver nanoparticle. This is the commercial available nanoparticle, and synthesized nanoparticle of T21. It is 20 days. The these lives of Carnatia flowers for 20 days. We can keep as a fresh flower. Are you seen in the picture also? We can keep the flowers in 20 days, up to 20 days for Carnatia, for Gerbera and rose flowers. For adding the silver nanoparticle, the synthesized silver nanoparticle and commercial silver nanoparticle, both are little bit on par is there. This is the these life studies of graph. We can see the how much water uptake in the period of 2 days, 4 days, and 8 days, 10 days, 12 days, 14 days, and 16 days of the Carnatia flowers with the period of various nanoparticles for solution. We can observe that here also we can see the graph of T21 and T2. T2 to T3 are the silver nanoparticles with silver synthesized silver nanoparticles. This is relatively fresh weight, how the before weight and after it will be weight. This is also the commercial silver nanoparticle of T2 and T21, the synthesized silver nanoparticle. We can, the fresh weight, we can observe the same. Here also we can observe relatively the flower diameter. We can take the all measurements in the flower diameter also we can observe the same on par of T2 and T21. The silver nanoparticle is antimicrobial, acts as a anti-ethylene agent, improve the water relations, extend the weed lives of Carnesia, Gerbera, and Rhusus. This phenomena occurs due to the collective oscillation of conducting band electrons in the metal nanoparticles when subjected to the incident light. The silver nanoparticle is high surface area volume ratio. Because of these properties, they are considered more effective at preventing growth of bacteria, other microorganisms than component of the oxidation state of silver. The action mechanism if silver nanoparticle release Ag minus, which is minus ion, this is reported interact with cytoplasmic components and nucleic acid, inhibits to respiratory chain enzymes and interface with membrane permeability. Application of nanoparticle size silver, but nano silver are used to antimicrobial, becoming an increasingly widespread of medicine, fabrics, water purification, various and other industry of nanoplants. The finding of highlights of potential turmeric extract, eco-friendly, sustainable resource of the synthesis of silver nanoparticle. The resulting nanoparticle exhibit promising application diverse in the field of including biomedical science, nanotechnology, and environmental. Now, the biomedical nanotechnology synthesis offering cost-effective and eco-friendly. We can characterize UV, AFM, SEM, and EDX. And based on these nanoparticles, the properties we have to evaluate against the major bacterial and fungal pathogens. This is the thanks to BioHeal. For 2025, I very much thanks to inviting me as invited talk. I thank to Mishra sir. I thank to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vishnuvardhan, and thanks to our Dr. Fakhruddin, Director of Research. I am doing under research of Director of Research. We have the 3 units in our university, extension, research, and teaching. In research unit, I have the working as a director under Director of Research. This is our nanotechnology team. We are all MSc students in different departments. They are working with all departments. We have more departments: soil science, entomology, pathology, and floriculture, vegetable science, fruit science. In all departments, we are applicable as PSMA, aromatical and medicinal plants. In all departments, we have applicable the nanoparticles, the synthesized eco-friendly nanoparticles. Thank you. Thank you.
One intelligent question.
Thank you.
Ma'am, as we know that there are various type of macronutrients are also required by the plants. So as you are using silver nanoparticles or different nanoparticles for the growth of flowers, so if we can like dope the nanoparticles with those macronutrients, and if we can check the effect on the plants.
Not I just we are checking the antimicrobial properties. We are not putting in, just we are studying the weed lives of flowers, cut flowers. Rose, Carnesia, and Zerbera cut flowers. We can keep and it as it is up to 20 days.
Okay, ma'am.
It is our result will. It will helpful for farmers to getting the income.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so thanks again.
Thank you.
Like to invite Professor M.K. Gupta, Director ICMR. Please honor.
Sir, we did not wear.
Huh?
Sorry, we did not wear that one. If in our tradition, if we wear the cap, our wheat and barley, the cost will be goes high. in our Karnataka tradition, if ladies can, gents can wear.
Some other honor. With the ladies, maybe you're okay with from ladies you want? Ladies, Chabi, please. Chabi, please. वो ठीक है टोपी सबको पहनना पड़ता है मोदी सरकार है आपको टोपी नहीं आपको छतरी पहना दूंगा मैं So our next speaker, Professor Rasmi Rai, please, in 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes you have. After that, poster session.
Dr. Rashmi Roy is an assistant professor at Madanpalli Institute of Technology and Science, Andhra Pradesh. Her key areas are in organic synthesis, carbohydrate chemistry, and glycosylation. पेनड्राइव निकाल दें आपका है ना मैम
Yeah.
आपको
You have to change the slides from here.
here also you can press
Or here.
here
Okay.
but
Take some.
आपको थोड़ा इधर आना पड़ेगा
हाँ ठीक है ठीक है Okay, hi, hello everyone, good evening. I am Dr. Reshmi Roy. I did my PhD from IIT Kanpur, postdoc from University of Alberta, Canada. Then I worked several years in industry and now I am an assistant professor at Madanpalli Institute of Technology and Science. So today my work is strategic synthesis of neoglycolipids. Okay. So you here all are biologists, you know what is glycolipid. Glycolipid is a molecule where carbohydrate part is there and oligosaccharide part is there, which is entangled at the anomeric position with a lipid. This is a this is the standard structure of glycosphingolipid, which contain amino alcohol sphingosine in their core structure. Okay. So why they are so important? Because in our cell surface we have glycosphingolipids and also glycosyl binding proteins, and the interactions between glycosyl binding protein and this glycosphingolipid is very important for a myriad of biological processes like cell recognition, in all kind of diseases, those involved in these interactions, and therefore it is very important to study this kind of interactions. But thing is that problem is that researchers don't get glycosphingolipids in pure form to study this kind of interactions. So maximum of interactions are still unknown, and so far we have only 20 glycolipids which are commercially available for research purpose or other treatment purpose. Okay, only 20 glycolipids are commercially available. It is very difficult to extract glycolipids from natural resources in pure form. So nowadays we are thinking to synthesize glycolipids artificially in lab. Okay, and that is also a very difficult procedure because you can see from the structure how complicated it is. Okay, like that. This kind of molecule, this is a simple trisaccharide attached with glycosphingolipid. That will also take, at least for a expert synthetic chemist, at least 1 month. And whenever we are going for tetrasaccharide, pentasaccharide, hexasaccharide, and our saccharide part is more, it takes years. Maybe one PhD student can synthesize one decasaccharide or attached with these lipid parts or like that in their entire PhD period. It takes 20 to 30 steps to synthesize these things. And last steps, when after completing 3-4 years, when the last step is coming, we have 1 milligram of molecule. Still 2-3 more steps have to do. So my research is focused on, uh, my research is focused on how we will make these neoglycolipids in a simple way, and also how to handle the and do the synthetic, carry on the synthetic part, started from 1 milligram scale. Okay, so why from 1 milligram scale? Okay, because we have this series of compounds in 1 milligram scale. From there, we have designed synthesis of neoglycolipids in 2 steps. So I have to go started from there. So you see, gal, NAC, alpha 1, 3, alpha 1 to gal means these gal are galactose units. Okay, FUC is your fructose unit, GLC is your glucose. And what is this SP? SP stands for OCH2CH2 azide group. Okay, so we have series of this compound. We have in 1 milligram scale. These were gifted by a company. So from there, we have planned the strategic synthesis of neoglycolipid. So we have planned to synthesize these 9 glycolipids. First is the disaccharide, then we have 2 tetrasaccharide. Then we have another 4 tetrasaccharide, 3 tetrasaccharide. And lastly, these are all pentasaccharides. So these are the structure of the compounds we plan to synthesize. And all of them are neoglycolipids. What is the neoglycolipids? Neoglycolipids means these are artificially synthesized glycolipids in laboratory. And we also wanted to check whether instead of this naturally obtained glycosphingolipids, these neoglycolipids also can play the exact same role to study protein and glycolipid interactions using catch and release ESIMS mass spectroscopic screening. So this is actually very newly developed field because we have only 20 glycolipids commercially available so far. And now scientists and also companies has to come up with more and more glycolipids for commercial use. So that is the purpose of this research. So our synthetic scheme started from glycerol. First we have protected it with benzaldehyde to get this compound, and then we have benzylated the free hydroxyl group to get the benzylated product 10. Now this 10 is reprotected in acidic medium to get 11, which is further, these are all chemistry parts. These are again this long alkyl chain part is incorporated in this stage using sodium hydroxide and bromoalkane in DMF medium. Now thing is that this compound 12 we have to debenzylated in under hydrogenation condition, and methanol is the most suitable solvent for it. And due to this long chain lipid part, this molecule is not soluble in methanol. So after a lot of trial and error, I have found that the dichloromethane and methanol in 1:3 ratio will give the best result for the for the deprotection of benzyl group from 12 to get this 11. Now 11, in 11 we have incorporated an acid group. So first we have tried with sodium hydroxide THF in presence of Ki, it did not work. Then change the solvent system from THF to, and we have taken THF DCM in 3:1 ratio. It also did not work. And finally NaHKI in THF DCM, DMF medium gave us the required compound 15 with good yield. But this compound 15 is not stable enough to keep in freezer and to work further. Because we are envisaged a mechanism that may be due to the intramolecular hydrogen bonding, that molecule is decomposing. So this acidic part we further protected with N-hydroxysuccinamide to get compound 16, that is a stable molecule, that, and we can keep it the molecule for several months for research purpose. Now this is a disaccharide. This is a neoglycolipid 1 that I have synthesized, started from a disaccharide, and that was done in 4-5 milligram scale. Okay, that is totally synthesized in lab. And synthetic strategy started from 17, that is lactose. This was glycosylated with 18 in BF3 etherate to get 19. After that, global deprotection of all acetate groups gave us 20. And then azide group was reduced under hydrogenation condition to get this free amine, which is then coupled with our lipid part under HBTU and triethylamine condition to get a disaccharide 1. Now I have taken this 1 milligram while doing this research work, started from 20, I have standardized the method in 1 milligram scale, because the other compounds I have all are in 1 milligram scale. So although I am synthesizing and I have maybe I had 100 milligrams of this 20, but I have standardized the method in 1 milligram scale. Then I have applied for the compounds which actually I have in 1 milligram. If that is gone, then we don't have the compound. So it was somewhat a risky project to do. Okay, then I took this series of compounds, and these compounds first the azide group was deprotected to get the free amine, and we have used N-methyl pyrrolidone and room temperature, and let it start for 48 hours, because we need to complete the reaction, because from 1 milligram already in hydrogenation, after doing hydrogenation we have less than 1 milligram of compound. So it was not possible to monitor the reaction using TLC or like that. After 48 hours of reaction, I used to take a normal mass, and if compound peak is there, immediately I did the workup and all those things. And these molecules I have purified in using iotabrit column. What is the iotabrit column? In normal silica gel column, you all find that we cannot use polar solvents like methanol, but in iotabrit we can go up to 100% methanol. That it is not like silica gel. Very polar compounds like this, which has several hydroxyl groups and anomeric free amine, which are very polar, that could be purified using iotabrit column, small iotabrit column. Also we have done C18 columns for some compounds. So this is how I did, and ultimately that very small fraction of the final compound, we have used Shigami tube. Shigami tube is a kind of NMR tube where you can you can solubilize your very small amount of low concentration, means your molecule in 1 drop of solvent. And these tubes are designed in such a way that only less than 1 milligram is also enough to detect NMR. Okay. Because these tubes consist of an outer tube and a plunger whose magnetic susceptibility is adapted to different solvents. So that is what we have done. And finally, these compounds were sent for protein and glycolipid interaction study. And our biological collaborator, Professor Claesen of University of Alberta, he did the job. And they have found that these neoglycolipids, that means artificially glycolipids, are good enough for going for protein and glycolipid interactions. So that is the end of my talk. I would like to acknowledge Professor Todd Lowry of Academia Sinica because this work was done in his lab. I did it here. Also, I wish to acknowledge my PhD advisor, Professor Y.D. Vankar of IIT Kanpur, and also Ms. Madanpalli to give me the scope to represent Madanpalli here. And I am thankful to all the organizers, Professor Mishra, and our joint convener. Sir. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I think it is organic part was more here. There is no organic chemistry.
I would like to request Professor Chapu to honor Professor Rasmi Rai, prestigious young scientist award. Now poster session, and tomorrow the session will start dot 9 a.m.